The Secret Wars Diary by David Atlee Phillips. My adventures in combat, espionage operations, and covert action.
The intel suggests they know our next move.
It is truly an honor to finally meet you face to face, sir.
The pleasure is mine. We appreciate you coming all this way.
Thank you. We appreciate your confidence.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it.
The Secret Wars Diary by David Atlee Phillips. Chapter 13. The Man Who Sold the Company Store. It was a bitter 12 degrees above zero when I left my home in Bethesda in early January 1981, but it was even colder when I reached Baltimore. I drove there to be in the courtroom when a federal judge sentenced my former colleague, a man who was also my neighbor in Maryland, for the crime of spying for the Soviet KGB. I made the trip because I was curious. One reason I was curious was that I couldn't remember whether I had known David Barrett during the years we both worked for the CIA. Newspaper photos taken after he was indicated for espionage showed a vaguely familiar countenance. Perhaps I had met him briefly in the halls at Langley. Perhaps I had seen him in the neighborhood supermarket, or when we were watching our kids play soccer, but I couldn't be sure. David Henry Barnett, born in 1933, spent his youth in Robinson Township, a hamlet outside Pittsburgh. His grade school population was so small there was only one other student in his class. She recalled, after Barnett was arrested by the FBI for espionage, that he seldom appeared to be at ease. I kidded him about being such a stuffed shirt, she said, because he looked so serious. Barnett's high school graduation was from Mercenburg Academy, a Pennsylvania boarding school. After acquiring a diploma at the University of Michigan in 1955, he pulled a 2-year hitch with the U.S. Army in Korea. Returning stateside, he was hired by the CIA as a contract agent, not a hitman as spy novels would have it, but rather as an employee with a specific, limited assignment. Barnett became a teacher. His students were fledgling class officers in agency training courses. When his contract expired, he became a public school teacher. Then he signed another CIA contract and returned to a CIA classroom. As a contract agent, Barnett's access to classified material was limited, and he learned little of the secret operations conducted by the company. Barnett gained access to the family jewels, however, in 1963, when he became a staffer, a full-time case officer in the agency's clandestine service, known as the CS or the DDO. He met within a week and married Sarah Blout, a Michigan woman who had come to Washington to work as a congressional aide. Barnett and his bride traveled overseas for his first foreign assignment where, in the cautious language of a Department of Justice statement, Barnett served as an intelligence officer in a covert capacity in a foreign country. A newspaper report was more explicit. He left immediately for Indonesia, where he went undercover in an operation codenamed Habbrink. Habbrink, the newspaper account continued, was one of the most successful undercover operations the CIA ever conducted. Indonesia was then under the rule of President Sukarno, who, Army, Navy, and Air Force were being armed by the Soviet Union. The CIA had penetrated the Indonesian Navy by paying one of its top officers $30,000 a year to hand over Soviet weapons and training materials as soon as they arrived. After 2 years in Jakarta, Barnett returned to CIA headquarters to become the Habbrink desk officer. He knew more than anyone at Langley about Project Habbrink and how it worked. Thus, for his second overseas tour, he was returned to Indonesia. perhaps because Jakarta was not considered a choice assignment. Indonesia was the pits, a CIA officer who had known Barnett there told me during an interview. The only recreation was taking the ferry from Sabarata to Bali, where there was a beach with lots of bare tits to decorate it. He recalled Barnett without much enthusiasm. He always thought it was just a shade better than the other people. He was just a shade better than the other people. He was stiff, both with his colleagues and with local agents. He just didn't have what it takes to hack it in the CIA. In Indonesia, Barnett had responsibilities beyond the Habrink operation. Like most CIA officers stationed abroad, he was expected to meet and cultivate Soviet citizens who might become useful sources of intelligence information. According to the Department of Justice statement, one Russian Barnett met frequently was the Soviet cultural attaché in Jakarta. Often Soviet cultural attaches have little concern with cultural matters. The cover title often cloaks the activity of a KGB operative. Barnett's own professional performance was marginal, and his career did not prosper. In 1979, he resigned from CIA to return with his family to the U.S. He and Sarah now had 3 children, and Barnett daydreamed of taking care of them by making a fortune in private enterprise. While looking for his new niche in the business world, Barnett paid the family bills by returning to his old job as a teacher in Pennsylvania. For 2 years, Barnett remained in the low-paying school employment. His dream of finding his fortune in the U.S. faded. Instead, Barnett convinced Sarah the pot of gold waited for them at the end of a rainbow in Indonesia, not with CIA, but with buying and selling shrimp. Barnett had the money to take the family back to Jakarta because the family home burned to the ground. His widowed father died in the flames. There was home insurance money. Perhaps Barnett received something from his father's estate. Whatever the circumstances, the 5 Barnetts returned to Indonesia. The United States District Courthouse in Baltimore is a modern building of steel beams and glass. Entrance to the various courtrooms can be made only through an elaborate security area, similar to the ones in airports. Judge Frank Kaufman's courtrooms was on the 7th floor. 20 newspeople waited for Barnett and the judge to appear. Half a dozen sketch artists occupied the jury box, empty of jurors, for the sentencing. Near me, 4 young men in dark suits and close haircuts sat quietly, probably, I guessed, FBI and maybe CIA agents who had worked on the investigation that led to Barnett's indictment and trial. David Barnett had been a mediocre CIA case officer, and after returning to Indonesia, he soon proved to be a mediocre businessman. He formed a partnership with 2 local businessmen to process seafood for export. Barnett was authorized to take cash advances from the company account. He spent the money injudiciously and found himself $100,000 in debt, almost $70,000 of it to his Indonesian partners. The partners became anxious. Barnett's credit at local banks dried up. He needed the money to pay his partners, but where could he find $70,000? From the Soviet cultural attaché, that's where. From the KGB officer he had known in Jakarta, and who was still there. Barnett rapped on the front door of the cultural attaché's home and explained his problem. The KGB man would undoubtedly have preferred to find an in-place CIA officer on his stoop, someone with continuing access to the agency's current Indonesian operations, but ex-CIA officers, too, can be useful. Barnett had walked in. He had volunteered to be a spy for the Soviet Union. After their conversation, the Russian said he would want to check out some facts. "Come back," he said, "next Sunday." The next Sunday morning, David Barnett returned to the home of the cultural attaché. He was introduced to a Russian who identified himself as Dmitri. Barnett said that he needed money and was willing to talk CIA Turkey to get it. He promised Dmitri he would reveal every secret he knew for the sum he owed his Indonesian partners, $70,000. On a subsequent Sunday, KGB officers didn't spend a lot of time in church. don't spend a lot of time in church. Barnett met Dimitri for the second time. The meeting was a serious one, and because Dimitri wanted it held under controlled conditions, the location was in the compound of the Soviet embassy in Jakarta. At the serious meeting, the KGB officer made a serious gesture. Dimitri paid Barnett $25,000 in U.S. bills of $100, $50, and $20 denominations. Dimitri instructed Barnett to prepare for travel to Europe. In February 1977, after Dimitri had passed Barnett an additional $3,000 for travel expenses, the former CIA man flew to Brussels, where, following KGB instructions, he boarded a train for Vienna. On the outskirts of the Austrian capital, Barnett met with the KGB's crack crew of defector debriefers. For 9 hours, Barnett disgorged American secrets to 3 Russian agents who described themselves as Mike, Alaksky, and Pavel. The KGB trio, probably working from the American desk in Moscow, sweetened Barnett's pot with $15,000 and promised Dimitri would give him an additional payment of $30,000 when Barnett returned to Jakarta. With the $25,000 he had already received, that would total $70,000, the amount Barnett had asked for. Dimitri also would be giving him more travel money. Barnett was promised travel expenses, the KGB visitors explained, because Barnett must prepare for his future assignment. After checking in with Dimitri in Jakarta, Barnett was to visit Washington to look for a job. The first priority was to seek re-employment with the CIA. If that didn't work out, he was to search for a position with the Intelligence and Research Bureau of the Department of State, known as the INR, or at the Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency, the DIA. 3 U.S. Marshals escorted Barnett into the courtroom. He was scruffy, wearing a frayed sports coat. He sat at a kindergarten-sized table with his attorney. He poured himself a glass of water from the carafe on the table. He took off his glasses to read a document his lawyer gave him. He held the ear loops of his glasses in his teeth, allowing the bifocals to dangle. One thing for sure, I had never met him. In Jakarta, after paying off his debts, Barnett collected more travel money from Dimitri. He flew to Washington, where he half-heartedly poked around about the intelligence community looking for a job that might make him worthwhile in the future for the Russians. He did approach a friend in the Department of State asking for help in landing a job at the INR or at the newly created Intelligence Oversight Board, a small unit in the White House complex. The purpose of the office was to adjudicate personal problems of the intelligence people that were serious enough that offended employees might become whistleblowers. Returning to Indonesia, Barnett told Dimitri about his efforts. He embellished the report by claiming he had made a promising contract with a senior CIA official. He hadn't pushed that opportunity, Barnett said, because he was afraid he would flunk the polygraph test required for employment at the agency. Dimitri was impressed. He gave Barnett another $3,000 for another trip in Washington. Barnett pursued employment opportunities more seriously during his second Washington trip. He managed an interview with the White House General Counsel. He had appointments with 2 staff members of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. The interviewers, arranged through the U.S. congressman for whom Sarah Blount, Barnett had previously worked, would please Dimitri. But on his return to Jakarta, Barnett pushed his luck. He lied to Dimitri. He told his case officer that he had actually found employment, working for the White House's Intelligence Oversight Advisory Board. In the long run, spies who lie to their case officers find themselves in trouble. But in this case, Dimitri was excited at the prospect of stage managing a penetration of the power center in the U.S. He told Barnett to pack up and return to Washington again. He gave him travel money, $3,600. On the eve of his flight from Indonesia, a clandestine ceremony known in intelligence parlance as the turnover took place. Dimitri introduced Barnett to another Russian who called himself Igor. Igor explained that he was stationed in Washington and would be Barnett's case officer there. He provided Barnett with the location of 2 public telephones in Virginia, which was used to establish contact. Barnett was to check in with Igor from one of the phones at 3 p.m. on the last Saturday of each month. He also briefed Barnett on a dead drop, a safe hiding place where he could deposit or receive materials, located on the canal that runs alongside of the Potomac River on the Maryland side. Barnett, Sarah, and the 3 children returned to Beth Shetta, where they moved into a house not far from mine. Oys, oys, oys. Everyone stood when Judge Kaufman entered the court. Kaufman was a big man with gray hair and a boxer's flattened nose. A Department of Justice prosecutor spoke for 15 minutes, condemning Barnett as a traitor and demanding the maximum life sentence. Then, Barnett's lawyer used equal time to plead for leniency for his client. While his future was being debated, Barnett appeared to be disinterested. He inspected his ballpoint pen. He seemed intrigued by the advertising message on his pen. He moved his head from side to side as he read the inscription, "Cold Fish." Barnett had a number of contracts with Igor after he settled in Beth Shetta, but they were always telephone conversations when he called Igor at 3 p.m. on the last Saturday of each month, or when Igor called him at the same time at a pay booth in a Maryland shopping center. During 3 trips back to Jakarta, Barnett met other KGB officers, and when he traveled again to Vienna, it's not clear how Barnett explained to the Soviets that he did not, after all, have a job at the White House. He did continue to look for employment, which would give him access to the kind of information the KGB wanted. Having struck out of the Senate, Barnett approached a staff member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which, like its counterpart in the Senate, was privy to CIA secrets. Barnett told the staff officer that he had a personal interest in working for the committee and that the salary didn't matter because he was well fixed for funds. God knows that was true. He was told no jobs were available. When the lawyers were done, Judge Kaufman asked Barnett if he had anything to say before he was sentenced. It was Barnett's opportunity to speak for the record. Barnett seemed surprised. He put his glasses on and peered questioningly at his attorney. The lawyer shrugged. "I have nothing to say, Your Honor," Barnett told the judge. Barnett had been hired as a contract teacher by CIA again. FBI special agents entered his classroom on March 18, 1980, and confronted Barnett. He admitted working for the KGB and provided details during 12 interviews with the Bureau. He had received a total of $92,000 from the Soviets. Barnett's lawyer advised him to make a deal with the Department of Justice, pleading guilty to a single count of betraying Operation Habrink to the KGB. Otherwise, the lawyer predicated, Barnett would be flirting with the possibility of a life sentence. There would be no trial because of the guilty plea, but to make its charges stick, the Department of Justice was obliged to prepare for the judge and to make public the 25-page Statement of Facts. Despite the dry style of the writing, the document made colorful reading. A Bond-like saga headlined the Washington Post, all the elements of a Le Carre novel, and another newspaper, said another newspaper. One achievement of Operation Habrink was the acquisition by CIA from the spy and the Indonesian Navy of a manual describing the guidance system of the SA-2, familiarly known as the SAM missile. Before the North Vietnamese had destroyed scores of U.S. aircraft in Vietnam with the SAM, now untold American bomber crews' lives were saved when, thanks to Habrink, it was possible to determine and jam SAM system frequencies. Another triumph of the operation was the utility of information obtained about the components of the Soviet Styx missile. Habrink had also produced the battery discharge curves for the Soviet W-class, which revealed to U.S. Navy commanders how long the Russian submarines would remain submerged, which they had only been able to guess at before. Most of the valuable information produced by Habrink was negated when the Russians learned that Barnett had been arrested. But under the U.S. legal system, Barnett could not have been prosecuted without the Department of Justice statements of facts, which clearly spelled out the extent of the damage. Barnett had done, he had revealed the identities of many of the CIA people he had worked with, and had described to the KGB the secret side of, as Statement of Facts put it, many CIA operations with which the defendant was familiar. The final paragraph of the Statement of Facts was addressed to Judge Kaufman. Your Honor, if the case were to go on trial, the government would produce ample proof, beyond a reasonable doubt, that David Henry Barnett communicated information to the Soviet Union relating to the defense of the United States with intent and reason to believe that the information would aid the Soviet Union and hurt the United States. I don't think there is any question you did harm to this country, Judge Kaufman said, looking down at David Barnett standing before the bench. First, I will announce the sentence, and then I will tell you how I made this judgment, how I came to make this judgment. The sentence would be 18 years. Barnett would be eligible for parole in 6 years. Judge Kaufman explained why his sentence was lenient. First, because Barnett had cooperated with the Department of Justice during the plea bargaining after his arrest, and second, because the judge had decided that Barnett had betrayed his country not out of malice, but simply because he was a weak person, motivated by monetary greed. Igor, it was revealed, was Vladimir V. Popov, a third secretary at the Soviet embassy in Washington. On the Saturday afternoon when Barnett was arrested, a FBI special agent lingered near the public telephone booth in the Maryland shopping center where Igor was scheduled to call Barnett at 3 p.m. The telephone rang 3 times between 2:58 and 3:03. The FBI man didn't answer the phone, but he did smile. Sarah Bloud Barnett told the press on the day of his arrest that her husband's relationship with the KGB was a surprise to her. 3 days after Barnett's arrest, his wife Sarah suffered a stroke while washing the family car. Most intelligence watchers in Washington suspected that the CIA had rehired Barnett and his non-sensitive job not because they needed his services, but so they could keep an eye on him. That assumption became credible when Representative Robert McClory, then a senior member of the House Intelligence Committee, told a newspaper reporter why the committee never considered hiring Barnett. The FBI warned our committee that he was under investigation. That, McClory added, was a year before Barnett was arrested. It appears the CIA NICs, the counterintelligence officers of the CIA or the FBI, probably both, had performed well. Driving back to Bethesda from Baltimore, I realized that I had gone to Judge Kaufman's court with the expectation that Barnett's motivation had been something traditional, dramatic, having such fallen in love with a sexy KGB blonde, or because he had been compromised in a homosexual relationship, or because he had been a closet communist, something I would have understood. But the truth about David Henry Barnett was clear. The son of a bitch stole the company store because he needed the money. David H. Barnett was sentenced in February 1981. In mid-1988, a spokesperson for the U.S. federal prison system said that Barnett remains an inmate in North Carolina's Butner prison with a presumptive parole period in 1990, when the KGB dispatched Barnett to the U.S. in search of a mole-sized job with the Congressional Intelligence Committees or the FBI or the CIA. He moved into a house in Bethesda near the residence of CIA's DDO, John McMahon. Did the KGB succeed? At the time, McMahon says now, we knew he was moving into a home near me before he did. We did the necessary research. The result was that the FBI used my home as a listening post to monitor Barnett's house and eventually to arrest and convict him.
Part 4. 4 Legends of Intelligence. Chapter 14. The Great White Case Officer. Alan Welsh Dooley's The Early Years. Did Alan Dooley's really write a history of the Boer War when he was 8 years old? Or did Dooley's or one of his relatives or colleagues run an op? Running an op is the phrase in intelligence parlance used to describe the conduct of any activity ranging from a complicated covert action operation to a simple psychological gambit, which, in the end, is effective or impressive, or both, because it is evident the practitioner has blended both gully and secrecy in the right proportions to attain his goal. If Alan Dooley's was so preoccupous that he limed histories while a juvenile, that indeed would be impressive. For that reason, intelligence officers, ever suspicious by advocation, if not nature, always tended to challenge the veracity of the story. 9 years before the Boer War, a history was published. Alan Welsh Dooley's was born in Watertown, New York, on April 7, 1893. His material grandfather, John W. Foster, had been Secretary of State for Benjamin Harrison until his resignation 6 weeks before Dooley's birth. His uncle, Robert Lansing, was to become Secretary of State in the Wilson administration. His mother, Edith, was Foster's daughter, and Edith married Alan Macy Dooley's, a Presbyterian minister. Alan's older brother was John Foster Dooley's, later to become Secretary of State, while Alan was the Director of Central Intelligence. There were 3 Dooley sisters. One, Eleanor Lansing Dooley's, was to become a distinguished educator, writer, and diplomat. Alan Dooley's was born with a club foot, a condition corrected by surgery 6 weeks after his birth, but which left him with a discernible limp for the rest of his life. Dividing their time between a Watertown winter home and their Henderson Harbor summer place on Lake Ontario, the Dooley's children spent their early years in a stimulating intellectual environment, enlivened by intelligent parents and siblings, as well as the renown of the day. Perhaps it was then that Alan Dooley's first acquired the knack of recounting anecdotes so convincingly that he became known as a raconteur in later years. In any event, according to his sister, he was preoccupous and actually did write his first book at age 8. Of course Alan wrote that book, declared Eleanor Dooley's when questioned about the Boer War, a history. Her assertion was easy to accept at face value because the writing is clearly that of a young person. A quote from the book states, "In 1806, Britain sent troops which were defeated by the Dutch, and they took Cape Town." While Alan Dooley's was, according to his sister and others, the author of the history, the impetus for the book's publication came from his grandfather. After Alan's mother showed the manuscript around the family, grandfather John W. Foster, before he was Secretary of State, had served as U.S. Minister in Mexico City, Madrid, and St. Petersburg. The veteran diplomat approved of his grandson's painstaking research, and especially his pronounced pro-Boer War bias. Accordingly, he underwrote a private printing of the slim volume. In an anonymous foreword to the book, John W. Foster noted to the Boer Relief Committee, noted that any profit from the printing would go, at young Alan's request, to the Boer War Relief Committee, to ensure there were profits. Grandfather Foster then promoted the book amongst his friends and colleagues, so that more than $2,000 in contributions eventually reached the Boer War victims. Later, Eleanor Dooley's recalled, "This remarkable achievement was reported in the New York Times, but not much talked about in the family. One reason for family reticence may have been that most of the Dooleys were pro-British during the Boer War, and Alan's older brother John Foster was feverishly so. John Foster Dooley's, 5 years older than Alan, was the leader of the new Dooley's generation from the start. His leadership role did not diminish with the years, and was still intact and highly visible when Alan, Eleanor, and he became important players in the international arena. Along with a prestigious grasp of history and foreign affairs as a teenager, John Foster was, as in later life, somewhat, stuffy, a combination of characteristics that bordered on the pontifical, even at that early stage. Alan was then, and remained, unchanged, somber, and occasional bursts of impatience, but most often exuberant and charming. Recalling their childhood, Eleanor Dooley said, "Alan was an important figure in my life. He helped me with various land and water ventures. He even tutored me in ancient history when I began to consider college entrance examinations. I found him companionable and saw some of the charm for which he was well known in his later years. Ours was a fluctuating relationship. It ranged all the way from dislike and anger to a passionate desire for approval. My changing moods and his strong reactions to them continued throughout our lives and added pain and pleasure. His charm was irresistible, and his intensity of rage was occasionally overwhelming, though not many people saw his tougher side. Alan Dulles was educated at Auburn High School, intercepted with one summer at a Paris academy where he developed what was to become usable French. The family traveled abroad frequently so that the children were fairly conservant with foreign cultures prior to being launched into university life. When Alan entered Princeton in 1910, it was in the wake of John Foster's brilliant Phi Beta Kappa and valedictorian achievements there. During the first months of his freshman year, Princeton's president was Woodrow Wilson, who would later be elected that year as governor of New Jersey and in 1912 president of the United States. Alan's academic schedule in undergraduate school at Princeton interfered little with his propensity for the good life and the opportunity to enjoy the companionship of attractive girls. But, conversely, la dolce vita and pretty girls did not keep him from graduating with a degree in philosophy and about $2,000 in scholastic prizes. But he was by no means ready to settle down yet. He used the money to travel. Alan traveled to Allahabad Alan traveled first to Allahabad in India, where he taught at an agricultural college. There he began what eventually became a remarkable career in meeting and establishing rapport with renowned international figures. In India, he talked politics over tea with Neerus, father Jarathal, and daughter, the late Indira Gandhi. His penchant for pretty women and the good life continued unabated. He became a sahib with 5 Indian servants and people pulling punkas back and forth, Eleanor Dulles later remarked. All those hours, Indian maidens and clerks. From then on there was hardly a time when he didn't have someone to fetch and carry for him.
He acclimated well enough. For example, to smoke pungent Indian cheroots after a friend recommended them to relieve constipation. After making some acquaintance with Hindi and Sanskrit, he moved on to other teaching chores in Shanghai, Canton, and Peking, finally returning to the U.S. after 5 years in Asia. His wonder jar were as yet unfinished, however. In 1916, Dulles joined the Foreign Services and was poised as a third secretary to the U.S. Embassy in Vienna, then capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He served next in Switzerland. After America's declaration of war on Germany was delayed a few extra hours to allow the U.S. minister and his staff, including young Dulles, to arrive in Bern before the Swiss border was closed. It was in Bern that Dulles was introduced to the practice of intelligence. His new minister was overwhelmed with work at the legation, and he dismissed Dulles with, "I guess the first thing for you to do is to take charge of intelligence. Keep your eyes open. This place is swarming with spies." Those who knew Dulles and later had the opportunity to read his next letter to his father about his unexpected intelligence assignment could easily detect the excitement between the lines. "The legation here is undergoing an upheaval to meet the new situation of the war. All is turmoil. As for me, I am one of the many cogs in the wheel, and I cannot tell you much about what I do, except that it has to do with intelligence." In Bern, Alan Dulles found himself the Department of State's intelligence contact for a number of European exile leaders, including the 2 Czechs, Jan Masaryk and Eduardo Edward Benz. He neglected an opportunity, however, to meet another wandering exile. Many years later, Dulles would recall the oversight when attempting to convince his colleagues, especially young intelligence officers, that no opportunity to make an important contact should be overlooked. The lapse occurred when Dulles chose to keep an afternoon tennis date with a young woman rather than to return to his office to meet a visitor waiting there. In doing so, he failed to meet and cultivate Vladimir Lenin. I heard Dooley's relocated the antidote on 2 occasions more than 3 decades later, with great relish, his eyes twinkling behind his round glasses, while he fiddled with his ever-present pipe. Allen traveled first to Allahabad in India, where he taught at an agricultural college. There he began what eventually became a remarkable career in meeting and establishing rapport with renowned international figures. In India, he talked politics over tea with the Nehru's father, Jawaharlal, and daughter, the late Indira Gandhi. His penchant for pretty women and the good life continued unabated. He became a sahib with 5 Indian servants, and people pulling punkas back and forth. Eleanor Dooley's later remarked, all those houris, Indian maidens and clerks, and then on there was hardly a time when he didn't have someone to fetch and carry for him. He acclimated well enough, for example, to smoke pungent Indian cheroots after a friend recommended them to relieve constipation. After making some acquaintance with Hindi and Sanskrit, he moved on to other teaching chores in Shanghai, Canton, and Peking, finally returning to the U.S. after 5 years in Asia. His Wonder Jarir were as yet unfinished, however. In 1916, Dooley's joined the Foreign Service and was posted as a 3rd secretary to the U.S. Embassy in Vienna, then capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He served next in Switzerland. After America's declaration of war on Germany was delayed a few extra hours to allow the U.S. minister and his staff, including young Dooley's, to arrive in Bern before the Swiss border was closed. It was in Bern that Dooley's was introduced to the practice of intelligence. His new minister was overwhelmed with work at the Leitchen, and he dismissed Dooley's with, I guess the first thing for you to do is to take charge of intelligence. Keep your eyes open. This place is swarming with spies. Those who knew Dooley's and later had the opportunity to read his next letter to his father about his unexpected intelligence assignment could easily detect the excitement between the lines. The legation here is undergoing an upheaval to meet the new situation of the war. All is turmoil. As for me, I am one of the many cogs in the wheel, and I cannot tell you much about what I do, except that it has to do with intelligence. In Bern, Allen Dooley's found himself the Department of State's intelligence contact for a number of European exile leaders, including the 2 Czechs, Jan Masaryk and Edvard Benz. He neglected an opportunity, however, to meet another wandering exile. Many years later, Dooley's would recall the oversight when attempting to convince his colleagues, especially young intelligence officers, that no opportunity to make an important contact should be overlooked. The lapse occurred when Dooley's chose to keep an afternoon tennis date with a young woman rather than to return to his office to meet a visitor waiting there. In doing so, he failed to meet and cultivate Vladimir Alex Lenin. I heard Dooley's relate the anecdote on 2 occasions more than 3 decades later. With great relish, his eyes twinkling behind his round lenses, while he fiddled with his ever-present pipe. In the fall of 1918, the armistice having been declared, Allen Dooley's was posted to the U.S. Declaration in Berlin. Again, he fell under the shadow of his older brother, who was a member of the delegation. John Foster had taken leave from the prestigious New York law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell to perform that public service. Allen, sensitive to the grumbling of the vanquished Germans about the harsh terms of the armistice, predicted that trouble loomed again in the future. After serving with the Department of State in Constantinople, now Istanbul, in Turkey, Dooley's returned to the U.S. in the summer of 1920. He met and fell in love with Clover Todd, daughter of a Columbia University teacher. Professor Todd had never heard of Alan Dulles. He thumbed through the school's library card index and was pleased to note that his prospective son-in-law was a historian, author of The Boer War, A History, published in 1902. Todd told his daughter that Dulles seemed intellectually acceptable, but he questioned, wasn't Dulles rather old? Dulles was, at the time, 27. For 4 years, beginning in 1922, Dulles was the head of the Near Eastern Office of the Department of State. He traveled frequently, meeting Kemal Atatürk in Turkey, and in the Middle East, Cham Weizmann, King Faisal of Iraq, King Alabdullah of Transjordan, and the legendary T.E. Lawrence. At home, he became a familiar figure at diplomatic receptions and Georgetown gatherings. On the tennis courts, he often played with international personalities. In the evenings, he charmed dinner guests with his yarns about exotic places and famous people. Clover and Alan Dulles made a fallacious marriage match. Clover and Alan Dulles made a fallacious marriage match. She was an attractive, exuberant woman with an intensive interest in people, painting, and prison reform. On occasion, she was literally above the performance of mundane duties. She sometimes just forgot to pay the household bills. One of her qualities pleased Alan immensely. Clover was a vivacious hostess in a home where world-renowned visitors often dined. One foreigner commented at the end of a Dulles dinner party, "I am not altogether a stranger to the English language, but it was not until I met with Alan and Clover Dulles in their house tonight that I have finally understood the meaning of your word, patrician." 3 Dulles children were born: Clover Todd in 1922, Joan in 1923, and Alan Macy in 1930. Alan Dulles passed the bar exams after studying law at George Washington University. Not surprisingly, as John Foster had before him, the brothers became law partners. After Alan was asked by the Department of State to accept an assignment in China, Alan was reluctant because of the department's poor pay. On the advice of his uncle, Robert Lansing, who had returned to law practice after serving as Secretary of State under President Woodrow Wilson, he joined John Foster at Sullivan and Cromwell in New York. There, Alan was more effective as a recruiter of new clients than as an attorney. He was not comfortable with the exceedances of contacts and procedures. Dulles found more enjoyable work at his moonlight activity with the New York-based Council on Foreign Affairs. He wrote in 1934 in Foreign Affairs of his concern about U.S. isolation from European developments, especially the American tendency to ignore the threat of war. The costs of peace, he warned, exceeded the perils of war. He described those who advocated neutrality as deluded. Alan attended the 1940 Republican Convention in Philadelphia, where he reluctantly supported Thomas Dewey, John Foster's candidate, in lieu of his own choice, Wendell Willkie. More important, during the convention, he was approached by a legendary figure who was to be responsible for his return to the practice of intelligence, Wild Bill. William Joseph Donovan was an authentic American hero. He had won the Medal of Honor for his exploits during World War I. After the war, Donovan became a corporate lawyer and a millionaire. In a subsequent venture into politics, he lost his campaign for the governorship of New York. After World War II spread across Europe, Donovan developed an almost overwhelming conviction that he would become the protagonist in the crucial role he envisioned for intelligence operations in the conflict with Hitler's Germany. Donovan studied British intelligence organizations and techniques, and even began to scout for recruits on his own security operations. Aware of Alan Dulles' espionage experience in Bern during World War I, he asked Dulles at the Republican Convention to sign up with the intelligence organization he was forming. The new organization was activated in the summer of 1941, when President Roosevelt charged Donovan with establishing the Office of Coordinator of Information, COI. The purpose of the new group was to conduct such supplementary activities as may facilitate the securing of information important for national security. When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor later that year, Alan Dulles abandoned his law practice, moved a few blocks, and operated an intelligence unit in New York for Donovan. In the summer of 1942, the COI became the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, an organization destined not only to collect and evaluate information, but to run operations. In formal terms, the OSS mission was to plan and operate such special services as may be directed by the United States Joint Chiefs of Staff. Donovan had an important OSS role in mind for Dulles at its Washington headquarters, or in London, as head of the crucial and sensitive liaison post with British intelligence. Aside from British expertise, OSS needed and wanted. The British had many operations already in being and fledgling OSS relatively few. Dulles insisted on a more active assignment, preferably in a familiar haunt. He was put in charge of the OSS office in Bern. Dulles arrived in Switzerland in November 1942. At the same time, Allied troops landed in North Africa. For the next 2 years in Bern, he thrived on a schedule of long, arduous, hunger-mongering days and nights, spies and counter-spies, safe house encounters with agents laden and German secrets, sabotage operations, and agents, provocateurs, and provocateuresses. It was all a great game, one observer wrote, and he relished every moment of it. Despite his frantic professional schedule, Dulles found time to have an extramarital affair with a woman on the staff of the Zurich OSS base, Mary Bancroft, twice married, twice divorced. She was the New England daughter of a publisher of the Wall Street Journal. Her name has been linked romantically with world-famous personalities frequently in the past. The romantic episode generated gossip that endured over the years, that Alan Dulles consistently engaged in marital indiscretion. That Alan Dulles enjoyed women is undeniable, but whether he was an indiscriminable philanderer is rumored and often believed is debatable. Those who worked closely with him over the years and knew him best are uniformly skeptical about the persistent gossip that Dulles became a notorious womanizer after the Bancroft affair. Espionage and romance in Switzerland continued to fascinate Alan Dulles until the end of World War II. His tour in Bern was exciting, and in the annals of American intelligence operation came after Dulles was approached in Zurich by an informant who had detailed information about factories in northern Germany where V-2 rocket bombs were being manufactured. The intelligence was hand-carried to the British. The Royal Air Force bombed the factories, delaying for at least 1 year the launching of the destructive weapons against England. Some have attributed Alan Dulles' espionage successes in Switzerland to the fact that he was highly visible and volunteers, known to intelligence personnel as walk-ins, knew where to offer their services. Others say he was lucky, but systematic luck in clandestine operations is usually the result of design. Whether the explanation was he was the case officer for other historic intelligence coups, he effectively penetrated the Nazi high command with 2 strategically placed agents, and with Operation Sunrise, he orchestrated the surrender of Italy. Aside from that, he smuggled the secret diaries of Count Ciano, Mussolini's son-in-law, out of Italy. He surprised the delicate, resistant task of at once supporting Tito. He supervised the delicate resistance task of at once supporting Tito as well as his right-wing opponent Milhovic in Yugoslavia, and he placed an OSS radio operator in SS military headquarters in Italy. In short, his dazzling array of operations and conducted out of Switzerland contributed significantly to the Allied victory. With the victory won, Dulles went to Reims, France, to witness the signing of the armistice. There he had the opportunity to meet, for the first time, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, the Allied Supreme Commander's Chief of Staff, General Walter Bedell Smith, and a young OSS officer, Richard Helms. After the war and the dissolution of the OSS, Dooley's lived on Long Island and resumed his New York law practice at Sullivan and Cromwell. His gout became a serious affliction, and his doctor prescribed what must have been dismaying lifestyle limits for Dooley's. No wine, champagne, 1 small whiskey a day, well diluted, and 1 cup of coffee per day. May have 4 pipes per day. Dooley's performed his legal chores for Sullivan and Cromwell with unenthusiastic proficiency, but he was energetic and impassioned in his work with the Council on Foreign Affairs. He had become the influential organization's national president. In 1947, his colleague on the council, George F. Kennan, published under the non-plum of Mr. X his article in Foreign Affairs that called for a U.S. policy Kennan dubbed containment. The objective of the containment policy lay in halting the advancing frontiers of the Soviet Empire into the territory which bore the optimistic cachet of the free world. As Kennan saw it, containment shifted the effort of conquest to the terrain of subversion. A contest was underway between political adversaries, the Soviet Union and the U.S., which avoided the engagement of armed forces. Dooley's backed Kennan's mixture of bravado and restraint, observed one historian, and he backed President Harry Truman's escalation of the Cold War. Harry Truman had reached a point of plain speaking in his confrontation with the Soviet Union. The Russians had gotten his dander up, especially with their campaign to convert Greece into a communist satellite. When Alan Dooley's enjoyed his sporadic association with the Washingtonians, who had persuaded Truman that a permanent centralized U.S. intelligence organization, as advocated by William Donovan, should be built around a nucleus of OSS veterans. Dooley's was asked by the Congress to testify on his own views in its hearings on such an organization. The new establishment was well known initially as the Central Intelligence Group until 1947, when it was given its present name, the Central Intelligence Agency. Washington insiders expected William Donovan to be the first chief, as did Donovan. Instead, Harry Truman appointed 3 military men in succession, each of whom served briefly: Admiral Sidney W. Sowers, Lieutenant General Hoyt Vandenberg, and Admiral Roscoe Hillenkotter. In 1948, while Hillenkotter was DCI, President Truman invited Alan Dooley's and 2 other men to Washington to survey the new agency, evaluate its effectiveness, and suggest how it should be managed in the future. In Washington, Dooley's found CIA was host to a particular organization known as the Office of Policy Coordination, the OPC. It was the focal point for U.S. covert action at the time. While it was a part of the CIA, the rations and quarters is the way most agency veterans recall it. Its director was appointed by the Secretary of State, and policy guidance was provided by the Departments of State and Defense. It had been created as an ad hoc contingency group to mount limited operations, such as covert support for anti-communist candidates in Italian elections. But it soon became a force to be reckoned with inside Washington, partly because of the deteriorating world political situation, and partly because it was directed by a brilliant workaholic former lawyer named Frank Wisner. Eventually, Wisner's OPC began posting its own propaganda and psychological warfare chiefs abroad, while CIA had its own chiefs of station in the same areas conducting traditional espionage and counter-espionage operations. That didn't work. The competition between the two groups overseas became so intense that it sometimes led to warfare. On one occasion, the OPC chief kidnapped the CIA chief of station's radio operator. Worse, operations were duplicated, and time and money were wasted. When General Walter Bedell Smith became DCI in 1950, he brought Frank Wisner and the OPC into the CIA domain completely, but he did not end the dubious practice of having two intelligence chiefs in a single foreign capital. The OPC, responsible for all covert action, the other, the Office of Special Operations, the OSO chief, charged with conducting all espionage and counter-espionage operations. It was still tantamount to placing two mothers-in-law in the same household. The two-chief practice still didn't work. The OSO and the OPC, even though they both reported to the CIA, were considered completely independent of one another. And they were independent, recalls OSO CIA veteran Samuel Halpern. So much so that we wouldn't talk to each other. So much so that in 1952 we were shooting live bullets at each other in Bangkok. And I remember when I was in the Far East Division, I put together the first war room for our chief. We put maps on the wall, indicating all of our stations and bases in the Far East. But there were some we didn't want the OPC to know about, so we didn't show them. We had separate maps for that. In January 1951, DCI Smith telephoned Alan Dulles in New York. He asked him to abandon his legal career, come down to Washington to join the CIA, and implement his own 1948 recommendations. Dulles was promised the number 2 position of the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence. Until that position was vacated, however, he was to become CIA's first Deputy Director of Plans, a position within CIA whose occupant was referred to as the DDP, and who was later charged with managing all the agency's clandestine operations of whatever kind, OSO or OPC. Dulles was advised that Wisner would replace him as DDP after he became Smith's deputy. Thus, the two disparate components of the CIA were to be merged, eventually into one team, at home and abroad. Dulles was now the M of American espionage, as well as head of covert action for the U.S., at a time when the Cold War was at its coldest with Stalin, yet alive and very well indeed. He began early on to develop, if not cultivate, the image of genial, bluff, and a familiar figure with a Midas touch in affairs clandestine, and before long was well on his way to becoming a legend in his own time. He fell heir to one of the most polyglot, unique pools of talented and dedicated individuals ever assembled by the U.S. government, with the possible exception of Project Manhattan and its scientists. The men and women working with him came out of backgrounds ranging from working-class ethnic enclaves through Far Eastern missionary families to wealthy Ivy League environmentalists. There were enough middle-class progeny to leaven the mix. The skills represented were legion, with academia and journalism probably a bit more prevalent than others. The percentage of New England aristocrats abroad then had been exaggerated, but undeniably their influence exceeded their number. The political outlook of the average person in the CIA then would have been considered incongruent by many outsiders, hawkishly anti-communist beyond the 3-mile limit, but quite liberal at home. In 1951, Cord Meyer, a founder of the leftist Federalist movement, had some preliminary discussions with CIA officers about going to work for the secret agency. My next interview was with Alan Dulles, who was at that time the Deputy Director for Plans. Looking back, I think that the impression Alan Dulles made on me was the decisive factor in my final decision to join the CIA. Behind his jovial and bluff exterior, he struck me as having a searching and undogmatic mind, and a cosmopolitan and sophisticated knowledge of the world. In the years that followed, I was to learn that in addition to his other qualities, he was a loyal and courageous friend in times of trouble. Alan Dulles recruited fledgling CIA employees from university campuses to work as junior officers under OSS veterans. He was able to tap a reservoir of friends and former government colleagues to spot potential recruits in his search for the best and the brightest. David Halsbaum wrote, Bundy eventually ended up at Harvard as a lecturer in the government, where he did some discreet recruiting for the CIA. This was not surprising. Brother Bill still being in the agency, and Alan Dulles being a good friend of the family, since the CIA needed the right people on the right campuses to find the right young men with both muscular Christianity and brains who also knew the rules of the game. In August 1951, after 8 months as DDP, Alan Dulles moved on to become DCI Smith's deputy. The following year, the OPC was abolished, and the shotgun marriage, as it was sometimes referred to, was consummated. Henceforth, only one CIA chief in an overseas area would report back to Washington. In November 1952, Alan Dulles and Eleanor Dulles had a dream about her nephew, Alan Dulles Jr., now a Marine lieutenant fighting a career. Unable to shake a premonition before dawn, she drove to her brother's house. Knowing Clover Dulles was in Europe, I let myself in with my key, and since it was before 7 in the morning, I waited until I heard him moving upstairs. He stood there, with a strange, distraught look on his face. "It's young Alan," he said. Dulles had just received a CIA message. His youngest child and only son had been wounded when a grenade exploded at his side while he was leading his platoon in a battle. The detonation caused a serious head wound. Young Alan was in a coma. Recuperation was to take years, and Dulles' efforts to maintain a close relationship with his son were to suffer in the process. In the 17 months he was DCI Smith's deputy, Alan Dulles had ample opportunity to get some excellent on-the-job training in a political art form indispensable to any cabinet-level aspirant in Washington, the care and feeding of presidents, as it was known. For example, he would not forget soon an occasion when President Dwight D. Eisenhower became incensed over what he considered the excessive secrecy surrounding all things CIA. At the time, the CIA headquarters was located only a few blocks from the White House offices, without any signs that identified it as such. Milton Eisenhower was the president's guest in Washington, and at the last moment Dwight Eisenhower decided to accompany his brother to a meeting with DCI Smith and Alan Dulles at the CIA headquarters. There was a lack of communication about the location of the meeting site, and the president and his brother set out. But alas, there was to be no meeting. The President of the United States and his Secret Service guards were unable to find the office of the DCI. Eisenhower was furious and angrily returned to the White House. Bedell Smith promptly erected a sign proclaiming 2430 East Street as CIA headquarters. Dulles never forgot this episode. Despite incidents of this nature, Dulles was quite comfortable around political leaders and international dignitaries, as was his brother, John Foster. The contrast between the two brothers, however, was not distinct when they appeared at the same meeting, which was not infrequent given all Dulles' penchant for public service. The contrast between the two brothers, however, was distinct when they appeared at the same meeting, which was not infrequent given all Dulles' penchant for public service. Gout was about the only common ground between them. One man who worked for both of them later recalled, Alan from the beginning was less intellectual and more outgoing. He had a more developed personality, a warm personality. John Foster, on the other hand, always measured with a handkerchief on a globe. That's how he measured the distance. He always sharpened his own pencils. Incredible. He always finished the job with a pocket knife. John Foster never failed to take his gout pills on schedule. Allen frequently forgot his. Stephen E. Ambrose is a historian who constantly found himself studying the Dooley's brothers as he edited Dwight D. Eisenhower's papers and wrote several biographies of the general president. One of them was devoted exclusively to Ike's spies, in which he provided this glimpse of the two. Huge, perfectly round eyeglasses gave them an owlish appearance. Allen had thinning hair, a large forehead, bushy black eyebrows, a prominent nose, and a strong, jutting chin. Allen's pipe, which was constantly lit up, peering over or wavering around to make a point, gave the appearance of a Princeton professor, perhaps of history or military science. He had a gray mustache, twinkling gray eyes, a booming laugh, and an advanced sense of irony that added to the impression of a detached intellectual. John Foster had more of a giggle than a laugh. Where Allen tended towards tweedy Ivy League clothes, John Foster favored severe, double-breasted conservative suits, given the appearance of a successful banker. Most people who worked with John Foster agreed that his personality was as stiff as his collars. Nearly everyone found him implausibly pompous, a prig, and an unbearable dull. According to a popular saying, duller than dullus. Winston Churchill thought Dooley's was a stupid man and could hardly stand the sight of him. He deliberately lisped his name, calling him Duluth. John Foster was, Churchill declared, the only case he knew of a bull carrying his own china shop with him. Allen Dooley's boss, General Beadle Smith, was out of the conservative military mold and naturally tended to recruit new CIA employees of a conservative hue. Dooley's was a Republican liberal. During his early days at the agency, his appointments of politically liberal and middle-of-the-road senior officers offset Smith's bias in the opposite direction. Among those Doolin brought into the CIA were William Sloane Coffin, Thomas Braden, and Richard Bristol. There was no known problem between Dooley's and Smith over this issue. The mix made CIA a more flexible, hence better organization, and certainly more representative of the American public sponsoring it. Flexibility also marked Allen Dooley's personal approach to operations. Just one example, President Eisenhower made the controversial decision that Julius the Ethel Rosenberg should be executed for their role in the theft of atomic bomb secrets as a warning to other potential traitors. In January 1953, while he was still the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, Allen Dooley proposed instead a covert propaganda operation. He suggested that CIA information on the treatment of Jews in the Soviet Union be passed to the Rosenbergs. Then the couple's death sentence would be commuted if they agreed to appeal to Jews worldwide to leave the communist orbit and work against the Kremlin. The advantages of this scheme, Dooley insisted, could scarcely be overstated from a psychological warfare standpoint. This proposal never came to fruition. In February 1953, President Eisenhower moved his friend and World War II colleague Beadle Smith from CIA to become Under Secretary of State. There he would work for Ike's new Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles. At the same time, the President nominated Allen Dulles as the new DCI. He was confirmed in the post by the Senate on February 26th. 6 days later, Dulles telephoned Eisenhower at 6 a.m. to tell him that a cerebral hemorrhage had felled Joseph Stalin and that CIA sources said he was dying. Stalin did die, and Allen Dulles embarked on an anti-communist crusade that was to occupy him for the next 8 years and more. The Great White Case Officer, Part 2. Dulles as DCI, February 26, 1953 to November 29, 1961.
The Dooley's brothers had been appointed by a president who was convinced that secret operations, including dirty tricks, were a vital adjunct to world leadership. Eisenhower had been usefully served in this realm by the British Secret Service and the OSS during World War II. He had overseen a number of covert operations against the Reich, including a series of deception schemes that were crucial to his victory in Europe. So, wrote Eisenhower's biographer Stephen E. Ambrose, when Eisenhower became president, he encouraged the growth of the CIA, which under his direction and orders grew in size, expanding the scope of its activities and becoming one of America's chief weapons in the Cold War. To its critics, it was a rogue elephant, totally out of control. To its defenders, it was a vital instrument in the fight to keep the free world free. To Ike, it was necessary. Whether the two brothers implemented Ike's policy in this realm out of duty or conviction is immaterial. Their actions were clearly in tune with the president. On this issue, though, one suspects that duty was much the lesser of the two motivations. Senior CIA officials were aware that despite Eisenhower's affinity for covert operations, he was wary about becoming involved in any kind of activity that might provoke serious sword rattling, particularly from behind the Iron Curtain. On the evening of June 16, 1953, a cable flashed into CIA headquarters from Berlin. There were anti-Soviet rioting underway in the streets. The Russians were using tanks against the rioters. The station chief requested that he be allowed to obtain and pass arms to the rioters. John A. Bross, chief of DDP Frank Wisner's Eastern European Division, and an officer on the German desk drafted a reply, took it to Fred Wisner. DCI Dooley's could not be located, so Wisner released a message, and it was flashed to Berlin. Compliment the insurgents on their bravery, the message read. Sympathize with them, offer them asylum, but under no circumstances may he provide them with weapons. Dooley saw the outgoing cable the next day and brought it to the attention of his brother. Bross recalled many years later, although Allen ultimately cleared the table, he and others in the administration appeared for some time to feel that there must have been something they could have done to exploit the riots to the disadvantage of the Soviets. In fact, the Dooley's family did something. Eleanor Dooley's, then head of the Office of German Affairs at the Department of State, was a visitor in Berlin the day the riots erupted. Allen called her when she returned a few days later to Washington. "What can we do for the East Berliners who are in those zones?" he asked. "They are willing to do anything for freedom." Eleanor had a suggestion. Why not give the East Berliners U.S. food, packaged as gifts for anyone with an East German identity card who would come and get it? Eleanor, Allen, and John Foster jointly sponsored the operation. The providence was seen as an act of solidarity by the rioters and their sympathizers. The provision of food and the pro-American and anti-Soviet propaganda exploitation that went with it continued until communist authorities began to arrest East Germans who accepted the U.S. food packages. But Allen Dooley's could have had it his way. Would have passed the rioters something more solid than powdered milk, crackers, and cheese. The CIA launched its first major covert action under Eisenhower in 1953 in an attempt to resolve the vexing problem of Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh. Mossadegh was a wily populist who burst into the international scene when Mohammad Pahlavi, the young U.S.-supported Shah of Iran, felt compelled to appoint him premier during a period of fervent nationalism. Then writes Andrew Tolley in his account of the CIA covert action, Mossadegh shoved the youthful King of Kings into the background while he processed virtually to wrest the tail from the British lion. Specifically, Mossadegh expropriated the properties of the British-owned Anglo-Iranian oil company whose payments had supported the Iranian economy for nearly half a century. Mossadegh also attempted to dethrone the corrupt but pro-American Shah while flirting with the Soviet Union. President Eisenhower wanted Mossadegh removed from the scene. The question was how.
On June 25, 1953, Allen and John Foster attended a meeting on the Iranian problem. The brothers Dooleys and other senior government officials had gathered to hear CIA Middle East expert Kermit Roosevelt, grandson of President Theodore Roosevelt and cousin Franklin D. Roosevelt, to propose a covert action scheme, codenamed Ajax, intended to dispose the erratic premier. In a political sense, Mossadegh was the precursor of Ayatollah Khamenei. In the political sense, Mossadegh was the British intelligence officers had already told Roosevelt that they would welcome CIA action against Mossadegh. The agency's plan was to use a bag of CIA money. It was to be carried into Iran, literally in a sack, to bribe Iranian army commanders who would arrest Mossadegh and replace him with a new premier. This would leave the Shah, who had already proved in his anti-Soviet resolve, on the throne and effectively in charge of Iran. When Roosevelt finished explaining the plan, John Foster Dulles endorsed it, remarking casually, "So this is how we get rid of that madman Mossadegh." Kermit Roosevelt later recalled the meeting, and the contrast between Secretary of State and his brother. In many respects, Allen was a gray edition of his brother. In fact, he was younger and, despite his mild manners, no less forceful. But his appearance and often his behavior was deceptive. His large, leonine head, gray mustache, and twinkling gray eyes. His blooming laugh. Foster had a rasp to it that Allen's lacked. His voice, generally low, but occasionally in moments of feeling, quite high-pitched, and perhaps, most of all, his periodic attacks of gout, which he did not allow to interfere with a strong game of tennis, all distinguished him from the apparently harder, tougher Foster. Neither Eisenhower nor Winston Churchill hesitated to lend their good offices to the Iranian enterprise. When Roosevelt entered Iran illegally, he established his bona fides in a clandestine meeting with the young Shah by promising that Eisenhower would use a certain phrase during a major speech within the next 24 hours. Churchill's endorsement would be proved by a specified change in the customary BBC midnight time announcement the next night. From that point on, the coup was almost melodrama, pure melodrama. The Shah issued royal decrees, stripping his prime minister of political power. Riots broke out and continued for 2 days. The streets became bedlam. Losing his nerve, the Shah and Queen Soraha took flight from Iran in his Beechcraft. Neither had luggage or passports. To Europe, Allen Dulles, the great white case officer, flew to Switzerland to stiffen the royal backbone. In Tehran, Mossadegh made the mistake of ordering his police into the streets. They clashed with communists and bloody encounters throughout the capital. It was chaotic. Kermit Roosevelt, a handful of his CIA case officers, and their Iranian agents then used nerve, goal, and their black bag of money, less than $1 million, to start the beginning of the end of the operation. They organized the riots, paid protesters with huge Iranian weightlifters in the vanguard, took control of the pandemonium, shaped it into a political covert action event, and installed a new foreign minister. Mossadegh fled, and Shah returned. Subsequently, some observers commented that the CIA crew in Iran simply took advantage of a volatile situation. Kermit Roosevelt himself later suggested it was a matter of timing and lucky breaks. It was indeed a sort of political and psychological nudge at the right time that made the difference, but the way it was done and when tends to confirm the axiom that in covert action style and timing is everything. It was the first time CIA had gone beyond providing financial, psychological, and propaganda support to friends or engaging in dark alley skirmishes with the Soviet Union. This time, active intervention in a foreign country had led to a change of government. The British were gratified, even though their monopoly on Iranian oil was reduced to a 40% share, before returning to Washington from Tehran Kermit Roosevelt was congratulated by Winston Churchill at number 10 Downing Street. When Roosevelt returned to the U.S., 1,600 Pennsylvania Avenue occupants were delighted to hear his oral account of the affair. Allen Dulles was proud of his people. John Foster Dulles, Roosevelt remembers, was quiet, but his eyes were gleaming. He seemed to be purring like a giant cat. Clearly he was not only enjoying what he was hearing, but my instincts told me he was planning it, that he was planning as well. And the President of the United States thought the operation was dandy. The cost to the administration was almost nothing in terms of time, people, and money. American oil companies, in fact, took over the 40% of the Iranian oil production the British had lost. Eisenhower did not have to worry about congressional approval or awkward public debate. I personally decorated Kermit Roosevelt with the National Security Medal. Later, Eisenhower said, "I listened to Roosevelt's detailed report, and it seemed like a dime novel. More like a dime novel than a historical fact." But history it was, and it was to be a stimulus to the relationship between Eisenhower and Allen Dulles, and, more important, to the expansion of the role of covert action in U.S. foreign policy, over and above the outcome. The Iranian success was significant because Ike had every reason to consider it his operation, and he wanted it done, had given the orders, and had seen a remarkably easy victory achieved. A widely held notion, even in Washington circles, is that covert action scenarios are concocted by CIA and then thrust onto reluctant presidents. Not in the case of Iran. Eisenhower had ordered the Mossadegh government overthrown, and it had been done. Writes Eisenhower biographer Stephen Ambrose, it seemed to him that the results more than justified the methods. That was an additional side to the man who insisted on making peace in Korea and trying new approaches to Russia on disarmament. When he thought it was prudent and possible, he was ready to fight the communists with every weapon at his disposal, just as he had fought the Nazis. There was no squeamishness, no doubts. "Do it," he told the CIA, "and don't bother me with any details." It had been so simple, so easy, so painless. Ike was to recall that less than a year later. In early 1954, Eisenhower approved a CIA project to depose the Jacob Arbenz government in Guatemala. Arbenz had announced his intention to nationalize United Fruit Properties. The president had friends in the banana business. Even his secretary, Ann Whitman, owned United Fruit stock. However, another concern was with the leftist drift of the regime, as well as Arbenz's acquisition of enough weapons from the Soviet bloc for all military forces of Central America at that time. Even more alarming, if a CIA intelligence report were to be believed, the weapons were to be put in the hands of a Guatemalan civilian militia. After a fact-finding trip to Latin America, Milton Eisenhower huddled with Allen Dulles and Beadle Smith at the Department of State. Following the meeting, the three men advised Ike that Guatemala was going communist. Not all the president's advisors shared this alarming view. Some believed that Arbenz's regime was no particular threat to U.S. national interest, and besides, as they pointed out, Arbenz had become president of Guatemala in a democratic election. But Eisenhower was partial to the views of his brother, of the World War II executive officer, and of the brothers Dooleys. Frank Wisner, the chief of clandestine services, watched the project on a day-to-day basis in Washington. In the field, CIA's Latin America operators were assembled to carry out the covert action. My own plans for a family vacation in Europe were interrupted when I was summoned from Santiago, Chile, to join other CIA operatives for this project. My assignment was to manage a clandestine radio station that turned out to be an important, perhaps decisive factor in the developments that brought down the Arbenz government. In 1984, Harper's described the Guatemalan operation as an artful campaign combining psychological warfare, propaganda, and paramilitary operations that resulted in a virtually bloodless coup. Excerpt from my own account, it read, Castillo Almaraz, the rebel chief, would have had 3 old B-26 bombers and several cargo and fighter planes, a few to be flown by Guatemalans, but most by foreign mercenaries. A staging idea for the military effort had been arranged with the leaders of a country bordering Guatemala. Another neighboring country would harbor a rebel clandestine radio station, which would pretend to be broadcasting from within Guatemala. D-Day, June 1st, 1954, the radio station announced that Colonel Carlos Castillo Almaraz and his troops had been invaded. It was true. Several trucks had crossed the border without opposition. Castillo Almaraz out front in a battered station wagon to 6 miles inside Guatemala. Mario and Pepe, the Guatemalan broadcasters, used indirection to make their propaganda points. At our command post here in the jungle, we are unable to confirm or deny the report that Castillo Almaraz has an army of 5,000 men. In fact, the army was 150 ragtag recruits. There were reports of a battle at Esquilabas, but we do not have yet a tally of the dead. Rumors affected the country. 7 weeks had passed since the inaugural broadcast of the Voice of Liberation. It was clear that there would be no military solution, with one side or the other winning a decisive battlefield victory. Castillo Almaraz had neither the men nor the material to do so, and the government, confused and lacking faith in the military, lacked the will to engage the enemy. It was decided to drop a single bomb on the capital. On June 25th, a rebel pilot let one fall in the middle of a parade ground of the largest military establishment, but no one was hurt, but the inhabitants of Guatemala City prepared for the worst. The Voice of Liberation broadcasts that 2 columns of rebel soldiers were converging on Guatemala City. In fact, Castillo Almaraz and his makeshift army were still encamped 6 miles inside the border, far from the capital. The radio skillfully created the illusion that the capital would soon be under attack. To Commander X! Commander X! Sorry we cannot provide the 500 additional soldiers you want. No more than 300 are available. In fact, there were no Commander X, and not even 3 men were available. There was only the hope that Arbenz and his loyalists would give up hope. The bomb was dropped on a Friday morning, and the radio announcement of 2 imaginary columns of soldiers was broadcast on Sunday morning. Arbenz resigned in a nationwide radio speech that night. He drove to the Mexican embassy to seek asylum, and 600 of his supporters followed. Castillo Almaraz and his men were flown to a landing field outside Guatemala City, then marched triumphantly into the capital. Mario and Pepe were in the vanguard, wearing battle fatigues and hand-stitched soldier patches. The revolution was over. At one point, the success of the Guatemalan operation was threatened when the CIA rebels lost 2 P-51 fighter aircrafts. President Samalonza of Nicaragua offered to replace them, but on the condition that the U.S. government reimburse him in kind. Allen and John Foster pleaded with Eisenhower for the 2 aircrafts. Ike turned to Allen Dulles. What do you think Castillo's chances would be without the aircraft? About 0, Dulles replied. Suppose we supply the aircraft. What would be the chances then? About 20%, admitted Dulles. Eisenhower agreed to supply the aircraft. he told Dulles. "Alan, the figure of 20% was persuasive. It showed me that you had thought about this matter realistically. If you had told me the chances would be 90%, I would have had a much different decision, more difficult decision." Eisenhower considered Guatemala a CIA success, and he did not entertain any visible moral qualms in sponsoring it. Those of us involved in the field were summoned to appear at a White House briefing in the East Room. The large chamber was necessary because of the number of high-level officials. Vice President Richard Nixon, John Foster Dulles, cabinet secretaries, the Joint Chiefs, and all manner of military brass were assembled by a pleased-as-punch Eisenhower so that he could boast of the achievement. Covert the operation may have been, but not the victory march. Alan Dulles, relishing a role that upstaged his brother for a change, had rehearsed his cast of clandestine operatives the previous evening upon their return to Washington. 2 limousines had awaited at National Airport and had been driven, the returnees, directly to the Dulles home on Wisconsin Avenue. The director was relaxed. He greeted everyone warmly, lighted or refilled his pipe frequently, and stroked his ample mustache occasionally. "Tomorrow morning, gentlemen," Dulles said, "we will go to the White House to brief the President. Let's go over your presentations." It was a warm summer night. Iced tea was served as everyone sat around a garden table in Dulles' backyard. One by one, presentations were delivered to the chief. One failed to pass muster. When the official finished talking, Dulles displayed his dark side. "I've never heard such crap." The director turned to me. "They tell me you know how to write. Work out a speech for him." That night a suitable speech was drafted by several of us. Alan Dulles could hardly conceal his pride in his boys. The briefing was delivered at the White House the next morning. It was unquestionably good theater, and the performances of the field operators were well done. Eisenhower's first question to the officer had been, "Who had been in charge of the military aspects of the operation? How many men did you lose?" "1. A courier who had infiltrated Guatemala before the invasion, but none had died in the battle." "Incredible," the president whispered, perhaps thinking of the thousands who had died under his command in Europe. Alan Dulles winked at the ghostwriters when Eisenhower complimented the crap purveyor. Then the president shook hands all around, and the last farewell being reserved for the director. "Thanks, Alan, and thanks to all of you. You've averted a Soviet beachhead in our hemisphere." The president's remark was a textbook example of Cold War rhetoric, but it seemed natural and apt then. In the years since, historians interested in the 1954 Guatemalan operation have emphasized the relationship Eisenhower and the Dulles brothers had with the executives of the United Fruit Company. Certainly his protective concern for the U.S. economic equities in general, and the United Fruit's Central American interest in particular, played a role in Eisenhower's decision to move against Arbenz, but his motivations went far beyond bananas, a fact scarcely noted in some books about the 1954 development. For instance, a 1982 history book, Bitter Fruit, The Untold Story of the American Coup in Guatemala, contains an index that refers to the United Fruit Company 137 times and the Monroe Doctrine once. Eisenhower must have thought about the sphere of influence ramifications more than fleetingly. Whatever the mix of his motives, Eisenhower was happy about the outcome, and he was not at all reluctant to express his pleasure. At a press conference, he announced that he had been advised that the communists and their great supporters were leaving Guatemala. "If I would try to conceal the fact that this gives me great satisfaction, I would be deceitful. Of course it has given me great satisfaction." In 1963, after he left office, Eisenhower addressed an American booksellers' convention in Washington and referred to the provision of additional aircraft to Castillo Armaraz. "There was one time when we had a very desperate situation, or we thought it was at least. In Central America, we had to get rid of a communist government which had been taken over, and our early efforts were defeated by a bad accident, and we had to send some help right away. It was an extraordinary public admission.
even as late as 1963, when a former U.S. president acknowledged sponsorship of a major covert action, and any doubts the booksellers might have had about CIA responsibility for the Guatemalan operation must have been dispelled when they saw the professional, pipe-puffing man sitting on the speaker's platform with the ex-president, Alan Dulles. Everyone in the administration, it seemed, was satisfied. The easy, near-bloodless success of the endeavor, however, was to lead, almost with a hypnotic sort of inevitably, to another, higher-stake operation 7 years later with the same cast. It was to be initiated again by Eisenhower and acted out again under Dulles' confident hand with the same gun-ho operators who had been involved in Guatemala. Some information has surfaced during the intervening years that arguably could be taken as evidence Eisenhower was prepared to go much further than secret CIA involvement, if need be, to assure the proper outcome for his Guatemalan venture. In 1984, a young historian interviewed me about the coup in Guatemala. He was intrigued when he had heard that all the field operators were surprised when President Arbenz resigned so abruptly. Until that moment, their prognostication for the operation had been gloomy and negative. In fact, they were so pessimistic that when it was announced that Arbenz would make a radio speech, they jammed the broadcast, in a final act of desperation, but not so effectively that listeners did not hear Arbenz resign. The young scholar was also intrigued when he found that a naval operation in the Gulf of Honduras at the time of the coup had been and remained completely unknown to the middle and junior grade CIA field contingent. His information on Operation Hard Rock Baker had come from the recently declassified 1954 annual report of the Commander-in-Chief, Atlantic Fleet. The operation consisted of a substantial naval task force comprised of 1 Marine battalion, reinforced, a number of ships, landing craft, fighter planes, and helicopters, with 12 transport planes available for evacuation. The purpose of Operation Hard Rock Baker was the evacuation of U.S. nationals from Honduras and Guatemala, if and when directed by the CNO, Chief of Naval Operations. Operation Hard Rock Baker raises some obvious questions. Was there a top-secret annex to Operation Hard Rock Baker? Should the CIA operation have been a failure? Would President Eisenhower, with all those Marines, landing craft and planes standing by, have sent the transport planes into Guatemala City, empty? Or was Eisenhower spared such a decision because Arbenz, convinced that he had lost, went into asylum after being advised of the U.S. task force over the horizon in the Gulf of Honduras? Even more to the point was a retired U.S. colonel's statement 30 years after the Guatemalan coup. I was standing by with the airborne troops in Fort Benning, waiting to go into Guatemala in case the spooks didn't get the job done, he told me. Would President Eisenhower actually have committed all the military power into Guatemala had the CIA operation there failed? Obviously, it's hard to say with any certainty, but there now seems to be a consensus among those who knew President Eisenhower and the brothers Dulles that Ike would have committed U.S. forces had the CIA project been unsuccessful. Eisenhower frequently commented that when you commit the American flag, you commit it to win. Under Secretary of State Douglas Dillon summed up Ike's military philosophy, that one did not ever use military power unless you are prepared to use it to the full extent necessary to achieve whatever the objective was that you started for. The idea was to use military muscle liberally, so that there would be no fight, or so that it would be all over quickly. Referring to Guatemala, the president later told General Andrew Goodpasture, his aide and confidant, that when he approved the project after thorough and careful consultation with the NSC, some senior officials involved in Washington, Ike said, began to get nervous about it after we had committed ourselves. And his answer to them was that the time to have those thoughts was before we started down this course. If at any time take the route of violence or support the violence, then you commit yourself to carry it through, and it's too late to have second thoughts when you're midway in an operation.
It was during 1954 that the feverish anti-communist crusade of Joseph McCarthy reached its disquieting zenith. The Wisconsin senator announced his intention to augment his list of traitors in government with the names of CIA officers. William Bundy was one, Cord Meyer another. In my case, Meyer said, and in other cases more published than mine, Allen Dooley's proved to be a pillar of courageous strength inside the Eisenhower administration during the McCarthy era. Once he had determined the facts and satisfied himself as to the loyalty of a CIA official, he had prepared to defend himself. As he refused to give in to the pressures that McCarthy was able to bring to bear. As a result, morale within the agency was high during this period, in contrast to morale in the State Department, where Secretary of State John Foster Dulles was less willing to defend the innocent victims of McCarthy's campaign. In 1984, Eleanor Dulles was asked to comment on the fact that John Foster buckled under to Joe McCarthy, where Allen defied him. She drew back in her chair, lips quivering, obviously affected. She said that the comparison was unfair because Allen never had to worry about the Congress. Capitol Hill, it is true, was not immune to the fabled Allen Dooley's charm. Dulles wanted his friend architect Wallace Harrison to draw up blueprints for a new CIA headquarters building to be erected in the woods of nearby Virginia. It would replace the ramshackle temporary office buildings dating from World War II inside downtown Washington, across from the Lincoln Memorial and alongside the reflecting pool. He needed funds for the project and, of course, had to appeal to Congress for the white whistle. Dulles knew how to captivate legislators, beguiling them with spy stories about fascinating operations he had run, such as the tunnel CIA dug into East Berlin in 1956 to tap into East German and Russian communications. He would drop a few inside observations about the romantic side of secret operations, and spun a few old espionage yarns while exuding his customary charm. Allen was a con man, recalls a man who worked with him, who could charm people and committees. Dulles climbed Capitol Hill to ask Georgia Representative Carl Vinson, the chairman of the House of Armed Services Committee, for the authorization for funds needed to construct the new headquarters. His administrative officer, Lawrence Red White, went with him. White had been preparing for weeks for the appearance, accumulating information and materials he was prepared to explain in an intensive briefing after Dulles made a preliminary remark. Dulles briefly described the need for the new building. "My, that will be a beautiful building," Chairman Vinson said. "I suppose it will cost about $25 million. "Well, Mr. Chairman," Dulles announced, I'm afraid it'll cost a bit more than that, about $50 million. "My," the senator said, "that will be a beautiful building." A junior committee member asked the next question, but Vincent cut off the discussion, turning to the clerk of the committee, saying, "Mr. Smart, this item is unanimously approved. Bring on the next item of business. Alan Dulles and I looked at each other in disbelief. Lawrence White was to recall many years later. But after exchanging quick glances, we gathered up the charts and papers on which I had worked on for weeks, and departed happily. Alan Dulles cultivated important legislations he encountered on the social circuit. He met the attractive John F. Kennedy couple, for instance, when the Massachusetts senator and his wife visited the Kennedy family summer home in Palm Springs, Florida. Jacqueline Bouvier Kennedy suggested to Dulles that a man in his profession should read the new James Bond spy novels. Dulles did, and liked them. He wrote a pleasant thank you letter to Jacqueline. He told her that he had arranged a meeting with Ian Fleming in London after becoming one of his fans. In 1954, President Eisenhower was irked when he heard that several senators intended to sponsor a joint committee to oversee the activities of the CIA. Eisenhower wanted to retain that responsibility himself, and besides, he was wary about the possibility Senator McCarthy might wrangle a seat on such a committee. As a counterploy, the president appointed his own committee to investigate the CIA, asking World War II general hero James Doolittle to head the inquiry and come up with the recommendations. Doolittle recommended that Alan Dulles be relieved of command. Not only did he have grave responsibilities about the DCI Secretary of State Brotherhood, he also said he believed Alan Dulles was too emotional for his job. Eisenhower stood by his spy chief. "I've never seen him show even the slightest disturbance," the chief executive insisted. "The CIA is one of the most peculiar types of operations any government can have, and it probably takes a strange kind of genius to run it." Although General Doolittle lacked faith in Dulles' leadership, he had no reservations at all about what the agency should be doing in the Cold War or how those ends should be approached. His recommendations were unequivocally hard-line, so much so that Doolittle's conclusions surprised even those he had interviewed. It is now clear that we are facing an implacable enemy which avowed objective is world domination by whatever means and at whatever cost. There are no rules in such a game. Hitherto acceptable norms of human conduct do not apply. If the United States is to survive, long-standing American concepts of fair play must be reconsidered. We must develop effective espionage and counter-espionage services and must learn to subvert, sabotage, and destroy our enemies by more clear, more sophisticated, and more effective methods than those used against us. It may become necessary that the American people be made acquainted with and understand and support this fundamentally repugnant philosophy. End quote. President Eisenhower did not hesitate to implement Doolittle's "there are no rules" recommendations. He approved a National Security Council policy statement to CIA. Then Eisenhower himself issued a directive to CIA on covert action. It was a clear instruction from the Commander-in-Chief. It ordered Alan Dulles to create and exploit troublesome problems for international communism, impair relations between the USSR and Communist China, complicate control within the USSR, Communist China, and their satellites, and retard the growth of the military and economic potential of the Soviet bloc. Further, the CIA should not seek to discredit the prestige and ideology of the international communism and reduce the strength of its parties, counter any threat, develop international resistance, and facilitate covert and guerrilla operations. It was tantamount to another crusade being launched by Ike, but in Mufti and worldwide this time. And Alan Dulles was quite prepared to carry out the marching orders. Leadership would require that he be tough and on occasion ruthless. Fortunately, nature had endowed him with a dark side that made the task easier. Eleanor Dulles had recognized her brother's dark side. As they played together as children, she and others had seen him in moments of rage. After he was an adult, his temper flared out once because Eleanor had left her car in a parking place usually occupied by his automobile. One dispute became so acrimonious that Eleanor did not speak to her brother for several weeks. Alan had concluded that his sister inadvertently revealed the identity of a CIA agent. "I did not," Eleanor insisted years later. As for not speaking to her brother for such an extended period, she reasoned, "With Alan, I just thought it was the best way to handle the problem." By the time Alan Dulles had become CIA, had become DCI, he had learned that there were no rules in a knife fight, and he was prepared to do what was necessary while in charge of America's intelligence activities. He never expressed qualms or concerns about the ethics of obtaining secrets, regardless of the method employed. He once scoffed at then Secretary of State Harry Stinson's proclamation that gentlemen don't read other people's mail, countering that when it is important, gentlemen do read other people's mail if they can get their hands on it. The end did justify the means with perhaps a few, but not many, social second thoughts, and a different set of ethics. Few, but not many, second thoughts, and a different set of ethics. As stringent as those taught in Sunday schools govern the shadowy world of intelligence, it came closest to being expressed when someone noted intelligence as the most dishonorable profession in the world, but should be practiced only by the most honorable people in the world. Alan Dulles undoubtedly considered himself a most honorable man, but a man with a deep-felt responsibility to do whatever had to be done, however it could be done. He was probably amused, though, when he read about how the Soviet propagandist Ilya Ehrenberg described him in Pravda. If the spy Alan Dulles should arrive in Havana through somebody's absent-mindedness, he would begin to blow the clouds, mine the stars, and slaughter the angels. Dulles had been aptly described as being a man with underlying flint. Nonetheless, in Ehrenberg's heaven, he probably would have attempted to charm the angels until they and he were on the same side. He much preferred being liked rather than disliked, if he could have it that way. In 1956, Alan Dulles learned that however tough and ideological Eisenhower was in confronting the Soviet Union in the Third World, especially in the Western Hemisphere, as a practical matter, he was not prepared to do in battle with the Russians on what I considered their turf. Eisenhower believed in spheres of influence for both the U.S. and the USSR, and, as Dulles would learn the hard way, Eastern Europe was in their sphere of influence. In 1956, Hungarian freedom fighters began battling Soviet tanks with homemade Molotov cocktails in the streets of Budapest. Whatever doubt may have existed in the agency about Washington's policy in matters like this vanished, William Colby observed later. It was established once and for all that the U.S., while firmly committed to the containment of the Soviets, was not going to attempt to liberate any of the areas within that sphere. Eisenhower deplored the Russian intervention in Hungary, but he turned down urgent requests from Alan Dulles that the CIA be allowed to drop arms and supplies to the insurgents in Budapest. Despite the fact that they had been encouraged by agency radio broadcast and insurgency programs activities, which Eisenhower had enthusiastically supported. Eisenhower, of course, was a general as well as a president. The results of CIA operations in Eastern Europe, or lack thereof, were often disappointing to Eisenhower. General Layson Truscott, the president's wartime companion, had later occupied a high-level position for the CIA in Europe. Ike asked Truscott to review CIA's activity in Hungary before the uprising. Truscott concluded that one problem was Alan Dulles spent more time conducting covert action operations than gathering intelligence. Perhaps the president had that in mind when in January 1957, he said, according to a document now in the Eisenhower Library, that he wanted Alan Dulles to turn over covert operations to Truscott. It was the president's wish that Dulles concentrate on coordinating the activities and reports of the entire intelligence community, that Alan Dulles should, in other words, take more seriously his duties as DCI and devote in less time to being the chief of the CIA. It was not known if Dulles was summoned to the White House woodshed and given such an instruction. If he was, he ignored it. If he ignored the president's command, Eisenhower is not known to have complained. If Truscott was aware of Ike's intention, he never mentioned it, when shortly after he himself became CIA's Director of Intelligence Community Staff, the position Eisenhower had wanted Dulles to assume. Thus, Alan Dulles continued to remain as the Great White Case Officer in charge of covert operations. Why did the president, who had been a 5-star general, not fire Alan Dulles, especially after Truscott's findings, and Doolittle's recommendations that he be dismissed? Years later, Ike's explanation was quoted in a report of the Church Select Committee. "I'm not going to be able to change Alan. I have two alternatives, either to get rid of him and appoint someone who will assert more authority, or keep him. Alan with his limitations. I'd rather have Alan as my chief intelligence officer with his limitations than anyone else I know." So Dulles stayed on as Ike's chief spy, wrote historian Ambrose, for the entire 8 years of the administration. His reputation was consistently high. He was on the front lines in the Cold War, a man who could overturn governments with the snap of his fingers, foil the KGB with the back of his hand, uncover secrets no matter where or how deeply hidden. By pretending to avoid publicity, he attracted it. He was certainly the best-known spy in the world, the subject of feature articles in the Saturday Evening Post and the U.S. News and World Report, as well as a favorite guest of television interviewers. And throughout his tenure as DCI, he kept the emphasis of the CIA on covert conventions and operations. The U.S. had been supporting the French in Vietnam even before Eisenhower was inaugurated in 1953. A few years later, the assistance escalated when 50 B-26 fighters were provided to the French in the battle for the Daren-Burn Feud. In Washington, there was concern that the French were receiving financial and material aid. The U.S. was seldom consulted on how the money and equipment was being used. At a meeting attended by Alan Dulles, it was decided to send 5 liaison officers to the headquarters of the French commander to monitor developments. Dulles had more liaison in mind when he asked if one of his unconventional wartime experts, Colonel Edward Lansdale of Philippine and Magsaysay fame, could be a 6th officer in the liaison group. At first, Lansdale worked with the Vietnamese government in psychological warfare operations in an unsuccessful attempt to block the communist takeover of North Vietnam. Later in Saigon, however, he was more successful, particularly in making important political contacts. A major covert action program was undertaken in Indonesia in 1957 through 1958. The Southeast Asia archipelago consists of 3,000 islands, of a size worth mentioning. Thousands were never mapped, spread over an equilateral area of about 800,000 square miles. Independence from 350 years of Dutch rule was achieved after World War II. The first president of the new republic was a feisty Bottom named Watchman Sukarno, a longtime revolutionary against the Dutch. In 1956, Sukarno was still in office. He became increasingly powerful and authoritarian after insulating a policy he described as guided democracy. Washington watched with concern, not at all pleased with the path Sukarno was taking. Shades of Jacobino Arbenz. The Indonesian president drifted towards the political left, established cozy relations with communists at home and abroad, and expropriated foreign aid holdings. Eisenhower did not approve of these developments, nor did John Foster Dulles. Even the usually straight Department of State's Bureau of Intelligence and Research began to ring alarms about the threat of a communist Indonesia. The head of the Bureau was Hugh S. Cummings, whose previous post had been a U.S. administrator to Jakarta. His relationship with Sukarno had not been cordial. Allen Dulles soon received his marching orders and relayed them to his DDP Frank Wisner. Wisner told his operatives, "The time has come to put Sukarno's feet to the fire." The fire CIA... Alright, I'm on page 144. The fire CIA kindled in Indonesia was slow in starting, sputtered for just over a year, and was suddenly extinguished by a single development. It was ignited in April of 1957, when a group of dissident army colonels approached the CIA operative, a welcome approach as the agency had been scouting for indigenous fire builders, to request support for a campaign to topple Sukarno. The colonels were provided over a period of time with weapons and munitions. Their only effective offense, and that primarily of psychological warfare value, was from a CIA Air Force of mercenary pilots. In 1978, the rebels declared themselves as the Provisional Revolutionary Government of Indonesia. Provisional was an understatement. Sukarno went on the offensive throughout the archipelago. Sukarno went on the offensive throughout the archipelago, using loyal military units and receiving support from the large and well-funded Indonesia Communist Party. Isolated rebel units melted into the jungles. Even before the anti-Sukarno plotters began to falter, agency veterans were wary of this operation. Desmond Fitzgerald, chief of the DDP staff concerned with covert action at the time, and widely admired in CIA as an audacious, gung-ho advocate of covert action, was dubious. That was ominous. The U.S. ambassador in Jakarta, who had replaced Cummings, opposed the operation, but his objections were ignored. Despite high-level approval in Washington, the Department of State insisted that agency personnel in Indonesia keep such a low profile that only one CIA officer and his radio communicator could be sent in the beginning to Sumatra, an Indonesian island larger than California. There was a confusion about objectives. For example, just how far was the project to go in the face of Sukarno's stubborn resistance? And in early 1958, CIA field officers reported the rebels, faced with heavy going, were showing less and less enthusiasm for their rebellion. When there was international speculation that the U.S. was intervening in Indonesia, President Eisenhower and the Secretary of State, Allen Dulles, lied with the straightest of political faces to the U.S. public, declaring that there was no U.S. support being given to Sukarno's enemies. They were believed. The New York Times carried an editorial flatly stating that such rumors were untrue. The operation in Indonesia never did prosper. The rebel colonels in Sumatra were unable to mount even a skirmish against the loyal army. The end finally came abruptly on May 18, 1958, when a pilot and U.S. citizen, Alan Pope, was forced to parachute from his plane over eastern Indonesia and was captured by Sukarno's soldiers. There was no public announcement of the captured American for a while, but it was obviously only a question of time before Pope would be produced as evidence of American intervention. Pope's capture dampened CIA's enthusiasm for the venture, which appeared headed for disaster in any event. Allen Dulles sent a good effort, fellows, but let's get out a while we can message to CIA officers in the field.
the project was abandoned. The Indonesian operation was a major CIA covert action failure, not as disastrous as the subsequent Bay of Pigs debacle, but a serious failure nonetheless. But the American press did not discover the story. Thus, Ike and Foster Dulles were not taken to account for their duplicacy, nor was CIA attacked in the press or by Congress. In domestic political terms, the CIA operation against Sukarno was less of a covert action failure because it was a secret failure. Sam Halpern, a CIA veteran directly involved in the Indonesian affair, was later asked about what went wrong. The rebels had been given an unknown quantity. The State Department wanted an aggressive operation, but refused to allow CIA to send more than one officer to deal with the rebels in the early stages. They were worried about white faces blowing the operation and embarrassing the U.S. The rebels were given plenty of equipment, but they had little stomach for fighting. After the Indonesian operation became public knowledge, Ray Klein commented, "The weak point in any paramilitary action is that a single misfortune," he was referring to Pope's capture and imprisonment, "that reveals CIA's connection makes it necessary for the U.S. either to abandon the cause completely or convert to a policy of overt military intervention, because such paramilitary operations are generally kept secret for political reasons. When CIA cover is blown, the usual response is to withdraw, leaving behind the friendly elements who had entrusted their lives to the U.S. enterprise." Also, one might take note that in paramilitary terms, the difference is considerable between taking over the Capitol building of a relatively small state and having it speak for the rest of the country, as was the case in Iran and in Guatemala, and on the other hand, changing the government of a country comprising of some 3,000 islands scattered over almost 800,000 square miles. Obviously, effecting a change in leadership is comparatively simple in the former instance, but much more complex and less likely to succeed, therefore, in the latter. In the Indonesian case, the CIA tried to dispose a leader in the capital from distant islands. No action was undertaken in Jakarta. When, in 1959, John Foster Dulles' doctors diagnosed his cancer as irreversible, the Secretary of State discussed potential successors with the President, nominating Christian Herter as the best candidate. Eisenhower said that he had been thinking of Henry Cabot Lodge, Robert Anderson, or Allen Dulles. When Allen Dulles visited his brother's deathbed at Walter Reed Hospital for the first time, the two brothers talked briefly about boyhood days of smallmouth bass fishing at Henderson Harbor, but the discussion turned quickly to world politics. Later, Allen remembered that John Foster's speech came hard as the cancer had gripped him. In that final conversation alone, John Foster and Allen raised the question for themselves: would the public ever understand the nature and meaning of Soviet power? Would the nation and its allies understand the scope of the threat? Christian Herter was Ike's ultimate choice when John Foster Dulles died. Allen Dulles' relations with the quiet-mannered Herter were cordial and effective during Herter's brief tenure, although complicated by the capture of another parachuting CIA pilot when Francis Gary Powers' U-2 Spain spy plane was shot down over the Soviet Union. The U-2 flights proved the value of overhead photography as an intelligence method. Military and civilian agencies began to pool financial resources for research on overhead satellites for a variety of possible uses. When the CIA was asked to contribute, Lawrence White recommended to Dulles that the agency save its money. Let others pay for something so little known and understood. No, Dulles said. He wanted CIA to share in whatever future potential satellites might have. Dulles also vetoed another white money-saving suggestion: the authorization the two men had received for funds for a new CIA building in Langley had led to appropriation and construction. It was time to lay a cornerstone. An appropriate ceremony was planned. Dulles wanted a marble cornerstone cave carved with suitable data. White said it would be much cheaper to have a plaque cast that could be easily put up. Put up? Absolutely not, Dooley said. His name was going to be carved into marble cornerstone. There's going to be an election, he reminded White, and with a new president, there might be a new DCI, so I don't want my name on something that can be easily put up and just as easily taken down. Allen Macy's Dooley Jr. was to spend years recuperating from the grave head wound he had suffered in Korea. For many of those years, he was in a Swiss sanatorium. Young Dooley's and his father corresponded fairly frequently. One letter from Allen Sr. to his son was optimistic. He was delighted to see from the sanatorium's monthly financial statement that young Allen had purchased a fine bottle of brandy. That was a good sign. Dooley's visited Allen Jr. whenever business took him to Europe. During an around-the-world trip, the father made a side trip to the battlefield in Korea where his son had been wounded. Clover traveled to Switzerland regularly to visit Allen Jr. The correspondence between husband and wife during those separations was affectionate. In her letters, Clover often ended with an admonishment for Allen Dooley's. Take your medicine. As Allen Dooley's grew older and his gout and arthritis conditions worsened, Dooley's remained, however, a strong swimmer and a competitive tennis player, and a tenacious tennis player, often playing 5 sets a session. One session resulted in an unusual display of Allen Dooley's annoyance with a junior officer. During a doubles match, the young CIA man across the net from Dooley's persisted in offering up soft, easy, returnable serves to the older man. When the doubles match was over, Dooley's challenged the young man to a set of singles, and beat him soundly. Now, said Allen, his face dark, don't you ever lob serves to me again. Allen and Clover moved from Wisconsin Avenue to a lovely home in Georgetown, where they entertained frequently, and they often attended diplomatic receptions and dinners with friends and prominent foreigners. Dooley's renown as a racketeer spread. I never really understood why, one man says today. He never gave away secrets. His anecdotes were entertaining, and he was a consummate name dropper, but most of his conversation was, well, paraflage. Sir Kenneth Strong, Eisenhower's wartime intelligence chief, remembered Dooley's and his infectious, gusty laugh, which always seemed to enter a room with him. But, Strong wrote, I was seldom able to penetrate beyond his laugh, or to conduct any real serious professional conversation with him for more than a few sentences. In 1985, a man who had been long associated with Dooley's prefaced his recollection with the admission that, I'm not one of the legions, not one of Allen's fans. Having said that surprising thing, the ex-CIA official explained, he was a fraud, a charming fraud, selfish guy. He was very social. After work, he would go off to a party, 2 parties, a dinner. Allen charged his batteries on people. He talked and talked, but he never gave away any secrets. Never a thing. Such wonderful stories, people would say the next day. But then they would realize he never really said anything. The former intelligence official, despite his preliminary warning that he was not a Dooley's fan, then added with what sounded like admiration, Allen was a living person in our business. It is rare that a man or woman who worked at senior levels with Allen Dooley's does not remember him fondly. and those who worked for him as junior officers always recall him with affection, even admiration. The Great White Case Officer. The excitement of working for Alan Dooley's continued through 1960. It was fun working for Alan, recalled a CIA veteran. He used to involve himself directly in operations, and that would make life difficult, of course. He'd have us in his office, and we'd talk sometimes for hours. I can see him now, puffing at that pipe, and I can hear that loud guffaw. We were a band of brothers, but no one had ever had any doubt about who was Big Brother. That band of brothers was to remain intact under Alan Dooley's leadership until the disaster at the Bay of Pigs. The Bay of Pigs loomed. It was inevitable. In early 1960, that covert action belied the popular belief that CIA covert operations are always hatched in the agency and then thrust upon reluctant presidents. President Eisenhower found that Fidel Castro was becoming a problem. Thus, according to Ike's biographer, Stephen Ambrose, he wrote this: Eisenhower turned to the CIA for help in solving the Castro problem. In February, Eisenhower called Alan Dooley's to the office to discuss Castro. Dooley's brought along some YouTube photographs of a Cuban sugar refinery, along with CIA plans to put it out of action by sabotage. Eisenhower scoffed at this puny effort, noting that such damage could be easily repaired and telling Dooley's that the CIA had to come up with something better. He told Dooley's to go back to his people and return when they had a program worked out. John F. Kennedy was elected President of the United States in 1960. On a snowy inauguration night, Camelot Eve, CIA officers involved in the Cuban project were working quite late in their headquarters near the reflecting pool just down the way from the White House. They were preparing the Trinidad Plan, an operation that later became known to the public as the Bay of Pigs. It was already widely known in the CIA that Alan Dooley's would remain DCI in the new administration. Clark Clifford, advisor to presidents, counseled John F. Kennedy that he should reappoint some key Eisenhower administration officials as venerable figures beyond politics. Two such public servants, wrote Theodore White, were J. Edgar Hoover and Alan Dooley's, masters respectively of American ideal, international, and external intelligence services. No one at that time had any idea how far out of political control those two services had run, but that first night after his election, Kennedy dined with his friends, the Benjamin Bradleys, and William Walton, with whom he could relax, and who, presumably, knew little or nothing of intelligence practices. Walton and Bradley, iconoclasts both, argued that night that the first thing Kennedy ought to do as president was to get rid of J. Edgar Hoover. The second is to get rid of Alan Dooley's. Kennedy, who had apparently made his decisions, egged his friends on, encouraging their dissents. An interesting thing is that I think Ben Bradlee was mentioned in Trump, the Art of the Comeback, which I did an audiobook for last year. Ben Bradlee, who had described Dooley's to Kennedy as the godfather of American intelligence, later wrote about the morning after the Hyannisport conversation with Kennedy. I was waiting in a small room in Bob Kennedy's house, only to learn that in the next room John Kennedy was meeting with his most intimate advisors, already at work on the transition period. Then a Kennedy aide came out and placed 2 telephone calls. Bradlee listened as the calls were made, assuring Hoover, then Dooley's, that they would remain in their jobs.
John F. Kennedy was elected President of the U.S. in 1960. On a snowy inauguration night, Camelot Eve, CIA officers involved in the Cuban project were working quite late at their headquarters near the reflecting pool just down the way from the White House. They were preparing the Trinidad Plan, an operation that later became known to the public as the Bay of Pigs. Ben Bradlee, who had described Dulles to Kennedy as the godfather of American intelligence, later wrote about the morning after the Hyannisport conversation with Kennedy. I was waiting in a small room in Bob Kennedy's house, only to learn that in the next room John F. Kennedy was meeting with his most intimate advisors, already at work on the transition period. Then a Kennedy aide came out and placed 2 phone calls. Bradlee listened as the calls were made, assuring Hoover, then Dulles, that they would remain in their jobs. The new president's men were impressed with Allen Dulles. George Bundy, who had left his Harvard teaching post from whence in the past he occasionally spotted agents for Dulles, to become Kennedy's National Security Affairs chief, said, "By gosh, I don't care what it is, but if I need some material fast, or an idea fast, CIA is the place I have to go. The State Department takes 4 or 5 days to answer a simple yes or no question." Historian Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr. was another scholar who left academia to work for Kennedy. He admired Allen Dulles and his brilliant DDP, who had replaced Frank Wisner. Richard Bissell said this: "I had known both men for more than 15 years. Oh no, he's just mentioning Richard Bissell. This is Schlesinger. "I had known both men for more than 15 years and held them both in high respect," Schlesinger was to write. "As an OSS intelligence officer in London and Paris during the war, I had admired the coolness and proficiency of Dulles' work in Bern, and meeting him from time to time in the years after the war, I had come greatly to enjoy his company. Years in the intelligence business had no doubt given him a capacity for ruthlessness, but he was urban, courtly, honorable, almost totally devoid of the intellectual rigidity and personal self-righteousness of his brother," Schlesinger added. Richard Bissell, whom I had known as an economist in the Marshall Plan before he turned to intelligence work and became CIA's deputy director for operations, was a man of high character and remarkable gifts. His mind was swift and penetrating, and he had an unsurpassed talent for lucid analysis and fluent exposition. Allen Dulles and Bissell basked in the warmth of approval from the new young president and his men. Kennedy already knew Dulles from their Palm Beach tennis court and Georgetown social circle days. There seemed to be no reason that gung-ho operators should slow their clandestine pace just because the guard had changed. Dulles briefed John F. Kennedy on the Trinidad plan for Cuba. In truth, the operation was already underway, having been approved by Eisenhower, but purposely not so far along as to deny Kennedy a final yay or nay. Kennedy said yay, but reserved the option of canceling the operation at any time. Edward R. Murrow, the correspondent and broadcaster who had become the chief of the U.S. Information Agency, heard rumors about the Trinidad plan. Murrow and his deputy called on Dulles to ask about the facts. The smile never left Dulles' face. It was a matter of great regret to him, but he was simply in no position to discuss the subject. The USIA men agreed that the position to discuss the subject with the director had done a beautiful job of dodging. They were sore as hell, but not at Dulles. He had performed so engagingly. They realized the report was true, else Dulles would have denied it. By early April 1961, only several months after Kennedy's inauguration, I thought I was the victim of an April Fool's trick when I was told the Trinidad plan to overthrow Fidel Castro had been abandoned, and instead a full-fledged military operation was contemplated. I was chief of the CIA Psychological Warfare Program, responsible for radio broadcasts, exile publications, preparation for leaflet drops, rumor campaigns, and all the other weapons used in a war of words. It was an expanded version of my role in the 1954 operation in Guatemala. My plan was to orchestrate a propaganda offense that, once exile invaders had landed in Cuba, would make Cubans pause to contemplate who would be the ultimate winner, and, as Guatemalans had in 1954, join those rebelling against the government. At first, the Trinidad plan had called for the training of about 100 exiles who would land in Cuba near the base of mountains where they could find cover, and there was already some organized guerrilla resistance against Cuba. The proposal was that the invading Cubans would land carrying their own weapons. As the propaganda officer and the anti-Castro task force, there had been no need for me to know the details of the military planning. Well, I had become aware that the size of the guerrilla force had ballooned. The invading force training in Central America was now referred to as the brigade. I was totally unprepared to be briefed on the change of plans that had occurred. The colonel in charge of the military aspects of the Trinidad plan, a guerrilla warfare expert second to CIA from the Pentagon for the operation, decided that I needed to know the new plans in order to develop the proper propaganda gambits. I met the colonel in the war room at Quarters I, an inner sanctum in the wartime temporary barracks that had once housed nurses and now the Cuban task force. Several men studied maps and charts. I walked to the largest map. Someone had scrawled a large red cross over the site of the town of Trinidad. "There's been a change in plans," the colonel said. "Trinidad is out. Now we are going to land here." He touched an area on the coast 100 miles west of Trinidad. I squirmed to read the fine type. Despite living for 4 years in Cuba, I had never even heard of the place. Bahia de Conchio. I laughed. This really must be April Fool's. How can we have a victorious landing force waiting the shore at a place with that name? How can propagandists pursue Cubans to join the brigade at the Bay of Pigs? The colonel appeared to be unconcerned with the egregiousness of psychological warfare. "That's the new plan," he repeated. "But it's too far from the mountains. Even with my limited ability in map reading, I know from Boy Scout days those little symbols resembling clumps of grass denoted swamps, and no cover would be available to the rebels there. How will the brigade take the beach and hold it? The first ships to land will carry tanks." Tanks? I was stunned. We're going to mount a secret operation in the Caribbean with tanks? "That's right," said the colonel. "A company, 3 platoons of 5 each, and 2 command tanks. There is a maxim in the intelligence business that you can't cover a hippopotamus with a handkerchief. You certainly can't cover a tank on a Caribbean beach with one, and the colonel knew it too. He and the chief of the Cuban task force had threatened to resign when they learned from the DDP, Richard Bissell, of the change in plans. When it had been conceived as a classic guerrilla warfare operation with individual fighters carrying their own weapons, and it had been converted only a few weeks before D-Day into an amphibious landing of tanks and all the appurtenances on Cuban beaches. The successful Guatemalan scenario had been rewritten into a covert action extravaganza. Dean Rusk and other advisors of JFK considered the prospect of landing at Trinidad too noisy, too likely to result in civilian deaths and in international furor. The Secretary of State had persuaded President Kennedy that political considerations made unacceptable the plan of landing at Trinidad where women and children might be endangered, and where the only airstrip was too small to provide plausible cover for the flights of rebel B-26 planes that would actually be flying sorties from Central America. The Bay of Pigs was the alternate site chosen by the military planners and approved by Rusk and the President because it was isolated and had an abandoned airstrip. On the 4th of April, President Kennedy consulted his White House advisors. Should the Bay of Pigs project go forward? Richard Bissell listened while the White House president's men, with varying degrees of personal enthusiasm, reached, save one vote, a consensus. The operation should continue. Those present included Secretary of State Dean Rusk, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, Department of State Latin America Specialist Adolph A. Burl, Arthur Schlesinger Jr., Senator William Fulbright, and Thomas Mann, recently the Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America, a career diplomat on the eve of his departure to Mexico as ambassador. 2 civilians represented the Pentagon, Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs Paul Nitz, and his aide, former CIA employee William Bundy. In uniform were Staff Lyman Lemitzer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Arleigh Burke, the Chief of Naval Operations, and Brigadier General David W. Gray, who had been in charge of a Pentagon committee established to study ways in which Castro could be unseated. William Fulbright was the only man in the room who voted no. Most of those attending the meeting voted affirmatively and have never denied their approval, but in some cases the historical record is marked by equivocation and fuzzy recollection. Arthur Schlesinger Jr. later said that he did not vote because he was not asked, and Secretary of State Rusk later testified that he didn't take a flat position and remained very non-committal. The meeting ended inconcisively. "Gentlemen, we'd better sleep on it," said President Kennedy. Richard Bissell was convinced that with the on-the-record advice from the president's men, the operation would ultimately be approved by Kennedy. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations in New York did not attend the meeting. The absence of Adlai Stevenson was to prove critical. Military plans and preparations for D-Day continued in the first 2 weeks of April, but political considerations proliferated. Plans for propaganda leaflets to be dropped over Cuba before D-Day were scuttled. Too much international publicity would result. The leaflets must wait until exile B-26 bombers could drop them after knocking out Castro's Air Force on the day of the invasion. Military plans were whittled away in a similar manner. Less noise, please. The officers involved were aware that the operation was becoming alarmingly truncated. "Come on," the task force chief said on the penultimate Sunday before D-Day, when Richard Bissell called to say that he would have had to delay a scheduled meeting. "Let's get out of here and have some lunch." A dozen headquarters planners drove to Napoleon's, a Washington restaurant then frequented by CIA covert action operators. Over martinis before lunch, they discussed the shrinking operation that were threatening the shrinking operators. Over martinis before lunch, they discussed the shrinking options that were threatening the operation. Someone ordered a round of brandies after lunch. When the waiter had withdrawn, one of the men, who had commanded a tank company in World War II, demanded the floor. "You gentlemen are masquerading as experts in overthrowing a government," the officer said. "Have any of you entertained the notion that this damn thing might not work?" Everyone was uncomfortable. He had broached what many of us had contemplated recently, but all of us had left unsaid. "What can we do?" someone said. "Not go back," the slightly tipsy officer said. "We cannot go back to headquarters. We can stay right here and drink brandy, and when Bissell shows up there will be no one to run the show. Without us, it won't go." It was quiet for some time. Then the task force chief finished his brandy. "Come on," he said. "Let's go back." "Why?" someone asked. "You know why," the task force chief said. "Because we're good soldiers. That's why." Task force officers were surprised when told that a limited airstrike was to be launched against Castro's Air Force 2 days before D-Day. Paradoxically, the attacks were explained as a gambit in the less noise scenario favored by the White House advisors. Exile pilots were to take off from the airbase in Central America, bomb and strafe military Cuban airfields, then return to Central America, except for one plane pretending engine trouble that would land in Florida. There, a carefully rehearsed crew would claim that all the planes and crews had defected from Cuban air bases. That would help explain the B-26 flights that would finish off the job of destroying Castro's Air Force on D-Day. Similar hoaxes had succeeded in unconventional warfare in the past, and it was reasonable to hope that the world would believe that the attackers were disillusioned Castro aviators. But there was one man who would know the truth, Fidel Castro. And there was one man who, it turned out, would not know the truth. Adal Stevenson. Adlai Stevenson. A few days before the defectors were to hit their Cuban targets, Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. and a CIA senior officer named Tracy Barnes went to New York to brief the ambassador to the United Nations about upcoming exile attacks against Cuba, so he would be prepared for the strong protest that the Cuban foreign minister, then visiting New York because the Cuban matter was on the UN agenda, would certainly launch in the United Nations. In a footnote to his account of the Bay of Pigs in 1,000 Days, Arthur Schlesinger wrote, "Tracy Barnes and I held a long talk with Stevenson on April 8th, but our briefing, which probably was unduly vague, left Stevenson with the impression that no action would take place during the UN discussion on the Cuban item. But there was action. The airstrike against Cuba under a cover scenario of defecting pilots. Secretary of State Dean Rusk apparently was another administration figure unaware of the theatrical cover ploy. When Rusk heard the dummy defectors had landed in Florida, he telephoned Stevenson in New York to tell him the development was authentic. Officers at CIA headquarters in Washington watched on television while in New York, Cuban Foreign Minister Raul Roa protested the attack. Adlai Stevenson took the podium to refute the Cuban. The former presidential candidate was eloquent and emotional in countering Roa. He held before the television cameras Associated Press photographs of the exile plane in Florida. Proof, he told the world, that the defection of Cuban flyers was authentic. Adlai Stevenson had been taken in by the hoax. President Kennedy asked Richard Bissell when would be the last moment he could turn on the red light to cancel the invasion. Bissell said noon, Sunday, April 16th, when the ships carrying the exile troops would be nearing the Cuban coast for an April 17th dawn landing. On that Sunday, Alan Dulles was in Puerto Rico. It had been decided that too clear a signal of the impending invasion would be given to Castro if the DCI canceled a long-standing speech engagement there. President Kennedy was at Glen Ora, his new rural retreat in Virginia. About noon, the president gave the green light. The invasion was on. The officers in the war room at Quarters I were jubilant about the long months of planning being over and the decisive hour being near. And there was a sudden surge of confidence that the operation would work. YouTube photographs revealed that instead of the dispersing his air force, shattered by the raid that Dean Rusk and Adlai Stevenson thought was an authentic rebellion of Cuban aviation, Castro had assembled all his military aircraft at one airfield near Havana. They were lined up in a neat row, not far away, on the same base Castro had brought together most of his tanks. Cuba's military might was like a long line of sitting ducks that should be easy targets for the exile B-26s the next morning, and the brigade could expect skies free of opposition. It appeared a pledge made to the exiles by CIA would be honored. The sky will be yours. The brigade ships slipped through the green and blue shallows south of Cuba. They carried men, tanks, weapons, ammunition, supplies, and the radio transmitter that was to be used for my own island propaganda broadcasts. Bombs and rockets were loaded on the exile B-26s in Nicaragua. The propaganda officer there cabled that each plane had a stack of leaflets to be dropped after the combat runs. The brigade pilots prepared for a midnight takeoff, their planes loaded with ammunition. Few historians agreed on exactly what happened during those hours of Sunday afternoon and early evening at the White House, the Department of State, the United Nations, and at Glen Ora. One story is that Adlai Stevenson, understandably indignant after his embarrassment at the UN, insisted that President Kennedy reverse his decision. Another is that Dean Rusk, who had been an infantry colonel and chief of war plans for General Joseph Stilwell in Southeast Asia, but in a theater where Japanese air power posed little threat, told the president that airstrikes were not essential. Whatever the case, Richard Bissell was stunned when McGeorge Bundy, only a few hours after Kennedy had approved the landing and the D-Day air sorties, telephoned from the White House. The president had decided to cancel the D-Day airstrike. Dean Rusk, at the Department of State, was in charge during Kennedy's absence in Virginia. Bissell and Allen Dewey's deputy, General Charles P. Cable, hurried to the State Department to convince Rusk that an attack against Castro's remaining planes was essential. Rusk did not agree, but said he would talk to the president again. He called Kennedy at Glen Ora. Rusk explained that the CIA men were in his office, asking that the presidential order be reversed, and presented their reasoning. He added that he remained unconvinced. Then Rusk turned to Cable. Well, the president waited and asked the acting DCI if he wanted to talk to Kennedy. Cable, a 4-star Air Force general, was certainly the right man to insist that air cover was vital for the operation, but Cable declined the invitation to speak with the president. From that point, defeat set in. Despite last-minute, frantic efforts to salvage the operation, the B-26s in Central America, on the tarmac with enemies warming, were instructed to abort their mission. Although the brigade landed without opposition, the Cubans knew that they were coming, but not when or where. Castro's remaining aircraft sank 2 exile transports with their ammunition and other essential supplies immediately. Soon it was over. The Bay of Pigs had become the worst covert action fiasco in history. The night after CIA had acknowledged to itself the Bay of Pigs operation was a dismal failure, Allen Dulles contacted Richard Nixon to advise him that the failure was official now. When the former vice president visited Kennedy the next day, he said to the president, "I would find a legal cover and I would go in." Kennedy rejected the advice, saying that he feared Khrushchev might move in on Berlin if U.S. forces landed in Cuba. Kennedy had asked President Eisenhower to visit him. The former president flew in from his Pennsylvania farm by helicopter to Camp David. According to historian Stephen Ambrose, he said this: Eisenhower asked Kennedy why on earth he had not provided air cover for the invasion. Kennedy replied that we thought that if it was learned that we were really doing this rather than the rebels themselves, the Soviets would be very apt to cause trouble in Berlin. Eisenhower gave him another long look, then said, "Mr. President, this is exactly the opposite of what would really happen. The Soviets follow their own plans. And if they see us show any weakness, then is when they press us the hardest. The second they see us show strength and do something of our own, then is when they are cagey. The failure of the Bay of Pigs will embolden the Soviets to do something they would not otherwise do. I believe there is only one thing to do when you go into this kind of thing. It must be a success." The question has often been asked, would Eisenhower have moved U.S. forces into Cuba following the debacle at the Bay of Pigs? Would he have had in reserve American troops standing by to assure military success in the event CIA failed? In the case of Kennedy in 1961, one man thought the president would act. Admiral Arleigh Burke was chief of naval operations at the time. Without consulting the president or the CIA, Burke positioned 2 battalions of Marines on ships cruising off Cuba, anticipating that U.S. forces might be ordered into Cuba to salvage a botched invasion. But the question about the Bay of Pigs, most frequently asked, particularly by those who were young at the time, is a simple one. Why did it fail? There is no single simple answer. In my own 1976 account of the Bay of Pigs, retrospectively analyzing that wrenching experience, I listed 5 primary reasons for the failure. Number 1, Eisenhower's principled but consequential decision in late 1960 to postpone the invasion he had approved until President Kennedy would have had the opportunity to review and approve the plan after his inauguration. The interim encouraged U.S. indecision and allowed Castro time to build up his internal forces with Soviet help. Number 2, the successful argument made to President Kennedy by his political advisors that the CIA's original plan to land at a small town called Trinidad would make the operation unacceptably noisy, thus the change to the isolated swampy landing site at the Bay of Pigs. Number 3, Ambassador to the United Nations in New York, Adlai Stevenson, was not thoroughly informed of pre-invasion airstrikes against Cuba. Stevenson was understandably incensed after he denied charges by Cuba's foreign minister that the planes were on CIA-supported missions. His protest to Kennedy, who admired him, might have been critical in the decision to truncate the operation. Those of us within CIA, including Alan Dulles and Richard Bissell, should have ignored the agency's can-do and good soldier tradition and told the White House that an operation of the dimensions of the Bay of Pigs, if to be conducted at all, should be run by the Pentagon and not by a secret army. Finally, the decision by President Kennedy to cancel at 0 hour the air cover which the 1,400 Cuban exiles in the invasion force had been promised. It has often been argued that the root cause for the disaster was that the CIA promised Kennedy and his advisors that a spontaneous uprising would be sparked in Cuba by the landing at the Bay of Pigs. That has become a durable myth. But it is still a myth. The Bay of Pigs operational plan was modeled on the Guatemalan overthrow. No one in a responsible position ever contemplated sudden military victory in the Guatemalan endeavor, and it didn't occur until enough Guatemalans were convinced that the invading army was well entrenched and the time had arrived to hop on the bandwagon. Nor in the Cuban operation did anyone from the lowest operator to Alan Dooley's believe that immediate uprisings would topple the charismatic Fidel Castro. Today, there is a sixth element to be added to the list of reasons. The Bay of Pigs operation failed. There was a tacit assumption among those concerned with the operation in CIA that hardened into certainty by D-Day that John F. Kennedy would bail out CIA if things went awry. Everyone, including Richard Bissell and Alan Dooley's, believed deep down that John F. Kennedy would not fail to rescue the operation with U.S. armed forces if need be. There had to be another Operation Hard Rock Baker in the wings, they believed. Surely Eisenhower would have had one in reserve and used it, but there was not. Those involved in the project, from top to bottom, ignored an intelligence basic. Don't assume. No. For those who demanded a simple explanation of the Bay of Pigs debacle, and for those who will not entertain the thesis that there was sufficient blame to share among everyone concerned, perhaps the curious incident of Fidel Castro not making a speech should be recalled. In a crowded press conference, one of the first American newsmen to visit Havana after the Bay of Pigs asked Castro, "Why did the Americans fail?" Everyone expected one of Castro's customary lengthy political diatribes. Instead, Castro shrugged and replied simply, "They had no air support." Years after the event, a man who had worked on the project explained what he felt had happened at the Bay of Pigs. "It was inevitable," he said. "The fiasco, the disaster. If it hadn't been the Bay of Pigs, it would have been something else, sometime in the future. In 1953, Kermit and a few fellows manipulated that crowd which toppled Massadea without any trouble at all. Then in 1954 we took care of Eisenhower's little problem in Guatemala. So easy it seemed. All those successes just had to lead to a failure eventually, because the system kept calling on us for more and more, even when it should have been obvious that secret shenanigans couldn't do what armies are supposed to do." If it hadn't been that time at the Bay of Pigs, he concluded, it would have been somewhere else at some other time. On April 23rd, the Tuesday after it was clear that the Bay of Pigs operation had failed, Kennedy had lunched with Arthur Schlesinger and James Reston. "I probably made a mistake in keeping Alan Dooley's on," he said. "It's not that Dooley's is not a man of great ability. He is. But I have never worked with him, and therefore I can't estimate his meaning when he tells me things. Dooley's is a legendary figure, and it's hard to operate with legendary figures. As for CIA, we will have to do something. I must have someone there with whom I can be in complete and intimate contact, someone from whom I know I will be getting the exact pitch," he added. "I made a mistake in putting Bobby in the Justice Department. He is wasted there. Bobby should be in the CIA." Bobby was, in fact, at CIA that night. The president's brother arrived at the Bay of Pigs headquarters, hair dangling over his forehead, and shirtless sleeves rolled up. He was there to find out for his brother what went wrong and to put things in order. The eventual result was unexpected. Robert Kennedy fell in love with secret operations, an affair that led to the Kennedy brothers' post-Bay of Pigs undercover war against Castro, waged by CIA at and frequently under White House direction. On April 22nd, the Friday evening after the failed Tuesday landing at Playa Garon, President Kennedy was in his office with Vice President Johnson. They were talking again about the CIA. The president said that he could not understand how men like Alan Dulles and Bissell, so intelligent and so experienced, could have been so wrong, but added that nothing could have been done about CIA immediately. So long as he kept Dulles there, he said, the Republicans would be disinclined to attack the administration over the Cuban failure. The vice president vigorously agreed. Why did John F. Kennedy approve the Bay of Pigs operation? Historian Arthur Schlesinger later wrote, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency advocated the adventure, the joint aspects, the Secretary of State, its political aspects. If someone comes in to tell me this or that about the minimum wage bill, Kennedy said to me later, I have no hesitation in overruling them. But you always assume that the military and intelligence people have some secret skill not available to ordinary mortals. Author Peter Wyden, in his Bay of Pigs, concludes that Kennedy approved the operation because he was a new, action-oriented leader disinclined to question a military venture endorsed by Eisenhower. Wyden speculates that Kennedy received poor counsel from his White House advisors because they were the victims of what Wyden calls assumed consensus, a bureaucratic malady akin to groupthink. His arguments are convincing. Wyden is less convincing when he attempts to illuminate the character of Richard Bissell and to explain his actions. After reading his book, I had the impression that Wyden was never really sure what he thought about Bissell and his role. In the Bay of Pigs case, Bissell was the great white case officer with Dulles retreating from his active leadership in the project. I sympathize with Wyden. I'm not sure the enigma of Bissell's deep, brilliant mind will ever be fully plumbed by any writer, including those who knew and worked with him. The blame for the disaster was assumed manfully by President Kennedy, when he could have dodged the brunt of the criticism, as several of his White House advisors artfully did. But the Bay of Pigs was on the DCI's watch, so he was the responsible officer in the end. Robert Kennedy said, Alan Dulles handled himself awfully well, with a great deal of dignity, and never tried to shift the blame. The president was very fond of him, as was I. John F. Kennedy also sympathized with Dulles' increasingly serious gout, a concern possibly motivated by the president's own back problem. Thus it came to be that during press conferences in the Oval Office, Kennedy rested his back in his rocking chair, while with the president's approval, Dulles wore bedroom slippers. Alan Dulles was named by President Kennedy as a member of the Cuban Study Group, a committee headed by General Maxwell Taylor and charged with investigating the Bay of Pigs. Robert Kennedy was a member and monitored on behalf of his brother. The findings of the committee contained no surprises, even when declassified more than 2 decades later. The Cuban Study Group assignment must have been a grim one for Alan Dulles. His colleagues on the committee and officers of the CIA knew it was only a question of time until Dulles and Richard Bissell would go. Howard Hunt wrote of Dulles' return to CIA headquarters after each session of General Taylor's group, each time more drawn and gray. But on taking his place at the end of the table, Mr. Dulles' demeanor changed into hearty cheerfulness. A joke here, a baseball bet there, came from this remarkable man. Those of us closest to him detected the remorse Dulles felt after the Bay of Pigs, recalls another officer. The veteran spy master successfully concealed his concern in dealing with young officers, maintaining his good humor and his image. He hadn't changed. In spite of the Bay of Pigs disaster, he still puffed his pipe sincerely, As usual, he made me feel I was in the presence of a kindly old uncle who took a keen interest in his nephew's schemes. In summer of 1961, as the summer of 1961 wore on, Hunt remembered, Mr. Dooley showed me the proofs of a Fortune article written by his friend, Charles J.V. Murphy. The article was entitled, Cuba, the Record Set Straight. I gathered the White House had charged the director with supplying the highly accurate information that appeared in the piece, and he was anxious to prove himself innocent. Dooley's told me he had long been scheduled to fly to Switzerland the following day to see his son, who was confined to the sanitarium as a result of terrible injuries suffered during the Korean War. Thus, he could not prepare a rebuttal. After the Bay of Pigs, it was only a question of how and when Alan Dooley's and Richard Bissell also could be eased out most gracefully and with dignity. There was one bright spot lingering, but painful lame duck role. Alan Dooley's then played out. His cherished new CIA headquarters at Langley, Virginia, with a cornerstone with Dooley's name carved deep, was almost complete before President Kennedy appointed a new chief of CIA. As it neared completion, convoys of trucks carried construction workers and material to the secluded site. Dooley's recalling the episode of the two Eisenhowers being unable to locate the headquarters on E Street some years back, ordered that the signs be erected at the two entrances identifying the building as CIA. Then Robert Kennedy moved into the neighborhood at Hickory Hill and had to pass the CIA enclave as he went to and from work at the Justice Department. He didn't approve of the signs. The British still advertised their Secret Service, Bobby said. Those signs should come down. The president agreed and ordered Alan Dooley's to remove the signs. But, Mr. President, objected Dooley's, those signs help contractors and suppliers to find the place. Besides, the location is marked on every ISIO and National Geographic map of Washington. We can't hide from the American people. Dooley's, who had more than once allowed a presidential directive to mature in his inbox, took no action. Bobby continued to be irritated anew each time he passed the signs, and he complained again to Jack Kennedy. The president telephoned Dooley's. Alan, if those signs aren't taken down today, I'll come down tomorrow and I'll take them down myself. This time, Alan Dooley's followed the orders. In the post-midnight darkness, the offending signs came down after Red White asked the director of the National Park Service to remove them as quietly as possible. The press did not realize the signs were gone for several weeks. When the absence was noted, it was the cause for much merriment, especially from agency critics and headline writers. "Oh, CIA, can you see?" being one result. Some CIA people were critical of the monolith new CIA headquarters and dubbed it the Alan Dooley's Memorial Mausoleum, said one. The real trouble with this new building is that it tends to make an honest woman out of an old madam, you know. No spittoons. Keep the anti-massacres clean. And no champagne in the morning. We ought to be lurking in scrabby old hideouts with the plaster peeling off and stopped-up toilets. There's something about the atmosphere of this building that leads to too many memos, too many meetings, and not enough dirty work. But Alan Dooley's was proud of the new CIA headquarters. He considered it the jewel in the crown that was his for 8 years. Although a story that Dooley's worked in an office hurriedly constructed for him at Langley has become a legend amongst CIA people, he was to appear at that building in an official capacity only one time. As DCI for so many years, Alan Dooley's was a keeper of many secrets, which perforce had to be shared with a few others. Very few others. Amongst those secrets, there was a few marks on the dark side of the ledger. Dooley's had been the senior case officer for 2 attempts to assassinate foreign leaders. Assassination is the outermost extreme of covert action, and, the book says, to be reserved for strictly wartime situations. In the case of Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, now Zaire, An operation was initiated to murder this former pro-Soviet prime minister who was attempting to return to power. The plan was abandoned after Lumumba was killed by Congolese enemies. The second operation, the assassination of Fidel Castro, was prolonged and involved a series of bizarre schemes. The attempt was abandoned after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in Dallas. One aspect of the two assassination operations is now clear and a matter of public record. They took place, and Alan Dulles directed them. What is not perfectly clear is whether Kennedy, in the case of Castro, and Eisenhower, in that of Lumumba, knew of the plots. The Senate Select Committee that investigated assassinations in 1975 concluded its report with the statement, "The chain of events revealed by the documents and testimony is strong enough to permit a reasonable inference that the plot to assassinate Lumumba was authorized by President Eisenhower." The reaction from Ike's friends and family was immediate. It was an indignant chorus. Eisenhower did not know, did not approve of, and was never told of the plot to assassinate him. Eisenhower's sons, John, and his friends, including Andrew Goodpasture, implored the church committee to retract the allegation. Goodpasture went to the committee to testify that at no time and in no way did I ever know of or hear about any such activity. It is my belief that had such a thing been raised with the president, other than in my presence, I would have known about it. The possibility that Alan Dulles would have discussed an assassination plot with Eisenhower with others present is remote. Goodpasture, despite his immediate relation with the president, had no need to know, and Alan Dulles would have arranged somehow to exclude him from a CYA in the crude intelligence vernacular, cover your ass matter. Ike's biographer, Stephen Ambrose, addresses the issue, oddly in a footnote. For his part, the author can testify that he has never seen any documentary evidence linking Eisenhower with an assassination plot, much less giving orders to have Lumumba murdered. Like most of the other evidence in this case, however, that testimony is negative and is not based on the total record, as some items remain classified. And of course, Eisenhower would have never put on paper orders to commit murder. He would have given such instructions in the vaguest possible way, using all sorts of euphemisms. But it is difficult for me to believe that he would not have informed Goodpasture of any secret orders to Dulles. Although it is true that in the last year as president, Eisenhower did sometimes ask Goodpasture to step out of the room while he talked privately to Alan Dulles. Did John F. Kennedy know of the CIA attempt to assassinate Fidel Castro? There is no evidence that he did, although many intelligence officers assume that he must have known. The basis for the assumption is that Robert Kennedy was informed of the attempts. Would Robert Kennedy have kept such a secret from his brother, who was the president? Alan Dulles finally visited the new Langley CIA headquarters in an official capacity when he proudly showed President Kennedy around at his inauguration. Alan Dulles beamed at his colleagues and friends of so many clandestine campaigns, Dulles beamed at his colleagues and friends of so many clandestine campaigns, applauded when President Kennedy decorated him with the National Security Medal. Alan Dulles retired on November 29, 1961. The great white case officer had run his last operation. Although he handled himself with dignity, Dulles was, one former CIA officer believes, at the end, a very tragic, sad, and unfulfilled figure of a man. Most of the men and women who knew Dulles dispute that, but they do agree that it was a sad occasion when he left, and that, however sharp his dagger remained, his cloak was a bit threadbare. Thus ended the 10-year love affair between Alan Dulles and the CIA. During that period, he not only modeled the personality and psyche of the CIA, others, primarily General Walter B. Smith, had much more to do with the organizational evolution of the agency, but outsiders' perception of it as well. For good or for ill, his ghost still limps down the halls of Langley and likely into the closed committee hearings of Congress. The next part is called Part 3, The Retirement Years. Alan Dooley's The Great White Case Officer, Part 3, The Retirement Years. Alan and Clover Dooley's were present at the White House when John A. McCone was sworn in as the new DCI. Clover drove, with her husband, after the ceremony to CIA headquarters on E Street. Dooley's had agreed to remain with the agency for a short period of time during the leadership transition. When his wife dropped him off, Dooley said, "Clover, I'll be home later in a taxi." A security aide overheard the remark and advised Red White. The DDA called Dooley's, of course. White said, his Cadillac would be now used by McCone, but Dooley's would have a car and driver as long as he remained on consultant status. Dooley's protested, but not strenuously. White's kindness was the only bright spot in an otherwise dismal day. His morale, White remembers, was pretty low on his last day as DCI. Alan Dooley's elected to retire in Washington. He and Clover stayed on in their Georgetown home and continued to be active socially amongst former colleagues and prominent Washingtonians. Dooley's began to co-author and edit several books. One, The Craft of Intelligence, is still recognized as a classic in the intelligence genre. Dooley's literary collaborator was Howard Roman, a CIA officer who had retired to become a novelist but instead wrote nonfiction with Dooley's after Richard Helms suggested the collaboration. In November 1963, President Lyndon B. Johnson telephoned Dooley's to ask him to serve on the Warren Commission, established to investigate the assassination of John F. Kennedy. There is no indication in the public record that Dooley's told his fellow commission members of the Castro assassination attempts, revealed by the Senate Church Committee a dozen years later. Obviously, revelation of this information would have provided the Warren jurors with the possible motive for a Castro involvement in Kennedy's assassination. Did Alan Dooley's conceal the Castro assassination attempts from the Warren Committee? Only an equivocal conclusion can be reached. Dooley's may have advised Earl Warren informally and orally about the attempts against Castro. The intelligence veterans I have talked to about this possibility agree on one thing. Alan Dooley's, if he did decide to advise the Warren Commission, would have selected to tell only one member, Chairman Warren, and that would have been an oral briefing with the caveat that Warren not reveal the information to other commission members, and multiplied the possibility that the closely guarded secret might leak. It is certain Dooley's would never have put such an episode on the record, however highly classified. It will probably never be known for sure whether Dooley's revealed the secrets to Warren. One former senior official who knew of the assassination attempts at the time they were being undertaken expresses an opinion that is shared by many others who knew Dooley's. "I doubt it," he says today. Well, that's kind of strange because many people think Alan Dooley's was involved, so including RFK Jr., who's even said that this year. So that honestly makes him seem even more guilty. The Bay of Pigs continued to haunt Alan Dooley's in his retirement. Dooley's was particularly irked by what he considered the self-serving revisionist versions of the episode provided to journalists and historians by participants who wished to escape blame. In 1963, Dooley's wrote in The Craft of Intelligence in reference to the Bay of Pigs, "Much of the American press assumed at the time that Kennedy's action was predicated on a mistake intelligence estimate to the effect that a landing would touch off a widespread and successful popular revolt in Cuba. While I have not commented on any details of the 1961 Cuban operation and do not propose to do so here, I repeat what I have said publicly before. I know of no estimate that a spontaneous uprising of the unarmed population would be touched off by the landing. For 2 more years, Dulles remained quiet until in 1965 he was chagrined when White House aides Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. and Theodore C. Sorensen published separate accounts laying the blame for the failure at the Bay of Pigs squarely on the intelligence doorstep. Dulles decided to reply, wrote a scholar 18 years later. After studying the Allen Dulles papers at the Princeton Library for several months, he worked on an article entitled My Answer to the Bay of Pigs, writing countless drafts that totaled several hundred pages. Dulles worked carefully, consulting Richard Bissell and other participants in the Bay of Pigs. The final draft of the article answers Schlesinger and Sorensen's charge that the intelligence advisors misled the president about key features of the plan. Dulles maintains, despite these authors' claims, that the CIA planners never told the president the mere landing of an exile force in Cuba was likely to trigger massive uprisings throughout the island and bring down the Castro regime. I should add that I was an observer of Cuban and Soviet reaction in Mexico City when Lee Harvey Oswald contacted their embassies. Subsequently, I had a number of Cuban assignments. Unpopular as the theory appears to be, I can only conclude that the Warren Commission was right about foreign participation in the assassination. I know of no evidence that Fidel Castro or the Soviets encouraged Oswald. The planners did believe that the invasion might prompt anti-Castro revolts, but only after the brigade had proved its staying power by seizing control of a solid beachhead. Likewise, Dulles concludes he never assured the president that the plan had an excellent chance of success. Instead, Kennedy was told that the exiles had a good fighting chance, and no more. Elsewhere in the Dulles documents can be found predictable and sometimes bitter comments by Dulles about Kennedy and the men around him. Dulles believed that the true explanation for the failure was the lack of resolve and determination to succeed amongst Kennedy advisors, which lulled the president into whittling away the military options, including, of course, the last-minute cancellation of air cover for the landing force, and in the end, fatally weakening an otherwise sound plan. The Dulles drafts, often handwritten and sometimes stained with coffee, betray the deep emotion the former director felt about the Bay of Pigs, and his resentment against some of the president's aides. While some historians have written that Kennedy was enthusiastic about the plan he inherited from Eisenhower, Dulles reveals that Kennedy had misgivings about the project. It was sort of an orphan child JFK had adopted. He had no real love and affection for it. He proceeded uncertainly towards defeat, unable to turn back, only half sold on the vital necessity of what he was doing, surrounded by doubting Thomases amongst his best friends. Amongst the presidential advisors, there was enough doubting Thomases to dull the attack, but not enough to bring about its cancellation. Harper's Magazine heard of Dulles' article and was anxious to print it. Writer Willie Morris was assigned to work with the former DCI, but Dulles decided, after writing multiple drafts, to scrap the project. Clover Dulles scribbled a note on the final draft to explain why she believed her husband, despite the intensity of his desire to set the historical record straight, decided against publishing the article. Because there was so much more in his favor, he could have said. He had been at liberty to do so, that the material in the article was inadequate. Certainly, Allen Dulles believed in the sanctity of secrets. The former spy master explained in a final draft note, "I have served under 9 presidents, from Woodrow Wilson to Lyndon Johnson, and under no circumstances would I feel justified in revealing presidential
confidences or making public information which the government holds as classified. There was one presidential confidence that must have pained Alan Dulles deeply, that he could not reveal Eisenhower's instructions, come back with a program that will work, which led to the Bay of Pigs project. The Kennedy White House staff people who charged that Dulles had misled the president by promising a popular uprising in Cuba also blamed ex-President Eisenhower for authorizing the invasion in the first place. Ike had, of course, but Eisenhower had defended his approval in the beginning on the grounds that CIA was only creating an asset to be used in the broad anti-communist world conflict. Eisenhower felt so strongly, wrote Stephen Ambrose, that he did something he had never done before, or would again. He ordered the documentary record changed. He wanted to prove that he had never approved any plans, much less the specific order for the Bay of Pigs, and insisted that the distinction between creating an asset and approving a plan remained sharp and clear. He wrote to Gordon Gray, Goodpaster, and others in his inner circle, asking for their impressions and memories of what had been approved and what was not. He believed that there was no record of his discussions with them because he had specifically ordered that no notes be kept. But Gordon Gray had kept notes. At Eisenhower's request, he modified the NSC document that referred to Eisenhower's approval of the ill-fated operation. It was only after Eisenhower's death that Gray wrote to the assistant director of the Eisenhower Library to set the record straight. Specifically, he had deleted the word planning from the NSC document to please Ike. Eisenhower's attempts to expunge from the record his authorization of the Bay of Pigs operation occurred while Dulles was still DCI. There was nothing to be found in the record to indicate that Dulles knew of Ike's request to Gordon Gray, but he probably did learn of it. And he may well have been one of the episodes Clover was referring to when she wrote, "There was so much more he could have said." Several former CIA people are alive and active. They can express their own views about CIA covert action and what its proper role should be in our society. But before he died, Dulles made his feelings on the subject clear in the craft of intelligence. He began by recalling the similarity between Truman Doctrine and the Eisenhower Doctrine. In 1947, President Truman had proclaimed the doctrine which bears his name and applied it particularly to the then-present danger of subversion facing Greece and Turkey. The doctrine, in effect, provided that where a government felt that its free institutions and national integrity were threatened by communist subversion and desired American aid, it would be our policy to give it. A decade later, this policy was restated in a more precise language with respect to the countries of the Middle East and what became known as the Eisenhower Doctrine. Dulles made it clear that any intelligence assistance, including covert action to countries such as Turkey and Greece, were extended when it was sought. But then a special proviso that had influenced U.S. covert action since and has made it so controversial was added by Alan Dulles, undoubtedly with the support of his brother John Foster. It has since been referred to as the Dulles belief that covert action should on occasion be undertaken without waiting for an engraved invitation. There has been occasions, Dulles wrote, as in Czechoslovakia in 1948, when the blow was sudden. Then there was no time for the democratic Czechs to send us an engraved invitation to help them. In Iran, Mossadegh, and in Guatemala, and Arbenz had come to power through the usual process of government, and not any communist coup as in Czechoslovakia. Neither man at the time disclosed the intention of creating a communist state. When this purpose became clear, support from the outside was given to loyal anti-communist elements in the respective countries, in the one case to the Shah supporters, in the other to a group of Guatemalan patriots. In each case, the danger was successfully met. There again, no invitation was extended by the government in power for outside help. Dulles added Cuba to Czechoslovakia as an example where U.S. covert action was justified without receiving an engraved invitation. The distinguishing The distinction between being invited to a covert action affair and gate crashing is what the continuing controversy has been all about. Alan Dooley's feelings about the need for covert action and the running battle with the Soviet Union were unequivocal. Dooley's wrote in 1963, referring to the communist designs on the world, "To meet this threat, we will need to mobilize assets, and in time, before a takeover. That is before a new communist regime becomes firmly installed. Experience so far has indicated that once the communist security services and the other elements of the apparat get their grip on a country, there are no more free elections, no way out." Alan Dooley suffered a series of strokes and a bout with pneumonia in late 1968 and early 1969. Howard Roman visited him at Walter Reed Hospital. Dooley's could not swallow. He was being fed by a tube. "Lord," he told Roman, "what I want to do for a nice glass of beer." Alan Dooley's died on January 29, 1969. Would Dooley, still living, change his assessment of Soviet intentions given developments of history during the past 20-odd years? That question has been presented to a number of his surveying colleagues and friends, and their answers have been without hesitation and consistent, that he would not have altered his viewpoint. As for his sister, when asked if Alan would today maintain his hardline position on covert action, Eleanor Dooley's bristled, as if finding it difficult to entertain such a frivolous question. "Of course," she snapped. When asked why, she said, "because he would remain convinced that it was necessary." One of Dooley's successors as DCI agrees that Dooley's considered covert action necessary, but he adds there was another aspect to his constant preoccupation with it. It made him an important person, a figure to be reckoned with. It meant that when he sat down at the table with other public figures, he was never seated below the salt. 9 years after Dooley's died, a new release entitled Dooley's, a biography of Eleanor, Alan, and John Foster Dooley's and their family network by Leonard Mosley, a British writer, appeared on the market. Mosley was the author of 18 biographies and histories. The acknowledgments in the new volume mentioned interviews with knowledgeable and respected people who had worked closely with Alan Dooley's. Among those listed was Walter Pforzheimer, former legislative counsel for the CIA, creator of the CIA Library and Intelligence Bibliography. Another source quoted by Mosley was Lawrence Houston, who acted as CIA's legal counsel for 27 years. The prologue of the book described a grim Christmas Eve at the home of Alan Dooley's more than a month before his death. Although his Georgetown home was filled with guests, Dooley's was not amongst them. He was upstairs, too ill to join the festivities. Instead, Larry Houston and his wife, Jeannie, greeted most of the guests. Clover Dooley's, according to the colorful account, shirked the responsibility. The description of Larry Houston included an OSS episode where he had been present when they fished the body of one of his agents, also one of his closest friends, out of the Sri Lanka harbor. The account of the Christmas Eve party was dramatic. There was a senator and a congressman, an admiral and an Air Force general, a sprinkling of State Department and Foreign Service officials, a Breton and a German, with vague-sounding jobs at their embassies. Then the story followed about Larry Houston and another CIA man going upstairs and finding Alan Dooley's dangerously ill. They called an ambulance, and Dooley's was taken away, never to come out of the hospital. The guests were not aware of what had happened. Neither was I, because I had never heard that story. The evening I read it, I went to a Washington party. The first people I spotted in the cocktail crowd were Walter Pforzheimer and Lawrence Houston and his wife Jeannie. I approached them, saying I had just read an hour ago the dramatic account of the Christmas Eve party at Alan Dooley's home before his death. "The only problem," Pforzheimer said dryly, "is that it never happened." "It's true," Houston confirmed. "Sheer fabrication." Jeannie Houston nodded in agreement. "But what about the story of you fishing an agent's body out of the bay in Greece?" "When the Mosley book was published," Houston said, "I had never been in Salakanita in my life." Dooley's was cremated. his friends and colleagues gathered at a memorial service at the Georgetown Presbyterian Church. In Clover's pew sat Allen Macy Dulles, Jr., having flown in from New Mexico, where he lived after his years of treatment in Switzerland. Another occupant was Richard Helms, who in 1966 had become DCI. The usually soft-spoken and unemotional Reverend Russell C. Stromp surprised the mourners with an uncharacteristically lofty eulogy. "It is as a splendid watchman that many of us saw him," Stromp intoned, "a famous and trusted figure in clear outline on the American ramparts, seeing that the nation could not be surprised in its sleep or to be overcome in the night. It fell to Allen Dulles to perfect a new kind of protection, to further develop the Central Intelligence Agency, to inspire its people with conscience and meaning, among with the techniques and intellectual discipline that the nation demands in our modern world. The furious rhetoric of our times, aligned with the pervading cynicism, has made many of us lose sight of the issue that really matters. With Allen Dulles, what counted always were the central elements of the liberal tradition: liberty under law, conscience, and the sovereignty of principle." When the service finished, the audience of intelligence professionals waited for Clover Dulles to lead the recessional. "Let's show them something about constituency," Clover said, offering her arm to DCI Richard Helms, who escorted her from the church. Author Leonard Mosley concludes his book on the three Dulles siblings with a rendition of Reverend Stomp's eulogy and an explanation of its eloquence. Mosley writes that Stroop used an elegy written by someone else. The previous night, he had received a telephone call to inform him that a script was being sent to him to read for his address from the pulpit on the morrow. Stroop pointed out that he was not in the habit of reading other people's messages, but always wrote his own. "Ah, yes," said the voice, "but this is a special occasion. The address has been written by the CIA." Mosley identifies the actual writer as James Jesus Angleton, who seized a choice occasion to laud the virtues of Allen Dulles and the CIA. In a source note, Mosley writes that the identity of Angleton as author of the eulogy was revealed by a confidential source. In 1984, Eleanor Dulles identified herself as Mosley's confidential source, and she bridled when reminded of the Mosley account and disputed the allegation that her brother's eulogy was some sort of CIA operation. "I did call Reverend Strout," she recalled, "and told him that because my brother's memorial service was a special occasion, I hoped he would read a eulogy I was sending him, and Strout agreed. Angleton, an old friend, was one of the writers, along with Allen's other friend, journalist Charles Murphy. I was the third writer. Thus, the eulogy for Dulles was the joint product of three people who knew him well. The eloquence should not be attributed to some sort of institutional propaganda effort, but rather to the collaboration of two friends and a sister who were also writers. Murphy, a professional journalist, Angleton, a poet before he became a spy, and Eleanor Dulles, author of 14 books. Angleton's role, of course, does provide a CIA connection with Reverend Stroup's eulogy, and the eulogy was typed by a CIA typist on a CIA typewriter. The Mosley account of the Dulles elegy is like so many other durable myths about CIA. Some truth, some half-truth, and some untruth. Even so, all the men and women I know who worked with Allen Dulles agree on one thing. Dulles himself would have not hesitated to seize the choice occasion of his own memorial service to eulogize his beloved CIA. He had been able to plan such a posthumous covert action. He believed so fervently in the importance of the CIA, including his obligation to perform such other functions and duties as may be required, that he defended it as long as he lived and would have continued to do so beyond that, given the opportunity to run an operation from the grave. The next chapter will be called Chapter 15, The Toughest, Deadliest... The next chapter will be called Chapter 15, The Toughest, Deadliest Hombre. Sounds like something Trump would say.
Chapter 15. The Toughest, Deadliest Hombre. Everyone else in the convention hall suddenly dwindled in stature when Carl Effner walked into the group. The setting was the first convention in 1975 of the Association of Former Intelligence Officers in Alexandria, Virginia. Although I had never met the legendary colonel who commanded the OSS Burma 101 detachment, I knew he would attend the reunion. My friend Lee Elks, Effner's sidekick during almost 5 adventurous decades, had written to say he and Effler would fly in from California. The illusion that others in the gathering had shrunk when Effler entered the hall was generated not only because of Effler's imposing physical bulk, but also because of the immensity of his presence, a bigness which went beyond the dimensions of his huge physical frame, making him stand above the crowd, an enormous mass of a man with a temper as big as his Hulk, recalls OSS veteran and historian Stanley Lovell. He could fly an airplane, box, better than most pros, and few marksmen with pistol or carbine ever had matched his record. Beyond any doubt, the toughest, deadliest hombre in the whole OSS menagerie. One of the first recruits to join OSS in Asia was Thomas N. Moon, later to co-author Effler's biography, The Deadliest Colonel. I came under his command as a 19-year-old sergeant, detached from the army, Moon remembers. To say he scared the hell out of me would be an understatement, but then I had plenty of company. Colonel Thundercloud, as we often called him, was a legend. More than 30 years later, I was scared too, shortly after I met Effler. During the convention of ex-intelligence people, Effler collapsed, his giant body crashed into the floor. Several of us rushed to assist him, but Effler glared at us, waving assistance away, determined to defy alone the seizure which had felled him. Slowly, very slowly, he raised himself from the floor until he stood erect, breathing heavily. Then Effler went about his business. Later I learned that the episode was one of many skirmishes with physical and mental infirmity Carl Effler had fought and conquered over the years. Lee Elks was on the trail of bootleggers in Newport Beach, California in 1928 when police patrolman Carl Effler stopped his automobile. He was a huge, swaggering young man, Elks recalls. When asked to identify himself, Elks told Effler he was a Customs Patrol inspector on the Mexican border. "How do you get into that outfit?" Effler asked. Elks said his chief hired agents who were at least 6 feet tall, weighed 200 pounds or more, and were 35 years old. Effler met the first 2 criteria, but was underage. Not being old enough had led Effler to his job as a patrolman and the encounter with Elks. Effler's father erected derricks in the California oil fields. Young Effler grew up amongst the rough and tough rustabouts, a restless youth seeking action. Effler dropped out of school when he was 13. He enlisted in the Army at 15, serving for 18 months before he was dismissed when it was learned he had lied about his age. He graduated from the Los Angeles Police Academy, but accepted an offer to resign when a record clerk revealed he had again concealed his age. At age 21, Effler met the requirements of the Newport Beach Police Department, thus the meeting with Elks. In less than a month, Effler was a Customs Patrol inspector working in Tatum with Lee Elks in Calexico, a partnership which has endured until the present. Effler is one of the very few people I've ever worked with whom I consider absolutely fearless, Elks says now, and Elks has worked alongside many action-oriented men during his years as a police chief, customs agent, Navy officer, OSS veteran, national pistol shooting champion, and counterinsurgency expert in Latin America. Elks recently described an incident when he and Effler were stalking liquor smugglers in early Prohibition days. Carl and I were on a still watch in the Tijuana River bottom when we heard the clunking of alcohol cans. We put our revolvers on 10. Mexicans coming. Indian file down a path. We searched them for weapons, found none, and began herding them towards the custom house. A flanker appeared from the bushes and stuck a pistol on us. He ordered us to get our hands up, and I quickly complied. Not Carl. He walked over to where the man stood with a gun, grabbed it with his left hand, and gave him such a blow in the jaw with his mighty right fist that he broke both sides of his jaw. The man's mouth was lying under his right ear. He was out for 2 days. Effler enlisted in the Army Reserve as a private. 6 months later, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant. In that service, he met a crusty then Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Stilwell. Effler was appointed Chief Customs Inspector in Honolulu in 1936. In early 1941, he was called to active duty as commander of K Company of the 35th Infantry in Hawaii. Often Effler found himself in friendly competition with Captain John Coughlin, who commanded L Company. Captain Effler had 35th Infantry duty as officer of the day at Sherfield Barracks on a Sunday beginning at 11 o'clock. At his home, he received a 0745 telephone call. "Captain, you better get up here. All hell has broken loose." The hell was the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. 2 months later, Effler was summoned to Washington to the headquarters of the Coordinator of Information, later known as the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS. "We are sending a group of saboteurs to China," Effler was told. "We want you to command them." Carl Effler had been nominated for OSS Far East Operations by now General Stilwell. Then, fighting a diplomatic war and attempting to carry out the political objectives of President Franklin D. Roosevelt in China, while concurrently stroking the consistently ruffled feathers of Chiang Kai-shek. Lieutenant General Raymond W. Peters, USA, recently recalled his first encounter with Effler in 1942. Peters, then also a captain, expected a Pacific combat assignment when he reported for OSS duty, but he wasn't sure what he was in for. Entering Effler's office, Peters noted the commanding officer's large, heavy-set frame and apparent strength, which caused me to wonder, "What's this?" After an exchange of salutes, he tried to impress me with a bone-cracking handshake. He succeeded. Then Effler took a dagger about a foot long from his desk and drove its point into the desktop. Peters realized his combat duty would be unconventional when Effler lectured him on sabotage, guerrilla warfare, and espionage. Effler waved his huge right hand over a wall map which covered the area from Manchuria to Malay. "We're not sure where we're going to operate," Effler told Peters. Peters had been recommended by John Coughlin, who had been recruited for Detachment 101 service by Effler. The three were to be responsible for one of World War II's most awesome military achievements. In Asia, Effler and his field commander, Vinegar Joe Stilwell, were to meet frequently. Stilwell often greeted Effler with aspic salutations such as, "Hello, Buffalo Bill. Now what the hell do you want?" What Effler wanted was to support Stilwell by forging Detachment 101 into a gung-ho operations unit which would help Stilwell open the road to China and eventually to an Allied victory in Japan. The first overseas contingent was 22 officers, a force which would soon grow to more than 700 American OSS men and women who would conduct espionage and intelligence operation in an area the size of Maryland. They would mobilize the Kachin Raiders, Burmese tribesmen, who would kill 5,477 Japanese troops and wound an estimated 10,000. As Effler once told Stilwell, it was not a Boy Scout game. In the process, the Effler legend was created. Effler was complex, sometimes a violent man who refused to tolerate caution or incompetence in his subordinates. Those who surveyed his stern leadership considered Effler a titan of unconventional warfare. He refused to listen to excuses like, "It can't be done." Accounts of his personal courage were related around China, Burma, India campfires. Effler piloted small aircraft in and out of remote strips behind Japanese lines where other flyers refused to fly. When a 10th Air Force plane crashed in the sea off Rangoon, Effler uncrated a newly arrived patrol boat and rescued the downed airmen despite warnings that it was foolhardy to undertake the mission without testing the boat. The 10 men saved were amongst the 200 Allied airmen plucked from behind enemy lines by Detachment 101. Effler was frequently compelled to prove his personal courage and physical stamina, so as to leave no doubt that he was the toughest, deadliest hombre. Often he would challenge his men to knock him off his feet with a punch to his belly. Once he remained standing after the last of 77 men tried to follow him. Newly promoted Lieutenant Colonel Effler was as stubborn as he was tough. He refused to take medication when he was ill, and he relished telling doctors to go to hell, but he couldn't avoid hospitalization in the wake of a maritime mission to land agents and supplies behind Japanese lines. Jumping overboard in heavy seas to pull rubber boats through shallow shoals, Effler was dashed repeatedly against the rocks. There were multiple abrasions on his body and head injuries, which were later diagnosed as the genesis of brain damage. He suffered long periods of pain, loss of memory, and on occasion, irrational behavior. The medics insisted that the Detachment 101 commander remain in bed, but Effler chafed at the confinement. He asked Stilwell to visit the hospital to decide if the generals are running things or the damn doctors. Stilwell arrived and asked, "Why are you in the hospital, Effler?" "I'm not sure," Effler said, "but I think they think I'm crazy." "Hell," Stilwell snorted. "They don't have to hospitalize you for that. I could have told them you were crazy." Despite any reservations he might have had, Stilwell approved Effler's promotion. The elementary school dropout became a full colonel. Effler and another pilot flew into a forward camp in a light plane. The craft lacked sufficient engine power and crashed when the 2 men attempted takeoff. Effler, despite his physical problems, led the other 2 men through jungle trails, returning to safety after a 2-week trek, arriving bearded, filthy, and barefoot. Stilwell braced Effler once again. "Effler, you gotta quit taking those damn fool chances." "Sir," Effler said, "I told you this was no Boy Scout game." I know, Stilwell acknowledged. "But at least know the capabilities of your planes, Effler, will you?" Effler was only too aware of the inadequacies of the small de Havilland Tiger Motts he was flying behind Japanese lines, and had requested L-10 aircraft to replace them. But that was a requisition which needed the approval of OSS Chief William Wild Bill Donovan. Donovan was America's most decorated and celebrated soldier, worshipped for his daring do by those who worked with him during World Wars I and II. John Ford, the famed filmmaker, joined Detachment 101 and described Donovan to his new colleagues. Bill Donovan is the sort of guy who thought nothing of parachuting into France, blowing up a bridge, pissing in Luftwaffe gas tanks, then dancing on the roof of the St. Regis Hotel with a German spy. Detachment 101 officers must have smiled. That description seemed apt for Effler, their own chief. What would happen when the 2 men met? The human equation of an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. The collision occurred when Donovan visited Burma. The OSS chief had decided that the key to Allied victory in Asia might be found in the Kachin Raiders, now organized by Effler and operating 250 miles inside Japanese territory. Donovan wanted to check reports about the seriousness of Effler's physical condition and to evaluate options of some that Effler was a weak organizer. The 2 men met near a wall where 7 maps were displayed, each with a different plan. Donovan's biographer, Richard Dunlop, Donovan, America's master spy, writes of the encounter. "Well, Effler, what are you doing? General Stilwell told me he might want to approach Burma in 7 different ways," explained Effler. "I was supposed to organize each of them, and I did." "That's what I mean about you, Carl," Donovan said. "You are too damned ambiguous about organizing. What do you mean by organizing 7 different eventualities?" The irresistible force had collided with the immovable object. "Sir," Effler asked, "would you like to go behind Japanese lines and find out for yourself?" That challenge was preposterous. Donovan, the man with more Allied secrets in his head than any other person alive, would never venture into enemy-controlled territory. Preposterous. "When do we leave?" asked Donovan. Before takeoff the next morning, Effler offered Donovan a parachute. Donovan declined, saying he would go down with the plane if it crashed. He couldn't afford to be captured, and in fact, he had an OSS suicide pill in his pocket. "General," Effler said, "if we land within 15 feet of the enemy, I will bring you back. Please put on your chute." When the 2 heavy-set men took off in the tiny plane, they had looked, according to one observer, like a couple of well-fed pilots out of wings. When they landed at a forward camp, Donovan enjoyed a first-hand appreciation of the casualties of the Kachin guerrillas and of Effler's need for the L-10s. The takeoff for the return flight was harrowing. Effler coaxed his light plane into the air only by tilting its wings to thread an opening in the treetops, and by turning up a river well it gained altitude. When the plane landed, Donovan said to Effler, "You didn't think you were going to make it, did you?" Effler grinned at that. "General, I knew we'd make it, but now you see the need for more horsepower on the nose for these operations." Was the frightening takeoff for real, or was it an Effler stratagem? Whatever. Donovan approved 10 L-10 planes for Detachment 101. During the 1944 to 45 campaigns, they became widely known as the Burma Butterflies. On the next visit to Effler's headquarters, Donovan told Effler that he saw a new assignment and relieved him of command of Detachment 101. According to one version of history, Donovan was concerned about Effler's health. He found Effler very ill. The 101 commander could not sleep at night and would not take the medication prescribed by the doctors. The pain in his head had become severe. A second version is that Donovan needed Effler for a high-risk mission behind German lines in Europe. In any event, Coughlin assumed charge of Detachment 101, turning over the command to Piers a few days later. Piers and Coughlin were superb officers, and they were responsible for much of the success achieved by Detachment 101 when Effler was in command, and for all of it after he was relieved. But after all, writes Lovell, Effler picked them to do the job, and he knew in his heart, I think, that he was in an impresario, a one-man act, and like Director Donovan, no great shakes as an organizer. Before World War II ended, the men and women of Detachment 101 had cleared the enemy from a 10,000 square mile area, depriving the Japanese 15th Army of the only east escape route, and secured the Stilwell Road against counterattack. The Kachin Raiders routed the Japanese, sustaining losses of only 37. General Dwight Eisenhower, in the Detachment 101 Battle Honors citation, lauded the courage and fighting spirit of the Americans and Burmese, who fought with Effler, Piers, and Coughlin. Effler's OSS duties were far from over. Donovan gave him sweeping authority to conduct international hugger-mugger missions, including exemption from the general order which required permission from Washington for movement of personnel between theaters. Effler traveled abroad frequently, once returning to Burma, and yet another meeting with Stilwell. When Effler entered his tent, Stilwell looked up, disdain on his face. "You, Effler, you of all people, a damned brass hat!" Brass hat, maybe, but as Elks discovered, Effler had not become a desk-bound bureaucrat.
Elks was serving in naval intelligence at Mare Island, California, Navy Yard, when Effler arrived with the question, "How'd you like to go to war?" He wanted Elks to transfer to OSS to work with him on a plan to kidnap a German nuclear scientist, a mission which belied the notion that Donovan considered him unfit for combat command. "Get me 10 men, none of whom you have known less than 5 years," Effler instructed Elks, "and we'll be on our mission within 3 months. Elks and his recruits went into training, and Effler scouted in Switzerland to set up the abduction. But the operation was abruptly terminated when the Manhattan Project cracked the atom, obviating the need for the kidnapping. Effler and Elks then recruited and trained Koreans to penetrate Korea and Japan as espionage agents. 4 groups were training at Catalina Island when the atom bombs began to fall on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, making the mission and the OSS unnecessary. After the war, Effler became a very sick man. "My head injury," Effler said repeatedly, "was devastating. But although I suffered pain and other complexities from the onset, the injury was a time bomb that did not lay me low until 1946. Effler spent most of that year in a hospital, and has suffered from strokes and seizures since. In 1947, Effler returned to duty in the Customs Service in Hawaii. That same year, the CIA was established, and Effler was summoned for duty with the fledgling Cloak and Dagger outfit. He agreed to recruit and lead his own brand of guerrilla fighters behind the lines in Korea, but CIA doctors scotched the proposal. After examining Effler in Washington, they reported, "This man has had enough." It appeared that Effler would defy the doctors once again in 1952, when Donovan expected to be appointed head of the CIA after Eisenhower's election. He asked Effler to stand by to become the agency's operation chief. Ike won the election, but Donovan, sorely disappointed, was not offered the CIA directorship. Effler's health deteriorated. At one point, a physical physician described him as a vegetable. Yet Effler took on another battle, on another front, when he decided to obtain the education he had abandoned as a youth. He was rewarded with bachelor's and master's degrees in psychology and a 3rd degree in divinity. Formerly an agnostic, Effler compiled a dossier on Jesus, studied it, and found faith along with the degree. In 1963, he obtained his 4th sheepskin, the PhD in psychology required for practice in California. He had maintained a straight A average, his professor said. He obtained his degree despite the most adverse conditions. A goodly portion of his brain was shot away and wired up. He had constant tinnitus ringing in the ears. There is no amount of stress he cannot surmount. When he is in the throes of achieving an objective, there is no such thing as a knockout punch. Not bad, the professor concludes, for someone who was decreed a vegetable 7 years prior to his school venture. After 50 years of government service, Dr. and Colonel Effler has dedicated himself to the practice of psychology. Most of his time, however, involves active participation in numerous veterans organizations, such as Veterans of the OSS of Detachment 101 and TROA, which he is the life member. He organized the western sector of the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, working again with Lee Elks, and holds a number 1 membership card for the group. When I gathered opinions about Effler from his former colleagues, the word which surfaced more than any other was complex. "I'm sure you know," said one man who knew Effler, "that you will be writing about a most complex individual. You can take any human characteristic, and he would represent both sides of the coin." Elks is not sure why Effler is absolutely fearless. Now this can mean a man doesn't have enough sense to try and protect himself against disaster, Elks says, or that he is just naturally a macho son of a gun. In all the years I was with Carl, when I gathered opinions about Effler from his former colleagues of the world,
Elks is not sure why Effler is absolutely fearless. Now this can mean a man doesn't have enough sense to try and protect himself against disaster, Elks says, or that he is just naturally a macho son of a gun. In all the years I was with Carl, I never did figure out which of these categories he fit into. Another man who knew, Effler wrote, "The Colonel is the most complex man. He is the roughest and toughest hombre I have ever met, yet the most compassionate, kind, and considerate soul I have ever known. Someone once remarked that anything you said about him was true. Pierce told me, in one respect, he always has been totally consistent. One never knows what is going to happen for certain. One cannot predict for the future. In the near future, I'll be seeing Effler again, at the next convention of former intelligence people. He'll be easy to spot, larger than life, standing tall above the crowd." The next chapter is called Chapter 16, Jim, We Never Really Knew You. And this will be about James Jesus Angleton. Chapter 16, Jim, We Never Really Knew You. Just before a Falls Church, Virginia memorial service for James Jesus Angleton, the editor for the Central Intelligence Retirees newsletter, asked me to write something about Jim. I suggested other names, people who had worked intimately with Angleton, as more suitable for the chore, but the editor cited a tight deadline for the issue of the Bulletin, and I agreed. The memorial service, Jim was buried in Boise, Idaho, on May 15th, was at the Rock Spring Congregational Church, the United Church of Christ, not far from the Angleton home. The church overflowed. There were former directors, a U.S. Senator. I had never known that Sam Nunn knew Angleton. Journalists, other faces familiar from frequent appearances on national television. Everywhere they were professionally familiar countenances, Jim's colleagues throughout the decades. James Angleton was unquestionably the most controversial American intelligence officer ever. Even amongst the crowd who came to mourn him, there were different opinions about Jim. There were those who have decreed Angleton's implacable skepticism. One of Angleton's friends spoke of Mettermensch, awakened in the middle of the night and told that the Russian ambassador had just died from a heart attack. Mettermensch supposedly asked, "I wonder what his motive was." Other mourners were among those convinced that Angleton, had he remained as chief of CIA's counterintelligence, or had his contentions prevailed after his recruitment, would have protected the country from the national security indignities suffered in recent years. One consensus about Angleton is clear. He was dedicated to the task of defending our flag against all enemies. The memorial service was without flaw, a simple, moving tribute. Most of the service was conventional, with appropriate readings from the scriptures and religious songs from the choir, but there was a departure from the conventional when a poet read selections, Jim's favorites, from T.S. Eliot, and the closing hymn was "My Country, 'Tis of Thee." Had a less sensitive minister presented, it would have been easy to spoil the ceremony with excessive rhetoric. It would have been easy for the minister to cite dark areas of Angleton's career, denouncing him and the CIA. Or it would have been easy to cite only the positive aspects of Angleton's persona and career. The minister didn't do either. Instead, the minister referred to Angleton as a complex spirit and left it at that. After the memorial service, I realized that the editor had asked too much of me. No one, not one of his friends, nor one of his adversaries, should be asked to write a eulogy of Jim Angleton. Not so soon, anyway. So I decided the best I could do for Hans was to retrieve some of my previous writing. The following was written more than a dozen years ago. I had assistance from Jim Flannery, a friend on whom I had depended then, as now, for wise counsel. When a writer has the opportunity of revising something written years previously, there is always the temptation, and usually good reason, to make changes. In this case, though, the following is reprinted verbatim. Instead of writing something completely new, I'll submit the following, for which I see no reason to change, to accommodate hindsight. In an agency replete with unusual people, none titillated my imagination and curiosity more than the legendary James Angleton. The counterintelligence chief and his operational activities were shrouded in secrecy and mystery. Few of us knew the details of his job. His basic responsibility was clear, though, to prevent penetration of the agency by other intelligence services and to conduct high-level liaison with several of the more competent friendly ones. Angleton was CIA's answer to the Delphic Oracle, seldom seen, but with an awesome reputation, nurtured over the years by word of mouth, and intermediaries padding out of his office with pronouncements which we seldom professed to understand fully, but accepted on faith anyway. After all, who could argue with the whispers that he had ferreted out Kim Philby's role as a double agent working for the Soviets? Strolling to the cafeteria at Langley one day, I remarked to a friend that I had never met Angleton. He replied that he knew the spy master only by sight, and there he is! He stopped and nodded his head towards a man walking down the hall towards us. That's him! That's Angleton! The man he identified was short, thin, with stooped shoulders, and shuffled rather than walked. His head was down, as if in deep thought. His hands were clasped behind his back. So that's the fabulous Angleton, I said revertedly. Several times during the next years, I saw the man, always walking alone, hands behind his back, and I would identify him to others. There he is! That's Jim Angleton! After many years, I became a division chief. I attended my first DDO meeting, a weekly session at which area division chiefs conferred with Bill Nelson, successor to Weisler, Helms, Bissell, Fitzgerald, Karamines, and Colby. I anticipated the first opportunity to work with Jim Angleton, the enigmatic counter-spy chief I had seen frequently in the halls over the years. While we were waiting for Nelson to arrive so the meeting could begin, I whispered to an associate, "Where's Angleton?" "He'll be here," my colleague said. "He always sits on Nelson's right." He indicated an empty chair at the place of honor. And then Angleton did enter the conference room and take the empty chair. Enigmatic indeed. There was not the man I had been observing all these years. The person who identified him to me had been mistaken. He thought somebody else was Jim Angleton and foisted his error off on me. The real Jim Angleton was a head taller than the officer I had thought him to be, and I could not recall ever having seen him. Later I had asserted the identity of the other man. He was an authority on communism who had the inevitable task as an OSS operative during World War II of helping Marlene Dietrich write lyrics for songs designed to affect German morale. When the meeting ended, Angleton spoke with me briefly. After a rather fugitive look about, he asked me to see him in his office soon. As a division chief, I should have seen the briefing. The briefing? The briefing! Angleton repeated several times slowly. Several times during the next 2 years, I had further business with Jim Angleton. At one meeting I said, "Have you forgotten that you were going to give me what you were going to give me?" I unconsciously lowered my voice to a whisper. "The briefing." Angleton looked at his watch. "That's right, but you can't do it now. The briefing takes several hours." When Seymour Hersh exploited his still controversial December 1974 New York Times CIA revelations, one of his allegations
was that Jim Angleton was in charge of the CIA effort to gather information on American descendants. At his first DDO staff meeting in 1975, Jim Angleton sat at his customary seat to the right of Bill Nelson. There was a few routine announcements that Nelson told us without any preamble that Angleton had submitted his retirement papers. There was a shocked silence. Angleton impassively lighted another of his filter-tipped cigarettes. Nelson went on to explain Jim's departure had no connection with the Hearst charge and the New York Times. It was coincidental. The senior officers around the conference table were incisively skeptical. The intelligence profession does not exactly condition one to accept coincidence as an explanation of events. But, as it turned out, Nelson had once more aired a delicate internal matter in his characteristic fashion, truthfully and without embellishment. The inevitable conflict between Angleton's Cold Warrior attitude and William Colby's intention to create a new American service had come to a head in late 1974. Colby told the counterintelligence chief that he was to be assigned to other tasks, with another officer taking over the agency's counterintelligence functions and liaison with the Israeli service. Angleton chose to retire. The move was delayed until the last day of the year so that he could receive the benefit of a cost of living adjustment in his annuity. The Hearst revelations on domestic operations did come, coincidentally, in the interim. Angleton, we learned also, had not been in charge of the conventional program, of the controversial program of investigating American citizens. The line of command had opted to bypass him in favor of another counterintelligence officer. Angleton addressed the meeting. It was what some in CIA called his nature of the threat speech. Dire predictions, grim warnings, and suspicion of detente. It was a glooming forecast. We were uncomfortable. While most of us felt the counter-espionage expert to be inorderly inflexible, we also knew he possessed an encompass of deep secrets and a better understanding of the Soviet Union's intelligence operations than any other men in the West. When the meeting was over, we all left hurriedly, almost as if we were escaping. My parking space in front of the main entrance of CIA headquarters was one removed from Jim Angleton's. Leaving the building that night, I caught up with Angleton. He was walking very slowly through the darkness to his black Mercedes. We talked for a few minutes, standing in the diffused glow of a distant light. Angleton's head was lowered, but occasionally he glanced up from under the brim of his black Homburg at the looming CIA building, although he would stay on for a while until his successor returned from overseas. Jim Angleton had officially separated from his beloved intelligence service when he had walked out of the door a few minutes earlier. "You know, Jim," I said, "you never gave me that briefing. You never did give me the briefing." "I didn't?" Angleton smiled wanly. "That's right." We then rambled on about nothing in particular. I thought to myself that I had never seen a man who looked so infinitely tired and sad. We shook hands, and I got into my car, backed out of the parking space, and drove towards the exit. In the rear-view mirror, I could see Angleton's tall, gaunt figure growing smaller and smaller. He was still standing beside his car, looking up at the building, when I turned the corner. When Jim Jesus Angleton was remembered at his memorial service in Falls Church, some of those present perceived the reading from T.S. Eliot as one more indication of Jim as a complex spirit, and wondered if it was appropriately included in the ceremony. No one questioned the appropriateness of the closing hymn, "My Country, 'Tis of Thee." The next chapter will be called Chapter 17, The Night Watchman, Some Memories of Richard S. Welch.
Chapter 17, The Night Watchman, Some Memories of Richard S. Welch. Many Americans have a vague recollection of Richard Welch. Wasn't he that CIA man assassinated somewhere a few years back? That's understandable. The American public has been overwhelmed and numbered by many other terrorist outrages since then. But those CIA people who worked with him find the memory of this unique and gifted man difficult to erase. Richard Skefelton Welch was ambushed at the gateway of his residence in Athens on December 23, 1975. A decade later, though, when his name comes up among those who knew him, it is not in the context of his death, but of his life. Dick Welch could not have managed to hide his light under a bushel basket if he had tried, which he was not in the least inclined to do. He was that rare breed of the right stuff highlighted by a colorful personality, which did not suppress or hide well, even when he was a lowly neophyte in the clandestine service. He had the wit and presence to carry off almost outrageous assaults on the system when he felt it was being unduly obtuse or bureaucratic. He did not overdo it, however, and chose the time and circumstances carefully. By no means did he want to be regarded as less than one of the most serious, dedicated, and talented men in the highly competitive world of intelligence operations. Certainly Richard Welch must have been the only one-eyed officer to pass his CIA medical examination with a 20/20 rating for each eye. In the agency's early days, newly hired personnel were instructed to have hometown examinations before reporting for duty in Washington. In New England, the examiner handed Welch an eye chart on a racket-shaped board, much like a ping-pong paddle. Cover one of your eyes, the examiner said, and read with your other eye. Dick covered his blind eye and read. The text was familiar to one who had studied Latin at the Providence, Rhode Island Classical High School and recently graduated magna cum laude in Greek studies from Harvard University. The principal conquests of the Romans were achieved under the Republic, and the emperors, for the most part, were satisfied with preserving. These were the texts that he read in his eye examination. The examiner stopped Dick when he reached the 20/20 point. Dick covered his good eye and repeated the text verbatim. It was not that he had a photographic memory, but had memorized long before the opening sentences of Gibbon's The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Richard Welch wanted to work in Greek affairs from the moment he joined CIA. He was distressed that the system did not recognize his desire and background by assigning him to the Greek desk forthwith. To make matters worse, he was bored by the make-work jobs he was being given while his area assignment was being decided. Finally, a supervisor approached him. "Are you the fellow who studied Greek?" Welch acknowledged that he was. "Then translate this, and we'll see how you do." The supervisor dropped a clipping from a current Athens newspaper on the desk. Welch did not have the vaguest idea how to read modern Greek, much less translate it. His area of expertise was classical Greek, almost an altogether different language, but he could discern that the news item was a wire service release and hurried to the CIA library. Sure enough, he found the English version of the article in the Paris Herald Tribune. He copied the English text and took his handiwork to the supervisor. "Hey, that was pretty fast." The supervisor was impressed. He ran his eyes over the copy. "And it's a perfect translation. You're assigned to the Greek desk." At his new job, Welch set about the business of learning modern Greek before his colleagues discovered the deception. He was soon rewarded with a choice overseas assignment, Athens. Richard Welch used his wit to puncture any and all institutions, ranging from churches to the intelligence profession. The more sacrosanct, the better. One of his earlier and better-known sallies concerned the routine of family physical examinations prior to his departure for Athens. A request made by the doctors virtually on the eve of his departure had given him an opportunity to strike back at the endless red tape required for overseas assignments. "Imagine," Welch complained, as he would relate the story later, "the medics wanted to bring in a urine sample from my daughter. She was only 3 months old. How in the name of God was I to obtain a specimen from a 3-month-old? His good eye twinkled. Why, it would have been easier to get it from my basset hound. Everyone had heard of Welch's Basset, named for one of Harvard's foremost Greek scholars. Then silence, and apparently the end of the story, until someone would ask, "Well, what the hell happened?" "Oh, yes," Dick Welch would say, ambiently, "my Basset hound passed the urine test." Dick finally arrived in Athens and entered the new Chief of Station's office for the initial interview with his new boss. Numbing experience for most young officers on their first overseas assignment. After the modalities had concluded, Welch asked the COS, "Is it true that you have to be a Greek to get ahead in this station?" Welch had been perceptive enough to detect a sense of humor in his new chief, Thomas Karamanlis. Some years later, when Karamanlis had risen to the eminence of chief of the clandestine service and Welch had occasion to drop by to report a beneficial development, he altered his approach. Entering Karamanlis' office, he opened with, "Beware of Irishmen bearing gifts." Bright and brash young Welch was, and certainly not afflicted with humility, nor did he suffer fools gladly, but he learned a valuable lesson about dealing with people in Athens. After decisively losing an emotional argument with an older case officer, Welch commented, "I will never again try to impose my views on someone more stubborn than I, who is also more experienced than I." Welch was assigned to Cyprus from 1960 to 1964. 3 children had been born of his marriage to Patricia Randall Timothy, Nicholas, and Molly. Welch promised his chief that he would produce 1,000 intelligence reports during his tour on the island, and worked diligently towards that goal, numbering his first 2 reports 001 and 002. Family life and professional performance, including the collection of intelligence, became increasingly difficult over the years as political turmoil between Turkish and Greek sympathizers turned the streets of the capital, Nicosia, into daily battlegrounds. Wives and children were evacuated. The CIA chief of station issued weapons to his case officers. Welch refused to carry a gun. Nevertheless, he ventured through the city's streets to meet agents and collect intelligence. But on the eve of his departure from the station, he was 2 reports shy of his goal of 1,000 intelligence reports. 2 hours before he left for the airport, one of his agents appeared unexpectedly with fresh information. Welch hurriedly prepared intelligence reports 999 and 1,000, dropped them triumphantly on his chief's desk, then scurried to catch his plane. Welch did not fly to join his family. The strains of the hectic life on Cyprus may have been one of the factors that resulted in family separation, then divorce. After a tour in Washington, Welch was stationed in Guatemala from 1965 through 1967. There he met and fell in love with Christina Kika Hadelburn, a social development that raised some diplomatic eyebrows because of Kika's occupation at the time. She was the personal secretary of the Guatemalan foreign minister. Welch left the country when his tour ended, but soon returned to marry Kika. She remembers that when she told her boss she would be marrying Welch, the foreign minister responded, "But he's not a real diplomat, is he?" They were married on December 14, 1967, Welch's birthday. "I planned it that way," she recalls, "so we would never have an excuse to forget either anniversary." The wedding was attended by the American ambassador to Guatemala, John Gordon Maine. Welch's relations with Maine were cordial, even though the envoy was a teetotaler, not even wine. Welch observed with a pained expression, Maine's standing instructions to his embassy staff were that if he were kidnapped, no ransom should be paid, and added that in any event, he had decided he would not be kidnapped alive. He was not. During an ambush, leftist terrorists gunned him down when he attempted to escape from his limousine. At that time, Richard Welch and his new wife made a pact that there would be no payment of ransom to terrorists if either of them were ever kidnapped. Welch said nothing about how he would react in a kidnapping situation. But when Kika asked him how he felt about death, Welch responded, characteristically, with a quip, I want to be shot by a jealous husband. But then he became serious. He told Kika that he hated more than anything to be sick. When I go out of this life, he said, I want to go out very quickly. Irrelevant is a word often applied to Richard Welch. He certainly considered himself an iconoclast, although he once conceded that there was something to be said for the ancient Greek concept of worshipping many gods, because even though there were a number of duds amongst them, maybe some of them would work out. As for organized religion, Welch simply wrote off the subject as poppycock. Those who worked with him recall that Richard Welch was always prepared to quote Greek and Roman masters in a conversation, and on occasion in the text of operational cables and dispatches. He was quick to respond when his erudition was challenged. Once a cable came into CIA headquarters with the last sentence in Latin. Everyone scurried around looking for Welch, obviously the man to draft the answer. He did. The last sentence of the reply was a quotation from Shakespeare, translated into impeccable Latin. Welch was also fond of quoting Lord Macaulay. In one CIA meeting, when someone suggested bringing an adversity group to terms for one reason or another, Welch settled the matter by saying, let them be. Their reward is to be what they are. Welch's first chief of station assignment was in a small South American country where E.C. Mike Ackerman was his only case officer. Ackerman later recalled, we got along fine, and both of us enjoyed our running dialogue on the comparative merits of our Greek and heretic philosophical roots. Force majeure, a favorite phrase of Welch's, and discretion forced Ackerman to endure a series of references to Theoclides, Socrates, and Cato, which his chief interjected into his operational messages. Finally, the junior officer decided to strike a blow for his side. He conducted an operational dispatch with a favorite saying of his boyhood rabbi. If I am not for myself, who shall be for me? If I am for myself only, wherefore am I? If not now, when? Such a conclusion to a CIA message from that station would undoubtedly shock headquarters officers already numbered by Welch's classical references. Ackerman dropped it in Welch's inbox for approval, then returned to his own office to wait for Welch's reaction. The detonation was not long in coming. What the hell do you call this? Welch thundered before he was entirely in the room. I call it a demand for equal time, Ackerman said. I'm tired of all your damned Greeks. For a moment Welch was confounded. Then he recovered. His Greeks and Latins were safely secular. Can't send it, he told Ackerman. If I would infuse religious dogma into official government correspondence and violate the First Amendment. It would refuse religious dogma into official government correspondence and violate the First Amendment. Ackerman argued with his chief. He insisted that his quotation did not allude to divinity and could be uttered by any humanistic philosopher. To refuse to approve the quotation merely because the author was Jewish was a violation of the 14th Amendment, the guarantee of equal rights before the law. Welch offered to compromise. He would leave the quotation in the dispatch, but only after secularizing it by striking the word rabbi. Given the quality of the opposition, Ackerman recalled many years later, I was delighted to settle it for a partial victory. Welch enjoyed his iteration and obviously did not hesitate to display it. On the rare occasions when he suffered from lack of knowledge, he was inclined to hide his ignorance. Ray Cave, one of his many friends outside the intelligence community, and now the managing editor of Time magazine, once shared a Chinese dinner with Welch. The Far East had somehow eluded Dick, Cave recalls today. At least its cuisine had. We did the ordering. and I was startled in mid-sentence to see him dip a large shrimp up to his knees into a dish of exceedingly hot mustard. I could not stop him before he popped it into his mouth. He never lost a stride in his story, never blinked. Cave remembers that, while Welch was quite pleased at his self-control. He could not have known that his face had turned quite scarlet, and it stayed that way until he coolly took a couple of large swallows of water. Water or not, Welch's drink of preference. During a Washington tour, he drifted through the National Gallery of Art with a friend. Into a discussion about the amenities of life abroad, he made a point by snapping his fingers and exclaiming, "Vermouth!" Startled gallery visitors turned to look at Welch, but he remained quiet. No one moved. "You see," Welch concluded to his friend, "this is the only damned country in the world where nothing happens when you shout that word." Kiko wanted their small Washington Capitol Hill backyard to be paved with bricks, a task Welch undertook personally. One day he was on his hands and knees working with a trowel. He looked up to find his neighbor, Finetree, a real Irishman, Welch called him, leaning on the fence between their homes. "Here I am, Finetree," said Welch, "a fine Irish lad, a full scholarship student of classics at Harvard, a holder of sensitive posts abroad, and hopefully a rising star in the State Department. Here I am laying bricks. What do you think of that?" "My boy," replied Finetree, "it is good for the soul to return to one's beginnings from time to time." Richard Welch's beginnings were in New England. His father, George Patrick Welch, was a Boston-born businessman, scholar, writer, and soldier, educated at the Boston Latin School, graduating from Harvard in 1923. He was an investment banker for 17 years, published short stories and a novel, and became a public information and combat officer in the Army for 14 years. Then Colonel Welch returned to pursue historical research. He wrote a scholarly work on the Roman conquest and occupation of the Britain. Richard Welch's mother was a first-generation Irish woman and an accomplished artist. 2 Welch sons were born to them in Hartford, Connecticut, before the family moved to Providence when Richard and George were in elementary school. They pooled resources to buy their mother a birthday present, a pair of boxing gloves. Therefore, Mrs. Welch tossed the gloves to the brothers when they wanted to settle a dispute. Richard lost the sight in his left eye when he used a pick to break up ice in the family icebox. A flying shard pierced his eyeball. Richard Welch, often called Skeffleton by his pre-CIA friends, followed his father's educational path. Entering Harvard in 1947, he flunked freshman French. That traumatic development made Welch wonder if he had any talent for languages, an ironic concern in that he would later become perhaps the U.S. government's most fluent non-Greek speaker of Greek. Welch became a member of the freshman track team, a long-distance runner who finished in a tie for third with another Harvard athlete during the annual meet with Yale. The circumstances of the third-place tie demonstrated at least 3 of his qualities: compassion, spur-of-the-moment innovation, and goalie. That later turned Welch into a superior intelligence operative. When the runners neared the finish line, Welch was in a solid third-place position, and thereby assured of coveted freshman numerals. Looking over his shoulder, he saw that 4th place, which did not merit any such numerals, was held by a faltering Harvard compatriot. Welch slowed his pace, waited for his teammate, and the 2 men crossed the finish line holding hands. The judges had no choice but to declare an all-Harvard tie for 3rd place. Both runners received track letters. Welch also achieved some fame, if not notoriety, at Harvard for his prowess in another sport. Despite his blind eye, he became one of the premier pool players at the college, a talent he honed between study sessions in Greek history and literature. In his junior year, Welch underwent an emergency appendectomy. For several days, he was near death from a grave case of peritonitis. During his recuperation, he had ample time to visit Patricia Randall, his high school classmate from Providence. After his graduation, they were to be married.
The outbreak of the Korean War in the summer of 1950 was to have a critical influence on Richard Welch's life. Colonel Patrick Welch took his artillery battalion through the Incheon landing, the assault on Seoul, and the march to the Yalu River. After bitter fighting in sub-zero weather, he brought most of his men out of the battle zone. For weeks, Welch had no word from his father. By the spring of 1951, Welch and his other classmates were living in the shadow of the war. Others prepared for graduation and military service, or for graduate school, and the deferment that went with it. But military service was not an option for Welch because of his bad eye. Christopher May, Welch's Harvard roommate, recalls that Welch had a keen interest in world politics, an interest heightened by his recent concern over the safety of his father, Patrick, when Chinese troops had launched a massive surprise attack over the Korean border. May, out of the blue, was invited to an interview with the Central Intelligence Agency. The prospect of an undercover career appealed to Welch also, and he too sought an interview with the then almost unknown organization. Both men were accepted and reported to Washington 5 weeks after graduation. The Harvard roommates were to be colleagues throughout their CIA careers. After his tours in Athens, Cyprus, Guatemala, and a small South American country, Welch was assigned to Peru in 1972. He asked one of his close friends, an educated, upper-class Peruvian, what sort of persona he should project to maintain his cover in Lima. The friend suggested that Welch describe himself truthfully. An F-fight tennis-playing Boston man. Welch thought that was apt. He even wrote down the phrase on the back of his calling card so he wouldn't forget it. The same Peruvian often played tennis with Welch. Dick was a very misleading man on the tennis court, he later recalled. He wasn't built like an athlete. He was very tall, very lean, and walked in a way that gave the impression of his being slightly knock-kneed. However, he was incredibly fast on the court. His only trouble was his left side of the court because of his eyesight. In Lima, there were three pets in the Welsh household. Cholita was an aged, arthritic collie bitch. The Welches also had 2 cross-eyed Siamese cats, Maya, named for her Guatemalan origin, and Amadeus, to honor Welch's favorite composer. After Amadeus survived a serious illness, Welch threw a party to celebrate the cat's recovery. Welch himself became seriously ill from hepatitis in the fall of 1974. A colleague recalls that his reaction to the setback was one of great impatience, and he got a bit edgy and crotchety and impatient in general, and he lost some of his cool. After a while, though, he accepted the situation, that he couldn't taste fine wine, couldn't play tennis, and had to be briefed in bed. Welch never became completely reconciled to a daily visit from a medic who would take generous blood samples. Dick promptly nicknamed the medic Dracula and complained that Dracula would swoop in each morning and leave with a bucket full of precious lifeblood. During a trip to the U.S., Welch visited his father. The elder Welch's health had suddenly deteriorated. Richard, in a pained letter to one of his father's friends, wrote of his shock in finding that Patrick had become physically a wreck. Kika and Richard Welch brought Patrick to Lima, where they could take care of him. Richard and Kika Welch invited his sons, Tim and Nick, to visit Lima for the Christmas holidays. Welch wrote to Tim, who had recently become a U.S. Marine, "I have sung of Peru's delights before, those that are awaiting you. Well, they're in full swing. Tennis balls flying, bikinis barely hanging on, pisco sours, national booze flowing. Peruvians, having no sun, naturally worship it, and the worship is now on us. Goes without saying, your being here will make our summer. This puts you in a terrible dilemma. Which way to go, snow or beach? I am reminded of that donkey midway between 2 haystacks. He's starved. Don't let that happen to you. Vote with your feet for one anyway." Welch wrote to his son a second time. The tennis ball situation in the commissary is unhealthy. I think the ambassador, a tennis nut, is exercising droit de signor. If you have any space in your bags, throw it in to half a dozen cans. Throw it in up to half a dozen cans. Courts and ball boys will be supplied locally. And Welch wrote on the eve of Tim's departure for Peru. I'm still having trouble getting in shape to face you on the tennis court. Had a blood test recently. The joncated crowd goes in for this sort of thing periodically to see what's going on. And the doctor says it shows the hepatitis traces cleared up, but the liver is still a little weak. And when the liver is weak, chum, so are you, its owner, but gradually that too should snap back. I don't relish this feeling at 90. When official CIA visitors came to Peru, Richard Welch would meet the plane. Leaving the airport, he would turn off the main road, driving for half an hour through the shanty slums of Lima, then into the area where the rich Peruvians live. After allowing the senior visitor to absorb the squalor of the slums, he would let them marvel at the luxury of the Orlaches' homes. The important thing, Welch would then say, is to remember that the answer to this country's future lies somewhere between the two extremes. In 1974, Welch attended a station chief's conference at CIA's training establishment, a bucolic area in Virginia known as the Farm. The violence of political extremists had escalated to such a degree in Latin America that it was decided the visiting chiefs from that area should have advanced training in defensive weapons and how to use them. 2 days were allocated to that purpose prior to the conference at the training site. Welch, despite his bad eye and his aversion to weapons, he never kept a gun in his home, even in volatile overseas posts, shot as well as most of the chiefs, and better than some. And he shot pool better than any. One evening after dinner, Welch challenged another chief to a game of pool in the student club, wagering a glass of brandy on the outcome. The challenge was accepted by a colleague who had spent considerable time in pool parlors in his youth. He remarked that it hardly seemed fair. Who could lose a pool game to a one-eyed Harvard man? Several students gathered around the table, observing while Welch plunked one ball after another into the pockets, calling his shots with precision. While he trounced his colleague, he regaled the students with tales of how he made extra money at Harvard by going into pool halls in the blue-collar areas of Boston and fleecing the innocents who presumed that an Ivy Leaguer would not know one end of a cue stick from another. The students followed Welch to the bar, ordering beer while the pool table victor lingered over his selection of expansive brandy. He enthralled the young officers with yarns and anecdotes culled from his overseas tours. The students were wide-eyed. If things went well, they might be chiefs of station one day. And they savored Dick's articulate descriptions of life in the Netherlands of espionage. A CIA instructor standing at the end of the bar also enjoyed Welch's monologue. He was drunk. He grunted with appreciation at the conclusion of each story Welch told the students, instructing the bartender to have another drink awaiting. The man lurched off to the men's room. One of the students laughed, explaining that the instructor had been nicknamed the Sponge because of his ability to soak up bourbon. I know him, Welch said. He was not amused. He knew that some of the instructors assigned to the isolated training school had been sent there out of compassion after a tough tour overseas, or because of acute medical or family problems. Don't laugh at him. He's been in some dark alleys and deserves better. Shortly the Sponge returned and resumed his drinking. Welch obviously was enjoying his old hand role. He told the students several stories which illustrated how they could avoid wrecking an intelligence operation by slipshod practices. He was pleasantly and lucidly pedantic. One of Welch's stories concerned the necessity of using tactics in which other professions would be considered highly questionable. Has it ever bothered you? A student asked. Bothered me? The dirty trick side of our business, the student asked. Not really, Welch said.
It goes with the job we're asked to do overseas. You should be prepared for that."
"That's right, Sonny," the sponge interjected. "Don't get the idea you'll be Rebecca at Sunnybrook Farm." The sponge stood, preparing to leave. He swayed as he tried to insert his arm into the sleeve of his raincoat. He missed and tried again. A student laughed.
"Shut up!"
The sponge glared at the young officer.
"You think you're pretty hot, don't you?"
Even the stolid, CIA-cleared bartender was clearly uncomfortable.
"You'll find out, Rebecca."
The sponge's eyes were red. His face cracked with operational mileage.
"You'll find out when you get out there. You'll find out you didn't join the damn Boy Scouts. 'Cause you didn't. Wait till you get there. You'll fucking see."
The sponge lurched away from the bar. Dick Welch inspected his brandy. "What the hell was he trying to say?" the student asked.
"He's trying to warn you,"
Welch said quietly.
"He's telling you that you're in a tough business. That it won't all be fun and games. That you're going to be standing in the night watch."
Welch wet the tip of his finger, then ran it around the edge of his brandy glass until it produced a hum. "He's trying to tell you that the night watch can be lonely, but that it must be stood." In 1975, a debate over U.S. clandestine operations reached its climax in a high tide of confusion, with the wreckage strewn over the Washington, D.C. landscape and over many foreign shores as well. Morale at CIA headquarters plummeted in the wake of sensational newspaper revelations and highly publicized congressional investigations, especially the inquiry. Some CIA people considered it an inquisition conducted by a Senate committee that became known for its chairman as the Church Committee. William Colby, then CIA director, decided that a stiff dash of patriotism was just what was needed to bolster staggering morale at Langley. Colby erected a statue of Nathan Hale outside the main entrance to the CIA building. The unveiling prompted debate in the halls of CIA. Older cynics thought it was corny, and some of the younger officers believed it to be camp. Richard Welch walked out of the headquarters building with a colleague and saw the statue for the first time.
"What's this? A Yali? Perhaps we should demand that a statue of a Harvarian stand on the other side of the entrance."
"Who?" asked his companion. Welch thought for a minute, then grinned. "Alger Hiss?" In Washington, before returning to Athens for his second tour there, Welch ran into Mike Ackerman at Langley. Ackerman said he was resigning from the CIA. He wanted the freedom to speak out publicly about the congressional investigations and sensational headlines that he believed threatened American intelligence.
"Give 'em hell,"
said Richard Welch. Colonel Patrick Welch, now usually confined to a wheelchair, was to live with the Welches in Athens. Arranging for his transportation from Lima through the U.S. was a complicated logistics operation carried out by the Welches and a former Army colleague of the senior Welch who lived in Washington. Welch watched as his father's health steadily worsened. The large residence that had housed CIA station chiefs in Athens for a number of years was known to the diplomatic community as agency property, and thus probably to anti-Americans in Greece. CIA headquarters suggested that Welch take new quarters. Welch chose to reside in the traditional residence when he and Kika learned that the alternate quarters available were not large enough for visitors, especially Welch's 3 children, and to provide quarters for Colonel Patrick Welch, who would be living with them. Additionally, Welch was not concerned about his safety. No CIA officer had been assassinated by terrorists anywhere up to that time. A month before Richard Welch's death in Athens, words came from Guatemala that Kika's aunt had died, probably an instantaneous death, when she was in a head-on automobile crash. That, Welch reiterated to Kika, is the way I want to go. Early in December, Welch wrote to 3 of his former colleagues who had retired from CIA, inviting them and their wives to visit Greece, where the sky is blue outside of Athens, and the water is green, and the islands are, if a little on the beige side, still paradise.
Welch promised there was plenty of room because the job here sports an enormous, if somewhat notorious, house. Notorious? Welch did not explain further. It was later that his former colleagues learned that the publicity about the house in an Athens English language newspaper 2 weeks before included Dick's identity and occupation, and, for terrorist good measure, the street address. That morning, Welch had returned from the embassy to his house to tell Kika and his father about the newspaper revelation. He would have been concerned, he told them, in Latin America, but not in Greece. On December 12th, Welch wrote to Tim, Nick, and his daughter Molly. The letter was typed in red. My black ribbon has had it. Besides, red is festive at this season, if you're not a Greek. If you are, it's Turkish national colors and hence scary. But this letter is easier with it. I am 46 on Sunday. But lest any of you get the idea that's getting on, I wish to assure all that I feel exactly the same as I did as a freshman at Harvard. A New England Irishman. On the make. Feisty, scrappy, and so far unbeaten on the tennis court by the doubtless handsomer, but, again as yet, not as crafty tennis combatants of the new generation. On December 14th, Kika's birthday present to Welch was, at his request, classical records. A few days later, Welch purchased Kika's Christmas present, a Greek long dress known as a kaftan. Her present to him was, again at his request, more classical records. One, a Mozart piano concert. On the way to the annual embassy Christmas party, Welch reminded Kika that the blue suit he was wearing was the one he had worn when they were married. At the party, Kika talked with friends while Welch circulated to make new contacts, chatting in Greek with the local guests. After the party, a Greek chauffeur drove the Welches home in a black Ford. The trip was brief. It was only a few minutes' drive from the American embassy in an Athens suburb to the Welch residence. When the car stopped before entering the gate, Welch noticed that the front porch light was not illuminated. In another country, at another time, Welch probably would have instructed the chauffeur to drive around the block until the lack of illumination was investigated. But Welch, as he had assumed his wife after his cover was blown in the local newspaper, did not believe he was in jeopardy in Athens. 3 masked men waited nearby when the car stopped at the gate. Welch got out of the car, as was his custom, prepared to escort Kika through a pedestrian gate adjacent to the large vehicle entrance. He was gunned down with a .45 caliber pistol. The assassins dropped wordy Marxist leftist leaflets at the scene, then sped away in a black European car. Kika Welch believes that her husband died instantaneously. I used to work in a hospital, she said soon after the assassination. He didn't suffer. If he would have been alive, he would have said a word to me. He didn't say a word to me at all. He was dead. A terrorist organization calling itself the November 17th Group took responsibility for the assassination. The .45 caliber gun used to murder Richard Welch has killed others since. About a year later, a former ranking security official of the ousted Greek military government was shot with the same .45 caliber pistol that was used on Welch. Then, in separate incidents, 2 American military men were shot, one fatally, by the same gun that Welch's assassins used. In February 1985, the publisher of a conservative Greek newspaper was shot dead with the same gun as he was being driven to his office. Again, the November 17 group claimed responsibility. When Welch was assassinated just before Christmas in 1975, U.S. senators and congressmen had gone home for holiday visits with constituents. The message they received from voters was clear. I don't understand this business about the CIA and FBI that's going on in Washington and the killing of that man in Greece, but I know one thing, I don't like it. Wrote the Washington Post foreign editor, Lawrence Stem, Welch's murder came at a time when the public stock of the CIA was at the lowest point in its 27-year history. 2 congressional committees, as well as the administration, are preparing new bureaucratic blueprints for reorganizing the agency. The administration and CIA did not miss the opportunity to exploit the Welch death in an effort to smooth the waves of dissent churned up by the congressional investigations. President Gerald Ford and Secretary of State Henry Kissinger attended the Welch funeral at Arlington Cemetery, where Welch was buried after Ford granted a special waiver for a civilian to be interred there. The ceremony itself was probably the largest public gathering ever of American intelligence people. Although some of Welch's colleagues were absent, CIA security officers forbade them to attend, fearing with good reason, as it turned out, that KGB cameramen would photograph mourners. Some described the elaborate burial as a political event, carefully orchestrated by CIA and the administration. Almost a decade later, Senator Church's personal aide wrote a history of the investigations. Whether or not it orchestrated to turn public opinion against the investigation, wrote Locke Johansson, the ceremony surrounding the Welch burial had that effect. Though never without hate letters, the mail pouches received by the Church Committee had generally been filled with favorable responses to our investigation. Now, however, they're overflowed with hostility. Mike Ackerman was at the Welch burial, anticipating questions from newsmen. He had a supply of index cards on which he had printed Plato's definition of an ideal guardian. The nature required to make a really notable guardian of our commonwealth will be swift and strong, spirited and philosophic. Those the people who knew him believed were the qualities of Richard Skefelton Welch. Welch was, in their view, an intellectual marine. On the 10th anniversary of his assassination, Richard Welch is remembered by his colleagues as a man who lived life with such zest that sometimes it seemed that one could almost detect a twinkle in his blind eye. He continued to relish life, anticipating its joys, through the last minutes he lived. On the short drive from the American Embassy Christmas party to his residence, Welch propositioned his wife. "Let's have a drink," he suggested just before they arrived at the gate. "Sit and talk. Listen to some Mozart. Then make love." Kika agreed that was a splendid agenda. And that's the end of that. Now we're on to Part 5, American Intelligence Literature.
Part 5, American Intelligence Literature. Chapter 18, Old Boys Never Talk, Until Now. Opening a new book on the Bay of Pigs, I was astonished to see, in the first sentence of the first chapter, the name of my former CIA colleague, Richard Drain. Dick lives in Bethesda now. He was a lawyer out of Yale, a tank commander in World War II, and a senior planner of the Bay of Pigs operation. He was also, he told me after we were both retired from the CIA, one of the old school of intelligence veterans who believed that lips should remain sealed, no matter what. What then was he doing in this new book? How did the author locate Old Boy Dick and persuade him to talk about his role in secret operations? Reading further, it became apparent that a number of old boys had contributed facts and flavor to the Bay of Pigs book. Old Boy Jake, for instance, the project chief under Richard Bissell, and Old Boy Bob, who had been the CIA station chief in Guatemala then. Who else knew the story of the need for a whorehouse without spending U.S. taxpayers' dollars for the itchy Cuban exiles then training in Central America? Then a second book came, by another author, about the life and times of Richard Helms. 36 old boys were interviewed, most of whom who had assiduously shunned the press before, and Helms himself had long conversations with the writer. And then a third book, Countergroup, Old Boy Kermit Roosevelt's just published account of how he toppled Mossadegh and restored the Shah in Iran in 1953. Who else could so convincingly have described the unsettling casualness with which Roosevelt was given his marching orders? Secretary of State John Foster Dulles noted to his brother, Alan, and to Kermit with a simple, "That's that, then. Let's get going." The old boys are coming out of the shadows, and what they have to say makes for good reading and good history. The literature of intelligence has been described by Harry Howe Ransom, a scholar in the field, as falling in three categories. One is comprised of writers who are social scientists or historians, perhaps respected in the academic world, but unknown to most members of the Book of the Month Club. The second grouping is of whistleblowers offering, Ransom says, insights but failing some of the tests of scholarship. Finally, there are memoirs written by retired agents of the old boys. The old boys, they tend to defend the establishment. This decade, a fourth category of writers has emerged with the publication of Bay of Pigs by Peter Wyden, Simon & Schuster, and The Man Who Kept Secrets, Richard Helms and the CIA, by Thomas Powers. Wyden and Powers are professional journalists. Neither worked in intelligence before writing their accounts. Yet by miming the old boys' memories, they have arrived at a remarkable understanding of the nuisances of the arcane world of intelligence. And as an old intelligence saw notes, nuisances give life to bare facts. The initial wave of intelligence literature following World War II had a fairy tale quality. The protagonists, both fictional and non-fictional, were portrayed sympathetically in tales of OSS Darindo. American spies were easy to identify. They wore white hats, and their cause was always righteous. The first critical book on U.S. intelligence to gain an appreciable audience was CIA, The Inside Story, by Andrew Tully, published in 1962. It was suggested mildly that there might be something amiss behind the screen of Cloak and Daggers. It was a limited expose that shook no one in the old CIA temporary buildings alongside the reflecting pool. There was, however, concern at CIA's new headquarters in Langley, Virginia, when David Wise and Thomas B. Ross published Invisible Government 2 years later. The book contained accurate accounts of the scope of CIA involvement in Guatemala, which had been talked about for a decade but never verified. It also uncovered new scandals about the CIA fiasco at the Bay of Pigs. Like the Tully book, however, it did little more than scratch the surface of the CIA story, because the authors did not have access to primary sources. No one inside CIA, and a few had retired from it then, was talking 20 years ago. The second wave swelled in the mid-1970s, when former intelligence officers began to blow the whistles on the agency. In 1973, an ex-Pentagon colonel, Fletcher Prouty, penned the awesomely titled The Secret Team, the CIA and its allies in control of the United States and the world. That same year, a resigned middle-grade agent named Patrick McGarvey published CIA, The Myth and the Madness. Neither book created much of a stir. Both illustrated Ransom's concept of writing that lacks scholarship. Initially, Prouty generated smoke with his sensational allegations, but those who peered through the billows in search of the fire instead discovered the author pumping the bellows, as when he told Daniel Score that Alexander Butterfield was a CIA spy in the White House, and McGarvey served in CIA during the tenure of Director William Radbourne. The admiral's name was misspelled Rayburn throughout the book. In 1974, a book by two former intelligence officers reached the bestseller lists. The
The CIA and the Cult of Intelligence by Victor Marchetti and John Marks revealed the secrets to which Marchetti had been privy to when he was an aide to CIA's deputy director. This was the book the government chose to try to establish the staying power of ex-officers' secrecy oaths. After prolonged judicial wrangling, a number of deletions in the book were ordered by a lower court, and the Supreme Court refused to reveal an appeal. The secrets leaked piecemeal into various publications anyway. John Marks invoked the Fifth Amendment when asked under oath if he had been responsible. The authors maintained they were blowing the whistle on an evil instrument of an American foreign policy gone awry. But intelligence officers loyal to the establishment snorted. They cited the in-house version of Marchetti's disaffection. He had resigned after being refused 2 demands, a promotion and an overseas assignment as chief of station. Marchetti and Marks, defenders of the agency, believed were simply profiteers. The second wave of intelligence history crested, and the loyalist scorn for whistleblowers turned into a wrath when Philip Agee wrote Inside the Company, CIA Diary in 1975. Agee ripped the curtain of secrecy from CIA operations in the 3 countries in Latin America, where he had served as a middle-grade case officer. He revealed the identities not only of his former colleagues, but of indigenous agents as well. The damage to CIA was, and is, still severe, but was not officially admitted until the summer of 1979. Unlike the whistleblowers who deplore covert action and dirty tricks, Agee has said many times that he had no objection to what CIA does, just that it works for the wrong cause. It should be supporting socialism and Marxism to support loyalists. Agee is therefore a traitor, pure and simple. It is almost beside the point. They argue whether or not he is on the enemy's payroll. Whatever the case, he is acting in the role of an agent of an influence for the other side. They note that his radicalization began long after he was asked to resign from the CIA because he involved 2 official contacts in a family squabble over custody of his 2 sons. John Marks, too, provoked wrath when he joined Agee in revealing the identities of American spies abroad, and Marchetti was associated with Agee's Washington magazine, Counterspy. For that purpose, although he distanced himself from the publication after the assassination of CIA Station Chief Richard Welch in Athens in 1975. The era of the whistleblower began to taper off. Not coincidentally. As the decade of U.S. involvement in Vietnam drew to a close, the most recent books in the genre are Frank Snep's Descent Eternal in 1977 and John Stockwell's In Search of Enemies in 1978. Stockwell blatantly revealed classified information, but no legal action against him has been taken. Curiously, the government elected to sue Snep, whose book is more circumspect and certainly is an important social document about the traumatic time of Saigon's final fall in 1975. It is also curious that Snep did not submit his book for clearance to CIA, as there is little in it the agency could suppress. An appeals court upheld the validity of enforcing Snep's secrecy oath, but ruled that blocking his royalties was illegal. The U.S. Supreme Court later ruled his earnings to be forfeited to the government. In any event, the kiss-and-tell school of disaffected intelligence officers tended to court sensationalism and controversy. The result was plenty of publicity, but enough bias and shrillness crept into their accounts to cause reservations about their objectivity. Whatever the merits of their purposes, the revelations of identities of Americans abroad was a gratuitous embellishment that the intelligence community will find hard to forgive. The third wave of intelligence books came in a sense before the second.
In 1968, with Lyman Kirkpatrick Jr.'s The Real CIA. The next year brought Miles Copeland's Game of Nations. Both men defended agency, the intelligence, and their books reached a sizable audience, but received scant attention from critics. None of Kirkpatrick's 3 books had been reviewed by the New York Times. The reaction from the establishment intensified, however, in the second half of the 1970s, with Ray Klein's Secrets, Spies, and Scholars. The same year saw the little-noticed Portrait of a Cold Warrior by Joseph Burkholder Smith, who questioned covert action but grudgingly defended the agency. 1977 was the year of my own book, The Night Watch, and Harry Rotziek's CIA Secret Operation, and a bumper crop of loyalist memoirs sprouted in 1978. Pierre de Silva's Sub Rosa, the CIA and the Uses of Intelligence, William Colby's Honorable Men, and Vernon Walter's Silent Missions. The books by CIA defectors sometimes proposed that the intelligence machinery be tinkered with, but all stoutly supported the necessity of the institution. Some of the authors couldn't conceal a sneaking nostalgia for the good old days of Gully and intrigue. The memoirs of the old boys had little impact on the intelligence controversy. They pleased most conservatives, and they soothed readers who already agreed with the writers, but to the skeptical, they were as suspect as the authors of the whistleblowing school. For one thing, with the exception of Smith's book, all of these memoirs had been submitted to the CIA for clearance. Actually, the Smith book was too, but bureaucratic delay stranded the manuscript in an inbox. Further, it was to believe men who had learned as an essential tool of their trade to lie. The motivation for the third wave of intelligence histories is clear. The book sprang from the compulsion to explain. The loyal ex-spies wanted people to understand. Damn it! Didn't everyone realize what they were doing all that time? They were working for presidents. And at least 2 of the old boys have confessed that their other books were written for a very special audience, their children. In the third wave's wake, 2 important recent books signal a fourth wave that is likely to furnish intelligence history with a equilibrium at last. Peter Wyden is an experienced journalist whose Bay of Pigs will reach a large audience as a main selection of the Book of the Month Club. The book is the definitive work on the perfect failure, the abortive CIA operation that began as a plan to train and equip a handful of Cuban exile guerrillas, then escalated grotesquely into a military invasion involving the landing of 1,400 exiles and their tanks on a Caribbean beach. Previous accounts of the Bay of Pigs fiasco have been useful but narrow in scope. The Cuban Invasion by Carl E. Meyer and Tad Suzzle came out in 1962. Haynes Johnson's Bay of Pigs the same year was excellent, but his was largely the version of the event as seen by Cuban exiles. Then there was Eli Abel's The Missile Crisis in 1966, and in 1973, Howard Hunt's subjective Give Us This Day. What most of these writers lacked was access to primary sources. The old boys weren't talking then, not even to their former colleague Hunt, not after Watergate. Wyden has combined careful research and meticulous investigation in reconstructing the sad story. He interviewed all the surviving CIA senior participants, except for Hunt and the non-CIA Pentagon colonel, an expert in guerrilla warfare, who was seconded to the agency to oversee the military planning of the operation. Wyden also solicited the view of the CIA's Severest Bay of Pigs critics, the Cubans,
including Fidel Castro, whom he met in Havana. It is difficult to imagine a study that would shed more light on the Bay of Pigs failure. Only in 2 areas does Wyden fail to illuminate the murky area of who gave the approval, or who assumed it. For assassination attempts against Fidel Castro, and the explanation of the brilliant, erratic mind of Richard Bissell, the architect of the project, it is unlikely that either matter will ever be fully explained. But Bay of Pigs, the book, is a good history and a good reading. The companion 4th Wave book is Thomas Powers, The Man Who Kept the Secrets, Richard Helms, and the CIA. Powers is a young Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and author. He admits to an anti-CIA bias, but writes with a grim determination to be objective. Most of his book is not about the man in the title, but about CIA history, and Powers has reviewed the significant episodes with clarity and fairness. Some of CIA's shenanigans he describes as indefensible, no matter what. At presidential direction or not, he condemns them. But he writes of political operations that were matters of judgment and the pressure of circumstance. He dissects them dispassionately. The result is the best book yet for readers who want to review the CIA record and arrive at their own conclusions. Powers is less successful when he attempts to describe and explain the person of Richard Helms. Helms personifies the problem of secret operations in an open society, and to understand it, one must understand the man. Incongruously, Richard Helms is depicted in this history as resembling Fitzgerald's fictional Gatsby. Helms was an elusive man, laconic and reserved, most often seen coming and going, or on his own way, or on his way to the Chevy Chase Club in his tennis whites, or mowing his lawn, immaculate in white skirt and white shirt and white duck trousers. He spent weekends with the Mellons in Pittsburgh, the sort of man who greeted an old visitor at 9 o'clock on a Sunday morning on his front doorstep, as lean as a long-distance runner and looking just as restless, wearing a suit and tie. In an article on Helms in Rolling Stone 2 years before the publication of his book, Powers remarked that CIA people don't tell anecdotes about Helms because there aren't any. It's true that Helms was not the kind of spy master inclined to break into a buck and wing, but he did leave footsteps. He was not a cipher. Powers says he spent 4 long mornings interviewing Helms, but does not draw an adequate word picture of the man he has written a book about. In fact, Powers quickly abandons Helms as the protagonist of his book, except in relating his performance as CIA director, and later as the man beleaguered after his testimony to Congress about CIA's role in Chile. The reader never learns of a divorce and remarriage, of what kind of a job Helms turned in as ambassador to Iran, or whom he sees and what he does now. One suspects that Powers had to rescue his book by throwing the character of Richard Helms overboard, or that he is interested in Helms only to the extent that his personal history is indistinguishable from the history of the CIA. It is as if Fitzgerald had stopped writing about Jay Gatsby mid-novel. Powers stresses Richard Helms' feeling that he has been the victim of a disloyal, vindictive William Colby, who caused all his pain when he unlocked CIA's skeleton closet and revealed the bad secrets because they were bound to leak anyway. Powers is right. Helms does believe precisely that. And in a related exploration, Powers describes the pro-Helms and the pro-Colby schools amongst CIA alumni. He is convinced that Helms has the sympathy of the majority who believe that Colby was naive or worse when he advocated openness during the congressional investigations. This is probably true of the very senior old boys, but the majority of CIA officers are both pro-Helms and pro-Colby. One might be too elusive when questioned about secret operations. The other might have been too open. Who knows? But Helms was the director before the rules of the game changed. On the summer day in 1974, when Richard Nixon flew into exile at San Clemente, and Colby was after, despite his failure to limn the character of Richard Helms for better or for worse. Powers has written an important book, The Best Balanced Review of CIA and the Vexing Dilemma of the Ethics of Secret Operations, yet to be published for the general reader. He has examined the issues from all sides. He interviewed CIA critics such as Morton Halpern and Victor Marchetti, and served us all by coming up with a fair history. Finally, neither The Man Who Kept Secrets nor Bay of Pigs would have been complete without the cooperation of the old boys. Some of the ex-spies interviewed for both books would have never have dreamed of talking a few years ago. The CIA men, Whiten writes, searched their consciences, called one another up before they would be interviewed, to check whether they owed it to history to talk out of school. Powers was concerned that ex-CIA loyalists would attempt to lead them down the garden path, but concluded it was not a serious problem. Of 40 ex-agents he approached over a 2-year period, only 3 refused to talk to him. Somewhat to my surprise, Powers writes, I found CIA people quite willing to talk about their careers. I was surprised too. Listed among the name of persons interviewed for both books are men who previously were shocked that one of their former colleagues would even entertain the notion of talking with the media. Now they have decided that, on balance and within certain sources and methods, strictures, there is more to gain by contributing to history than by remaining mute. And they are right. The next chapter is called Chapter 19. Who are the best American spy novelists? Chapter 19. Who are the best American spy novelists? It is true that the best writers of espionage fiction are British, usually ex-intelligence officers, but talented new American spy novelists are improving. I concluded my 25 years with the Central Intelligence Agency in 1975 and blithely embarked on a second career as a writer. Fuck that. Chapter 19. Who are the best American spy novelists? It is true that the best writers of espionage fiction are British, usually ex-intelligence officers, but talented new American spy novelists are improving. I concluded my 25 years with the Central Intelligence Agency in 1975 and blithely embarked on a second career as a writer. Since then, I have submitted 4 book-length manuscripts to the agency for security review. The clearance process, I found, was entirely consistent with the CIA's public image, murky and at times disconcerting, but, on balance, a necessity. I also sensed along the way that, on the agency's scale of preferable occupations for ex-employees, a second career in writing has plummeted to a cut above double agents and a shade below gun runners. In fairness, only one of the manuscripts caused my agency real anguish, and in retrospect, rightfully so. My brother James and I collaborated on an espionage novel in 1979, with each of us writing alternate chapters. He was no stranger to the genre, having written 22 spy thrillers in the Joe Gal series using the pen name Philip Atlee. When I told him our completed manuscript must be sent to CIA headquarters at Langley, Virginia for clearance, he was surprised, then indignant. "Send in your half," he said, "but they'll never see a word of mine." So I dutifully submitted my chapters, which were cleared, and his gathered dust under a copy of the Constitution. The agency must have known what it was doing, because the novel though cleared on that basis, never found a publisher. The intelligence establishment has prevailed in its efforts to leash ex-agents who have ignored the rules of its literary game. Landmark legal cases involved CIA whistleblowers Victor Marchetti, John Stockwell, and Frank Snepp. The courts upheld the secrecy agreement and the requirement of pre-publication clearance of manuscripts, including fiction. In 1980, the legal principles were applied for Snepp's decent In 1980, the legal principles were applied to Snepp's Descent Interval, an account of his Vietnam tour, and published without an agency imprimatur. In 1980, the legal principles were applied to Snepp's Descent Interval, an account of his Vietnam tour, and published without an agency imprimatur. First Amendment considerations aside, the ruling also deprived Snepp of his revenues. Ex-intelligence writers, frustrated by the real problems of clearing nonfiction, often express themselves in the espionage fiction format. Marchetti and Stockwell have written novels, and Snepp has submitted one to his publishers. Their fiction was cleared by CIA, the manuscripts being amongst the 85 received by the agency since 1977. Only one work of fiction was rejected, CIA says, because it was almost a verbatim account of an actual operation. Verbatim accounts of secret operations are not required to make espionage fiction realistic. Realism, I believe, is the essential element which separates first-rate spy novels from potboilers, but CIA's mandatory review has not caused the genre to suffer. I've had no problem in translating real-life episodes into fiction which, despite other shortcomings, is accurate and plausible. CIA censors can only nitpick a novel. Will the quality of American espionage fiction be enhanced as retiring or resigning intelligence professionals swell the ranks of spy novelists? Absent any government intervention at all, are ex-spies better at espionage novels than those who have never sulked in a dark alley? In the case of the English writers, the answer to the second question is yes. If I were forced by some circumstance to thin my collection of espionage fiction of all but a few favorites, only novels by British authors would remain. Joseph Conrad's Secret Agent and Under Western Eyes, Erskine Childer's Riddle of the Sands, Compton Mackenzie's delightful spoof Water on the Brain, Somerset Maugham's Ashton the British Agent, and several novels by Graham Greene and John le Carre. Except for Conrad, all the authors were intelligence agents. I suspect Conrad was too. I would guess that British spy masters recruited any literate sea captain who sailed in and out of exotic ports for 2 decades. British ex-intelligence writers have been bound by severe secrecy strictures, and they have found an avenue of escape in fiction. Compton Mackenzie's classic novels was written in retaliation after he was prosecuted for revealing secrets in a non-fiction book. He was hauled before Old Bailey in 1932 and fined $200 because he not only identified the name of the chief of British Secret Service, but worse, the mysterious connoisseur, which he was known to insiders. It was C. Magnum and Ian Fleming in the James Bond series were more circumspect, referring to R and M respectively. The Mackenzie affair had transatlantic dimensions. Less than 6 weeks after he paid his fine in London, a squad of U.S. Marshals swooped down on the Macmillan Publishing House in New York to confiscate the manuscript of a book written by Herbert O. Yardley. Yardley had previously stunned Washington by revealing secrets of the American Black Chamber. The cryptographic group disbanded because gentlemen don't read each other's mail. Later, Yardley wrote popular but perishable novels. There was scant espionage fiction of literary quality in this country by ex-intelligence writers until the first wave of retirees from CIA hung up their cloaks and daggers in the 1960s and 70s. American alumni of a CIA established in 1947 have a long way to go before they approach the high standards of espionage fiction achieved by British former agents, formed in a tradition dating back to Sir Francis Walsingham's agreement with Queen Elizabeth in 1573. Nevertheless, ex-CIA writers have generated a significant portion of American spy fiction in the past 2 decades. The best writer amongst them, in my opinion, is Charles McCarry, author of the Meernick trilogy, which includes the outstanding The Tears of Autumn. E. Howard Hunt, though derivated by other demands on his time since retiring from the CIA in 1970, is the most prolific. Hunt was the case officer for William F. Buckley, Jr. during the latter's 11-month stint with the CIA in Mexico in 1951. Marco Polo, if you can, is the fourth in Buckley Blackford's Oaks series. Most CIA novelists have enjoyed only slightly more public recognition than when they hunkered down in the cover roles. Phineas Farr, L.G. Shrive, C.J.A. O'Toole, and John Cassidy, to mention a few. CIA veteran Harris Green has a credible body of fiction behind him, including the excellent The Mozart Leaves at 9. Yet his recent inference of guilt was scarcely noted. Neither in the New York Times nor the Washington Post reviewed it. I joined CIA colleagues in the ex-agents espionage competition in 1978, convinced that accuracy of detail was essential to good intelligence-oriented fiction. I made an unusual proposal to my publisher, Macmillan. I promised to write a totally authentic spy novel which would have a non-fiction appendix. The appendix would contain the comments of 5 intelligence experts whom I would invite to scoff at any inaccuracies in the book, or conversely, to confirm authenticity by citing real-life parallels. The novel was published, but the appendix was not. My assumption was that Macmillan considered the project too contrived, but later my editor confided that a decision had been made that the reading public would be uncomfortable if confronted with an espionage novel which appeared to be too authentic. Despite that observation, I remain convinced that the 3 vital ingredients of superior espionage fiction are accuracy of detail, plausible plot development, and characters who are human and thus fallible. These qualities are often found in spy stories written by journalists who, though not ex-spies themselves, have brushed against intelligence agents and know them as such, or even stumbled across intelligence operations. Former correspondents have written good American espionage tales. Charles Collingwood, The Defector, Marquise Childs, Taint of Innocence, Quentin Reynolds, The Man Who Wouldn't Talk, and C.J. Sulzberger, The Tooth Merchant. American writers who stay close to home often seek out ex-spies to provide authentic details. Aaron Lethem told me, when asked when he gathered material for Orchards for Mother, I talk to the old boys. Whenever I need a true acronym, says Richard Condon, I write to Charles McCary or Len Dighton. Robert Lundum creates his own adventures, but they are, he says, drawn within the framework of Sir William Stevenson's intrepid's maxim that the espionage is the extension of imagination under severe stress. Ludlum adds that he sometimes checks a plot development with an old boy to ask, is this in the ballpark? Robert Lundum is the American home run hitter with the best batting average in the field of American espionage fiction. I, however, have never been able to finish reading a Ludlum novel, perhaps because he was in the theater. Ludlum creates only the illusion of reality as I knew it in Secret Operations, and his thrillers are populated with one-dimensional characters rather than people, and his prose has so many exclamation marks. Lundum will undoubtedly manage to shrug off my insider's minority criticism, especially during his frequent trips to the bank. The Parsifal Mosaic was the best-selling book of any kind in 1982, selling twice as many copies as its nearest fictional competitor. Helen McKines is, after Ludlum, the most popular American writer of espionage fiction. British-born, she immigrated here in 1937, was naturalized in 1951, and has written bestsellers for 4 decades. I recognize her professionalism, as we say in the trade. McKine's stories are finely crafted and meet my demands for excellence. Yet for some reason I can't explain, I'm lukewarm about McKine's novels.
It is not true, despite a myth which circulates amongst ex-CIA literati, that McKines collected espionage tips from Alan Dulles and his deputy Frank Wisner. She met each man only once, and briefly. Nor is it true that McKines gleaned undercover data from her husband, the distinguished writer Gilbert Hyatt, who was once an intelligence officer. Both Above Suspicion and Assignment in Brittany were written before Hyatt became involved in intelligence operation during World War II. I like Charles McCarry. This ex-CIA officer served abroad as a deep cover operative, the loneliest of trades, and his novels appeal to those of us who shared that experience. Perhaps I regard McCarry so highly because I relate to his propagandist Paul Christopher, who carries a weapon as often as I did, almost never. McCarry's novels are plausible, even when his plot hinges on the Acarn hypothesis that the real assassins of John F. Kennedy were right-wing agents of President Ngo Dinh Diem of Vietnam. McCarry's books are, for me, the best body of espionage fiction by an American author. I also admire the Carlac novels of W.T. Tyler, Samuel J. Hamrick, who was educated in international intrigue during a foreign service career in the Arab world. Tyler was a Department of State officer, not a spook, but he must have rubbed shoulders with real spies. His first novel, The Man Who Lost the War, had an honest plot, characters who acted like real human beings, and faultless dialogue. Tyler's book, Rogue's March, featured a CIA operative who looked like a man who, already reconciled to whatever face or destiny the age of 50 would settle on him, a man who probably drank and smoked too much, whose ambition might have slipped since his divorce, like his hairline and his tennis game. Now, there was a real spy. And I like Richard Condon. The reason is simple. Unadulterated talent. So I will continue to read the versatile Condon, whether it be gastromatic comment in Gourmet or Hugmugger in one of his infrequent spy novels. I read the espionage fiction of William F. Buckley, Jr. The entertainments lack realism, but have a literary grace which permits the reader to tolerate the antics of Blackford Oaks, even when he is betting a queen. It is true that when turning through Buckley's pages, I sometimes pause to ask myself, why am I reading this? But I keep on reading, one reason being the anticipation of Buckley's sly wit. Humor in American spy fiction, as in secret operations in real life, is a scarce commodity. Trevian, Roger T. Whittaker, is one of the few authors who successfully introduces whimsy characters into novels, otherwise loaded with violence. The names of some of his characters would make Evelyn Waugh envious. Hemlock, the assassin, for instance, and George Hotfoot, a woman, Scott S.C. Stone in Spies, and Brian Garfield in Hopscotch. Also see the lighter side of the grim world of spies and counterspies. In attempting to assess the current status of American espionage fiction, I recently conducted an informal poll. I asked 36 persons, writers, critics, editors, and ex-intelligence officers, to identify 3 authors they most admired in the espionage thriller genre. A slate of candidates within a body of work behind them, at least 3 books were presented. 3 were known ex-CIA men, Buckley, Hunt, and McCarry. The others were Alfred Koppel, James Grady, and Robert Ludlum. Trevian, Brian Garfield, Helen McKines, Robert Little, Douglas Turman, and W.T. Tyler. Richard Condon and John D. MacDonald were added to the list, representing prolific authors who write about espionage. Helen McKines was the winner, by a wide margin. When the votes of the experts were tabulated, the runners-up were, in order of popularity, Condon, McCarry, MacDonald, Buckley, Ludlum, and Tyler. When the tabulation was restricted to literary critics and editors, the results were more in line with my own preference. They selected McCarry for literary merit, then Condon and McKines, a tie for second, and Tyler and Buckley, a tie for third. Asked to name the best American espionage novel, the full panel liked McKines' Salzburg Connection, followed by Condon's The Manchurian Candidate. The critics selected Tyler's Man Who Lost the War and Rogue's March, McCarry's Meyernick Dossier, and Tears of Autumn were close behind. That's a good list, although I would like to see it turned upside down. Further, I wouldn't remove any of the novels by my favorite British authors to make room in my library for any book on the American list. Well, on second thought, as Childers would have to move out to be replaced by Macquarie, especially after publication of his recent The Last Supper. Thomas Powers, author of The Man Who Kept Secrets, Richard Helms, and the CIA, believes the best novels about intelligence are still waiting to be written. When they are, they will be short on Cloak and Daggers, long on the politics of intelligence in Washington or Moscow. And I agree. If the first American espionage classic is written by a contemporary author, he will probably be Macquarie or Tyler. If the British precedent is valid, he or she may emerge in the next generation of CIA retirees. But who knows? I wish I could be sure, but my poll wasn't all that helpful. The lack of consensus shown by my panelist was once edifying and dismaying for me, for one trying to draw conclusions from the survey. It did confirm that impracticality of assessing American espionage fiction without reference to British authors. My former CIA colleague, William Hood, who wrote of an intriguing KGB operation in Mole, ended his response with, "I would like to think that you will write this entire piece without once referring to John Le Carre, but I doubt it. At least try to do it." 7 of his panelist brethren disagreed entirely and singled out Le Carre for special mention in the face of my request to focus on American writers. Worse, several retired CIA friends could not even find an American author meriting discussion in their less than humble view. Ex-CIA writers under cover may produce classic intelligence fiction because of their inside knowledge. If they do, it will be after clearing the minor hurdle of the security clearance process and other more formidable and inhibiting obstacles. The fact that they have spent a working lifetime in the intelligence vineyard. Rather rare is the government servant who can retire with imagination unfettered and his prose unpolluted by bureaucratic norms. Bill Hood did not preclude any reference to Alexander Haig. And I am left with a dilemma in attempting to decide whether ex-spies write better than espionage novelists than non-professionals who are the ex-spies. As a CIA old boy, I've run into many and heard about more. Nonetheless, I stumbled across an established author who turned out, to my surprise, to have been a CIA agent once. He pleaded with me to protect his agency connection, and although his name is mentioned here, I have. My conclusion is something I should have recognized from the beginning. Good writers spin good espionage yarns, and espionage experience, while useful, is no substitute for imagination and craftsmanship. Chapter 20. A fictional yet authentic entry. My 1978 novel, The Carlos Contract, was an attempt to write totally authentic spy fiction. The entry described here could have happened in real-life secret operations. The question mark indicates that while the subject of the break-in knew his home had been violated, he was unaware that valuable material had been flinched. A true Superius entry would have been one in which the subject was unaware of any invasion of his privacy or the loss of any information. In this episode, Henry Swartz, the financial/supporter agent for Carlos, the terrorist villain, is investigated by Mark McClendon and his cohorts, all retired intelligence officers. In Mexico City, Emilio Gonzalez introduced himself as Alfonso Arantes to the owner of the large house not far from the president's residence. Special unit of the tax department? Sir Bustamante glanced at Emilio suspiciously. I have never heard of such an office. We conduct our business as quietly as we can, Emilio said, and report directly to the president, your neighbor. I will only take a few minutes of your time. When the two men had ascended to Sir Bustamante's upstairs studio, Emilio spoke assuringly. Yes, we try to go about our task in as discreet a fashion as possible. It is a wondrous task we are charged with. Without money, our government obviously cannot function. But there are so many scoundrels like your neighbor, Sir Schwartz, attempting to avoid payment of taxes. I am sure you agree. Sir Bustamante, that is the only patriotic duty of each citizen, to see that taxes are paid promptly. But yes, of course, Sir Bustamante said. Emilio walked to the window and gazed out on the gardens of the mansion next door. The house was a 3-story fortress of Moorish architecture. Yes, Emilio said, your neighbor, Enrique Schwartz, is cheating us. A foreigner, too. I'm sure you will assist us in obtaining proof which can be used to prosecute him and serve as a warning to others. Have you ever met Schwartz? Never. I've only seen him on a few occasions, when he was entering or leaving the house, but I would hear the noise from his parties too frequently. Bustamante was uneasy. He was a successful manufacturer of concrete pipe, and thus far an evader of taxes himself. When Emilio had conducted himself as a tax inspector, a chill had run through his body. It had been a relief to find that his visitor was only concerned with the next-door neighbor. Certainly I will do what I can to assist you, Bustamante said, but I cannot leave my house. There is my wife, 5 children, a son-in-law, and the servants. Where will they go? I will need your home only for a few days, Emilio said, and of course the government will reimburse you for the inconvenience. Perhaps your family would enjoy a vacation in Acapulco. I cannot abandon my house, Bustamante said, and I don't understand how it will help the case against my neighbor, Schwartz. We observe the comings and goings at this house, Emilio explained. Yours is the only home in the neighborhood which offers a good view. In that case, Bustamante said, I will invite you to be my guest here, but I cannot and will not leave my house in your care. Emilio was becoming impatient. There was a great deal of work to be done before Mac arrived. Emilio said, I must insist, Sir Bustamante. It is best that you vacate your house. You see, before approaching you, I checked your tax file. It is very curious indeed. You sold such vast quantities of concrete pipe, and yet paid so little income tax last year. I am confident, of course, that an investigation would reveal nothing irregular, and besides, it would be tedious. I am planning to return your file to the archives, where, undoubtedly, it would lay forgotten and undisturbed for some time. Bustamante sighed, then shrugged stoically. My house, he told Emilio, in the traditional gesture of Spanish courtesy, is your house. Frank Coughlin sat behind the wheel of the rented Ford and served as a lookout while Clem negotiated on a nearby street corner with the trash collector. After 10 minutes, Clem handed the man a roll of pesos and returned to the automobile, settling in the front seat beside Frank. That garbage man displayed a total lack of curiosity, Clem said. You would think he was approached every day by people wanting to buy his trash, and he was greedy too. Insisted on 100 pesos, when I offered him 50 for each sack. We settled on 75 when he finally agreed to remove the food and deliver only papers. How often does he pick it up? Frank asked. 3 times a week. That means 2 deliveries before the Saturday night fiesta, 1 today, and another on Friday. He'll drop the Schwartz bags in the Bustamante's receptacles. Think 2 deliveries will be worthwhile? Who knows, Frank said. Now let's check out the telephone lines. They drove slowly down the street past Bustamante's house and the mansion where Enrique Schwartz lived. No lines in the front, Frank said. Let's try the back street. A narrow dirt road ran behind the 2 residences, the only dwellings on the block. Both homes were isolated from the road by high stone walls with jagged shards of glass fixed in the cement along the top of the wall to discourage intruders. Stop the car for just a minute, Frank instructed. He leaned out the window and looked at the top of the telephone pole. That's a common junction box. The lines are both the Bustamante and Schwartz houses. The lines from both the Bustamante and Schwartz houses meet there. Should be easy. No more than 5 minutes at the most. Are you going to skinny up the pole, Frank? Yes. They won't be able to see me from the Schwartz's place. Too many trees. But we'd better not take any chances. You'll have to rent a lineman's truck for me, and if you can, lineman's equipment. If that's not possible, we'll just have to manage with a ladder." "Needed any special tools?" Clem asked. "No, Bustamant's left plenty." Frank accelerated, and they drove back to their temporary residence. Emilio was standing at the front gate, talking with the postman. Frank got out of the car, and Clem slipped behind the wheel. "Is it okay if I have my friend Espionage help us buy these things?" Clem asked. He glanced at the shopping list Frank had drawn up for him. "Sure, as long as you don't need Espionage and as you don't let her know where we are. It's quite a shopping list." Clem looked at the paper and read aloud. Hamburger meat and phonobarical, camera tripod, and a complete developing kit, a 5-channel high-frequency radio receiver, a walkie-talkie set, etc. "And one more thing, Clem. Do you think your friend Espionage could obtain builder's plans of the Schwartz place for us?" "Maybe," Clem said. "Might find them in municipal files or the architect's office, if he's still around." "Have him try," Frank said. "You're going to get going. We need to set up shop before Mac arrives." "Well, I thought Espionage was a girl, but it's actually another agent, I think." "The postman has agreed," Emilio said, "to make a mistake every day between now and Saturday. Here's the first mistake." He handed Frank a dozen letters, each addressed to Enrique Schwartz. "Good," Frank said. "We'll photograph them, and they'll be ready for tomorrow's delivery next door." "How much did he want?" "Nothing," Emilio said. "He refused when I offered him a bribe. He said he was a church-going family man. So I told him I was a private investigator working for Bustamant, that Bustamant had taken his family away when he found out that Schwartz had tried to seduce his 15-year-old daughter. The postman was shocked, and agreed that he would help in seeing to it that Schwartz is the one who gets screwed this time." "Why is Emilio in the tree?" Mac asked. "One of the branches is in the line of sight, between here and the front entrance of Schwartz's place," Frank explained. "Can't get a clear shot at people going in and out." As Frank spoke, Emilio, wearing the clothes and straw sombrero Bustamant's gardener had left in the tool shed, sawed through the branch and it fell. Emilio looked towards the window. Frank squinted down the telescopic sight on the tripod-mounted camera aimed at the entrance of the Villa Hermosa. He lifted a slat of the Venetian blind sufficiently to signal Emilio, forming an OK ring with forefinger and thumb. Emilio began a cautious descent. His 240 pounds bending the branches precariously. "Sure would be good," Clem said, turning from the chair where he sat before a recording machine to get a snapshot of one of Carlo's gang showing up tomorrow for this month's final Saturday party. "I have a good dozen pictures of Schwartz, about 15 visitors, and so far 9 Japanese, all of them living with Schwartz at the villa." "Is night photography a problem?" Mac asked. "I have an infrared attachment." Frank flipped through a stack of photographic prints, selected 2, and gave them to Mac. "There's the dog, and the other one is one of the Japanese on a 2 a.m. walk in the garden." The prints were dark, but the figures and features of a large Doberman pinscher and a large, stocky Japanese man wearing a bathrobe and carrying a machine pistol were clearly distinguishable. The prints... Mac turned away from the window and went to a table where the faded blueprint lay face up, its curled edges weighted with books. Frank had sketched several comments and question marks on the plans of Villa Hermosa. Mac looked up at Frank. "Frank, are you going to be able to make an entry, rummage around for documents or records, photograph them, and then get out and back here without being seen?" "I think so," Frank replied, peering over his bifocals at the blueprint. "But it's going to be hairy." These floor plans that Emilio's friend Espionage purchased from a clerk at the construction company which erected the place are almost 20 years old. There may have been a couple rooms added, but what alterations might have been made inside we don't know yet. Getting over the wall into the garden won't be difficult. It's not that high, and Emilio has already filed the glass shards from a space large enough for me to slip over. The dog, I trust, will be sleeping while I'm working. We tossed him a dozen meatballs laced with 1/10 of a phenobarbital
and he appeared to snooze 20 to 30 minutes after eating them. A full dose before I should keep them. A full dose before I go in should keep him sleeping. What about the Japanese guards? Clem asked. Fortunately, they are methodical and have established a pattern. One of them patrols the gardens every half hour, on the hour-and-a-half schedule. They've never met more than a few minutes off schedule. Frank paused. Of course, we can't be that sure of their schedule during the fiesta tomorrow or about their movements inside the home. Emilio entered, pulling behind him a large plastic sack, which he dumped on the floor in the middle of the room. Hi, Mac. Welcome to the annex, Villa Hermosa. Mac acknowledged the greeting, then chuckled at Emilio's appearance, especially the gardener's pants, which were several sizes which were several sizes too small. It's not funny, Emilio said, pretending irritation. He removed the dirty frayed straw sombrero, sniffed the almost black headband, shuddered, then skipped the hat into the corner of the room. Then, gesturing at the plastic sack, Emilio spoke to Clem. Clem, it's your turn to check the garbage. Sorry, partner, too busy here. Real interesting conversation going on right now. Clem turned away, covered his ears with earphones, and bent over the row of 4 tape recorders. Scummy jobs I keep getting around here. Climbing trees, working on walls, picking through the damn garage. Emilio started to squat on the floor, but couldn't make it. Opened and unbuttoned the gardener's pants, then sank to the floor and opened the bag. Could be worse, Frank said. One of the first assignments for the company was to obtain a urine specimen from a foreign minister. Any luck in the trash, Emilio? Not so far, Mac. A few interesting things, some handwritten in Japanese, a page from last month's calendar with some notes and telephone numbers, odds and ends, but they must be burning anything important or sensitive. I tried to check out the telephone numbers without any much luck. They don't have a crisscross directory in Mexico City, and the numbers I called myself turned out to be a dry cleaner's, a pharmacy, and a local weather service. The weather, Emilio added, continuing to assay his pile of trash, will be good for the op tomorrow. Mac turned to Frank. What about the mail? Seems to be a legitimate business correspondence, and some personal notes and bills. You can be sure they have a mail drop somewhere in the post office for sensitive mail. There's been nothing, for instance, in Japanese, although there was a letter written in Spanish from the Sony people in Japan to Schwartz, saying one of their executives would visit him soon to discuss the possibility of his handling a franchise for them. SW? Mac asked. No, secret writing that I can detect, Frank asked. Frank said, I scorched a few letters in the oven, but nothing appears. Have to wait until we're back in Washington to test them with chemicals. The phones? 2 lines, and we're on both of them. Clem is listening to one now. Frank removed the earphones from Clem's head and offered them to Mac. The conversation was in Spanish, but Mac could detect an occasional guttural accent. Enrique Schwartz was discussing fluctuations of foreign currency exchange with someone who Mac recognized instantly, spoke with an Argentinian accent. So our friend is in residence, Mac said, returning the earphones to Clem. Yes, Frank said. He nearly always is. He has 2 offices downtown, but he seldom visits one and spends only an hour each morning at his bank. Then he's back here, where he operates out of his hip pocket, conducting his affairs by phone. No secrecy, no secretary, no Mexican servants. The second telephone line is used by the Japanese, and only to call shops to order food in atrocious Spanish. The line Clem is monitoring is in Schwartz's home office, with an extension to his bedroom. If there are any records about Carlo's operations, they have to be in that office. In any event, there will be my target for the entry tomorrow night. Sundown will be at 7:11. At 7:12. I'll go in soon after that, presuming Schwartz will be occupied with his guests. Frank, I'm not sure about this one. Mac paused and tugged at his ear thoughtfully. The risk factor is sky high. Even if you get into the office, you probably will have to open a safe. Schwartz certainly won't leave the documents concerning Carlo's in a file cabinet or desk drawers. How long has it been since you cracked a safe? Almost 8 years.
Frank turned both hands inward and rubbed the tips of his fingers with his thumbs. "But unless it's something entirely new, I can't open it." "Unless" is not good enough. I've been thinking about it, Frank. The whole idea of your being surprised in an office by Schwartz or his terrorist-trained Japanese is just too damn risky." "Don't worry now," Frank said. "Clem and Emilio will be mixing with the guests. I'm going to wire them for sound. If I'm in trouble, you can instruct them to come to my rescue. But how will I know what's happening to you in the office?" "Oh, that's simple," Frank said, touching the edge of his spectacles with a gesture. Frank had learned over the years, which indicated that he was pleased with himself. "I've placed an audio device in Schwartz's office. Come listen." Frank turned to a radio receiving unit, to which a recorder, tapes rolling, was attached. He turned up the volume knob. Enrique Schwartz's voice was clear. Clem was listening to the conversation at the adjacent recording machine. "How the hell?" "I hoped you would be pleased, Mac, with the efforts of your aging, feeble-minded colleague whom you did not trust to operate efficiently overseas." Frank touched his glasses again, this time with both hands, a sign of immense self-satisfaction. The letter from the Sony people turned out to be quite useful. I had Emilio buy the very latest portable Sony he could find in Mexico City. It's only a small television set, but cute as a bug. In fact, it is a bug, since I've fixed it, and will cost your business sponsors dearly. Emilio had a little boy deliver the small but expensive TV to Villa Hermosa, with a note describing the rich gift as a token from the Sony Corporation. It was sent in the name of the Japanese gentleman whom Schwartz expects to visit him soon. It was my hope, obviously, that Schwartz would take it to his office. As you can hear, he did. Frank turned down the volume knob. Mac smiled and placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Not only am I pleased, I am... Eureka!" The shout from Emilio interrupted Mac. "I found it! I found it!" Triumphant, the grinning Emilio held aloft a plastic cartridge, black and square. "A typewriter ribbon! An electric typewriter ribbon!" Mac inspected the find. "Great work, Emilio." Schwartz might be careful enough to burn his confidential papers, but Carlos should have warned him about typewriter ribbons, especially this kind, which receives only a single row of strikes from the keys and can be read easily. Frank congratulated Emilio, and Clem rose from the bank of recorders, putting aside the earphones. "Time to celebrate. How many beers?" Emilio and Frank nodded, but Mac declined. "Not even in Mexico?" Clem queried. "I have Carta Blanca and Dos Equis." "All right," Mac said. "A Dos Equis for me." Clem went downstairs to fetch the beer, and Mac spoke to Frank as Emilio began the tedious task of making notes from the typewriter's ribbon. "Frank, the ribbon might give us what we need. If Schwartz used it to type up his notes on Carlos, maybe we can scratch your mission next door." "I'm beginning to lose my patience with you, Mac." Frank was exasperated. "I'm not too old for this job, and I don't want to call off now. It looks hairy, and I see no reason for your indulging in arcane art just for art's sake," Mac insisted. "You've told me about the outside of the villa, and you know something of what's going on in Schwartz's office, but you don't even know where the office is, nor do you know where alarms might be located. How can you be sure one of the Japanese Red Army tapes isn't always sitting behind a one-way mirror or in front of a monitor with a television view of the office? How will you get it in and out?" "My original plan was to go in as an uninvited guest," Frank said, "along with Emilio and Clem, but that's no good. The guests are just the ones the Japanese guards will be watching." Clem returned from the downstairs kitchen with a tray of beer bottles. "Leave the ribbon for now, Emilio," Frank said. "Let's brief Mac on the op." The four men sat around the table on which the blueprints of Villa Hermosa were spread. Frank opened the Venetian blinds so they could see the mansion. "Looky there," Clem said. "There go two of the little fellers now. 2 Japanese, dressed in dark suits, white shirts, and black bow ties, strolled in the yard. The Doberman Pinscher trotted behind them, stopping occasionally to sniff along the ground near the wall which separated the 2 homes. And there's the doggy, scratching around for some more of the gussied-up hamburger I've been throwing to him. That dog looks fierce, all right. But those little Japanese fellers, they look very mean. Ain't they little, though? Reminds me of my poor Uncle Ebner, who just could never seem to make any money at business. Once he opened a tall man's store in Tokyo. "Shut up, Clem," Emilio said. "Go on, Frank." Frank pointed to a metal grill on the nearest side of the Villa Hermosa, then located it on the blueprint. "I'll carry a few tools and make my first entry attempt by removing that grill, which leads to a crawl space running under most of the house. There might be some sort of trap door leading up to the main floor, or into the basement. If I can't find one, I'll have to go outside again and get through this side door, because all the windows have grills, and the other doors will be crowded with Japanese or Final Saturday guests." "Okay," Max said. "Once inside, how will you know how to reach the office?" "I suspect it's right here," Frank said, touching a blueprint area which read Biblioteca. "If the other rooms and halls haven't been changed around, I should know how to get into the office. The trick will be to do it without being seen. What if you're wrong about the location of the office? Or if the interior of the house is not the same as shown in the blueprint? In that case, Emilio or Clem will have told me about it before I make the entry." "How?" "Each of them will have one of these kel cams in their shirt pockets," Frank said. He held an aluminum transmitter, the size of a box of kitchen matches. From it hung a plastic-coated wire, and this antenna will go through a hole in their shirts and around their necks at the collars. They will be walking radio stations. You and I will be here in the listening post. We'll hear any conversation they have, and they will be able to communicate with us by muttering in their beer. I plan to mutter into a glass of Walker Black Label, Clem said. Espionage says this guy serves nothing but the best. What if Schwartz doesn't welcome two strangers to his fiesta and asks them to leave? Emilio answered. Espionage says it's an open house, attended sometimes by 200 or 300 people. Guests often bring another along with uninvited ones. But just in case, Espionage has checked out newspaper photographs of previous parties and has given each of us the name of a Mexican who has been there before, but who, Espionage knows, is now out of town. We'll use the name if Schwartz is curious. Emilio and Clem, Frank said. We'll go to the party about noon. It starts at 11, each final Saturday. I trust that we can expect them to stay out of trouble and not offend their host until I'm ready to make my entry. Their job in the meantime will be to check out the entire house and to confirm to tell us here, using the Kelcams, the location of the office, or to tell us about any changes which have been made in the layout of the interior. But I thought Emilio and Clem were also to help you out of the scrapes, Mac questioned. Once you're in the office, they can't hang around the door. I told you there would be two-way communication. Each of them will carry one of these. Frank displayed a dark rectangular box about the size of a deck of cards, commercial beeper, rented from a local call service. I've wired the beeper so I can activate them with this. He showed Mac his standard walkie-talkie. What if one of the beepers buzzes while Emilio or Clem is talking with someone else? Do they plan to pretend to be doctors? No buzzing, just a thump. What will the thump mean? Mac said. You'll be here, Frank explained, and you'll be able to hear over the TV audio device. I can speak to you directly through it if I'm alone, or you will hear what's happening if Schwartz or his goons surprise me in the office. Then you can signal Emilio or Clem. 1 thump. I'm in the house, no problems. 2 thumps. I've entered, finished the job, and can leave the fiesta. 3 thumps, however, indicate that I'm in some sort of trouble, and that they must create a diversion to cover my exit. 4 thumps. Frank's in real trouble. Try to rescue him. Finally, 5 thumps means I'm in so much damn trouble that Clem and Emilio should clear, out without me. I was quiet for a moment. I just can't remember all that, Clem said. Better forget that number 5 thump. He glanced at Emilio. That's right, Emilio said. Too complicated. 4 thumps will do. Mac rose from his chair and gazed out at the Villa Hermosa. It was easy enough to envision sending his friend Frank into the inhospitable mansion. Imagining him escaping was a different matter. Mac turned. Clem and Emilio should be armed for this one, he said. The thought occurred, Clem said. I have a nifty little 38 police special for each of us. Traceable to Esposessa? Mac said. No. Bought 'em downtown myself with one of Frank's phony papers for identification. Used to be able to buy a gun in Mexico in 5 minutes. Now they've tightened up the gun laws and it takes almost 10 minutes. What if the Japanese Red Army Guard frisk you or spot the bulge on your belts? There would be no fiesta if that was a problem, Emilio said. At some Mexican social affairs, only about half of the male guests carry guns. At the others, everyone does. Schwartz himself always carries one at the party, Clem added, right on his hip in a holster. Fancies himself pretty good at pistol shooting, Esposessa tells me, and he dresses up for the Ultimo Sabato in tight pants and a great big sombrero. Mac turned to stare out the window. The Doberman was barking at a passerby outside the high iron fence in front of the Villa Hermosa. Harry, I'm going back to the hotel, Mac said. You can reach me in room 627 at the Maria Cristina. Better check your car, and I'll do the same. We might have to get away from this place in a hurry tomorrow night. We'll have a final run-in through that morning. Frank followed Mac from the room and to the head of the stairs leading down to the front door. He stopped Mac before the later began his descent. You're worried that I won't be able to pull it off, aren't you, Mac? If anyone can, you're the rascal, Mac said kindly, and the way you've covered the Villa Hermosa should be used as a case history for the kids at the farm. But I am worried about your safety, Francis. Whether you like to admit it or not, you're almost 70 years old. You haven't done an entry of this nature for years, so you're damned right I'm worried about your climbing a wall, getting to a locked office, staying out there long enough to photograph documents, and then getting out past that dog and an army of Japanese. That's going to require a lot of luck, not to mention stamina. It will work, Mac. Schwartz might be fast with finances, but there's no indication he's 10 feet tall in security. I don't think he's clever enough to catch me. It's not Schwartz I'm concerned about, Mac said. It's Carlos. Carlos? Schwartz's elaborate Saturday entertainments provide good cover for members of Carlos' band when they need to contact Schwartz. But they also could be a cover for meetings between Schwartz and Carlos himself. Sleep tight, Frank. You fellows are missing quite a party. Don't believe I've ever seen so much to eat and drink, and so many pretty girls. Never had so much fun with my clothes on. The voice was Clem's, and he was addressing Mac and Frank, both of whom were stationed by one of Bustamante's windows, through the microphone in his pocket. The voice was Clem's, and he was addressing Mac and Frank, both of whom were stationed by one of Bustamante's windows, through the microphone in his pocket. Frank Coughlin listened to the report originating from inside the Villa Hermosa as he continued to take photographs of the guests as they arrived at the entrance. Mac looked at his watch. It was almost 6 p.m. Emilio and Clem had been mixing with the guests at Enrique Schwartz's Ultima Sabato fiesta since shortly after noon. Yes, sirree, Clem continued, the sound of his voice metallic as it came through the receiver. Must be 200 folks here now, and they're sopping up Scotch whiskey and tequila like it's about to go out of style. Every time you turn around, one of those little Japanese fellers is at your elbow with a tray of goodies. The girls sitting around the swimming pool are just about naked. Can you hear that mariachi's band singing Guadalajara? When they take a break, the mariachi band comes on. Hope this little old CB's working all night so you guys can hear what they're missing. Signing off now. Must look kind of stupid standing there talking to myself. A few minutes later, Mac and Frank could hear Emilio's voice. Each time he spoke, there was a hollow echo. I'm in the downstairs bathroom, Emilio reported, and it might be a problem for you, Frank. People going in and out all the time, and the more the guests drank, the more the traffic there'll be. Trouble is that the John in the hall, with a clear view of the door, was next to Schwartz's office. Not much question that you can figure out the location, right? A few minutes ago I checked the door. It's locked. There's no other rooms on the first floor Schwartz would use as an office. When Mac signals that you're inside, Frank, we'll hang around that area the best we can to cover you. If necessary, I can knock out the electricity. I wandered into the kitchen, asking for an aspirin, and located the switch box, so if you... There was the sound of gunfire from the gardens of the Villa Hermosa. Mac moved quickly to the window, and Frank turned from his camera. "Don't worry about that," Amelia reported. "There'll be a lot more. Schwartz has challenged his guests to a pistol shooting competition. He's offered a case of Dom Perignon 55 to anyone who can turn in a better score than he can. See you later. I'm going out to join the party again." Frank went to the table and began netting raw hamburger into a patty. "Time for the Doberman's last supper?" Mac asked. "Not his last one," Frank said. "Just enough to be sure he sleeps through the rest of the evening. One full phenobarbital should do it." He began mixing the white powder into the meat. "Frank, use 3 or 4 capsules, just to be sure." "Can't do that, Mac. Might kill him. He's a real handsome animal." "Frank." "Oh, all right, I'll use 2 then." Frank left the observation post, went downstairs and inside, tossed a hamburger over the wall. He returned to the room just as Emilio spoke urgently into his microphone. "Better tune in Clem's frequency," Emilio whispered. "Schwartz has braced him." Mac turned up the volume control of his receiver, which carried out sound from Clem. And I'm pleased as can be to meet you, Mr. Schwartz. I've heard about your parties for a long time, and it's a pleasure to be here." "My house," Schwartz said, "is your house." "To whom do I owe the honor of your presence, Mr. Polar?" Clem said. "Jethro Polar. My old friend Humberto Medrano from Jalisco suggested I look you up. Said you were the most hospitable man in Mexico City, and just the fellow to help me with some business I have." "Medrano from Jalisco? I'm not sure I remember." "Humberto said you were a financial wizard, and the man to talk facts and figures to when it comes to investing money." "I don't remember Medrano," Schwartz said, "but then I have a poor memory. What sort of business are you in, Mr. Polar?" "I'm here in Mexico representing a Texas friend who wants to invest money down here. Thought you might help me do it for him." "This sponsor of yours from Texas," Schwartz asked, "he is a wealthy man?" "Right, well fixed," Clem said. "I first worked for him in the 30s, when I was about 18. He hired me to go around all the small towns in Texas, knocking on doors. I was selling a religious lithograph for 55 cents. Really? Were fine drawings, printed in Philadelphia. And they cost my boss almost $1 each. I don't understand. How is it possible to profit from selling pictures which cost $1 for 55 cents? "They are 8-sided, Clem explained. "Octagon in shape. Everyone out in the boondocks snapped them up real quick, especially the Baptist. Should have too. They are a real bargain. Once I had made a sale, my boss would come along behind maybe 1 or 2 days later. He sold picture frames, specialized in 8-sided frames, which just happened to be a perfect fit for my lithographs. Occasional picture frames, octagon frames are hard to come by, so we paid 37 cents a piece to have them made, and sold them to all those folks for $1 and 6 bits. Now I ask you, Mr. Schwartz, if you were sitting in the middle of Texas with an 8-sided picture, would you be able to say no?" "Ingenious," Schwartz admitted. "What does your friend from Texas do now?" "He's in the land business. Owns a couple of acres." 2 acres in Texas? That's nothing." "His little parcel," Clem said, "is in an area commonly known as his downtown Dallas." Schwartz's girlfriend. Schwartz guffawed. "We will do business. I can see that. Meantime, you must enjoy the party. I see by your attitude that you are a man of the West. Do you shoot? A case of champagne if you beat me. But you will take 4 10s and a 9 for your 5 shots." "I'm a little rusty," Clem said. "But you are a man of the American West. Your hat, is it a Stetson?" "Yes," Clem said. "Would you forgive me if I ask the price of such a hat?" 120 hard ones, Clem said. "At the factory. But my hat's not nearly as pretty as yours, Mr. Schwartz. Do you know what a charro sombrero like mine costs?" "With all that fancy filigree, I would guess more than mine," Clem said. "Almost $300 American," Schwartz confirmed. Come, let's watch the competition. Back at the listening post, Frank asked Mac, that story about the 8-sided picture frames, is it true? Clem swears it is, Mac said. He watched Frank with interest. He was standing in his undershorts, busily smearing his chest and legs with cooking grease. Once finished, he stepped into his pants and donned his shirt. Is that really going to do any good? Mac asked. Has once before, Frank said. In some Asian countries, housebreakers would make their entries entirely in the nude, with their bodies covered with pig grease. If they're surprised, it's not easy to hold on to them. If I have to make a fast break from the Villa Hermosa, I might just shed some clothes first. When do you go, Frank? It should be dark in another half hour. I'll go as soon as the Japanese on duty makes his turn around this side of the house. Frank cocked his head. Listen, Schwartz is giving Clem a hard time. They could hear Schwartz and Clem talking, and the sounds of other guests in the background. Quiet, quiet! Schwartz was shouting to his guests. Another challenger. Mr. Polar is an American cowboy. We will see if he can shoot better than I. Come on, Mr. Schwartz. I don't believe I'm up to you. I insist. Here, take the gun. 5 shots at the target. Quiet, everyone, while our cowboy shoots. Well, all right then. It was quiet. Then, through Clem's microphone and through the open window, Mac and Frank could hear 5 shots. Applause, applause for him, Schwartz shouted. Not bad at all. 3 10s, a 9 and a 7. Not bad at all, but not good enough to win the champagne. But wait, I'll give you one more chance. Give me your pistol. A pause. And now, Mr. Polar, will you give me your hat? Another pause. Regard the hat. A fine Stetson, with a price at wholesale of more than $100 American. That's right, Clem said. Now, may I have my hat back? No, Schwartz said. This is your chance. I will throw your Stetson as far as I can, and will not shoot at it until it is within 1 meter of the ground. If I hit, you lose. If I miss, the Dom Perignon 55 is yours. Thanks, Mr. Schwartz, Clem said. But I'd just as soon not. My hat, please. Too late! Attention! It was quiet, the sound of a signal shot. Then the receiver from Clem's microphone emitted a chorus of laughter. Finally, it was quiet again. Mr. Schwartz, you shot a hole in my hat! The laughter resumed. It was decisive, derisive. I don't call that a very neighborly thing to do, Clem complained, his voice strained. Only a wager between friends, Schwartz laughed. Only one little hole between friends. Now, come, friend Polar, and I'll introduce you to a film star. I must admit, Max said to himself, to compliment Clem for keeping his cool. He was peering through his infrared attachment of the camera, watching Frank work on the iron grill on the side of the Villa Hermosa. He had slipped over the wall a moment before and crossed the swath of lawn without incident. Frank removed the grill and slithered into the opening which led to the crawl space under the mansion. Mac watched the grill for 5 minutes. He was about to activate the walkie-talkie which would thump Clem and Emilio with the signal that Frank was inside the house when Frank reappeared. He replaced the grate and walked the 30 steps to the heavy wooden side door. For 2 minutes he leaned over the lock. Then the door opened and Frank went into the house. Mac alerted Clem and Emilio. 1 thump on the beepers they carried. Several minutes passed. Then Mac, standing near the receiver which carried the transmission from the Sony television, heard from Frank. Hi, Mac, Frank reported, his breathing heavy. No problem so far. One of the American was in a position to see me cross the room from his hall, but I sneaked past. There was a pause. This is Schwartz's office, all right. Bookshelves up and down the walls, but there's only 1 book in the room. The shelves are filled with papers, and there's a stack of them on the desk. I'll go through them as quickly as I can. I've had to lock the door with an inside bolt, because there's no place to hide in here. 5 minutes of quiet, although Mac could hear muted sounds as Frank thumbed through Schwartz's papers. There's nothing worth photographing that I can find, Frank informed Mac. Anyway, there's so much paper I wouldn't even know where to begin. Even if I didn't understand the Spanish and German, most of them are written in. Can't see a safe either, but I'll look first behind a painting. Mac could hear Frank exhale gratefully. Just like the movies, Mac. Here it is, a wall safe, behind the painting. Then, oh no, Frank continued after a pause. Can't open it, Mac. I know about the model. It's a modern one. A French firm manufactures it. There's no way I can deceive the damn tumblers the way I've done with the older ones. Sorry, Mac. I'll have to come back empty-handed, I'm afraid. Mac heard nothing for several moments but the sound of Frank moving about the office. Why the hell wasn't Frank getting out of there? Then I'll just take a couple of minutes to look around. Frank advised Mac through the Sony. You know, lots of people invite thievery into their homes by thinking they've cleverly concealed the front door key under the mat. Same thing with safes. Remember, Schwartz told Clem he had a poor memory. Maybe he's hidden the combination somewhere around the safe in case he can't remember it. Mac waited tensely in the listening post. Looked everywhere and I can't find it. Guess I'll have to... Wait a minute! I found some penciled numbers on the back fly leaf of the book. Looks like a date and the price. Just in case. It was quiet. Mac, the safe is open. Mac could imagine Frank touching the side of his spectacles with a gesture which indicated that he was pleased with himself. Then, oh no. Oh no! Frank explained. Mac, you wanted me to photograph the documents, then replace them and get out so Schwartz wouldn't know that they were compromised. But that's going to be impossible. There's no loose papers in the safe, only a bundle of money and a manila envelope that's almost completely covered by scotch tape. Schwartz has written his signature across the tape 100 times. There's simply no way I can open the envelope and then close it without realizing he's been burglarized. Sorry for Mac. I'll have to bring the envelope with me, but as soon as someone opens the safe, they'll know I've been here. Mac was standing at the wall when Frank climbed over it and dropped in the Bustamant's yard, then returned to their observation post. There it is, Mac. Frank handed Mac the pack of money, but kept the envelope. It was an 8x8 rectangle, swathed with scotch tape which had been wrapped around it dozens of times. Every half inch of the tape contained the signature of Enrique Schwartz. You can see that opening it, even if we slit it one edge, will leave evidence that it's been tampered with. Doesn't matter, Frank, Mac said. The important thing is that we have it, and I would guess that it contains what we want to know about Schwartz's bookkeeping on the Carlos account. I'll signal Emilio and Clem that you're out here, and they can leave the party. Then we can all get out of here. Mac picked up the walkie-talkie. Hold it, Mac! Frank turned the bulky envelope in his hands, scrutinizing it carefully. Just how important is it that Schwartz doesn't know we have his papers? Important, but not vital, Mac said. The best intelligence about Carlos that we could have would be whether we know that he and Carlos don't know we know. When Carlos realizes that we have this haul, he'll be able to change his plans. Frank continued to examine the envelope. I have an idea that might work. Just a minute. Frank went into Bustamant's desk and began to rummage through it. He looked in the pigeonholes and drawers. Finally, he removed a manila envelope, which was the same size as the one he had taken from Schwartz's safe, and carried it to the table. He compared the two envelopes, the empty one from Bustamant's desk and the stuffed one wrapped in bands of scotch tape. Not precisely the same, Frank said, peering over his bifocals, but close enough that it'll probably pass inspection. Anyway, what can we lose? Frank picked up a pair of scissors, cut a slit in the package he had taken from the... That's a typo. Cut a slit in the package he had taken from the Villa Hermosa house, and then with his hands ripped the envelope apart. Inside there was a 2-inch high stack of papers. Start photographing these, Mac. Frank handed the documents to Mac. I'm going to be busy for a while. But what's the idea, Frank? Just take our find and get out with it? Give me 20 minutes. Then I may make a proposal. Mac placed the stack of documents under a table lamp, and one at a time photographed them. Frank sat at the table, putting a blank piece of paper before him. Alongside, he laid a strip of scotch tape which bore Enrique Schwartz's signature. Without haste, Frank began to write across the paper in front of him. Enrique Schwartz, Enrique Schwartz, Enrique Schwartz. He stopped, compared his duplication of the signature with the original, then wrote it again and again. As he moved the documents rapidly under the camera lens, Mac whistled softly. This is it, Frank, all written by hand. It's a ledger of expenses with dates and names, and there's one page of nothing but code, all of it in numbers. But it has the word Hager as a title. That's Carlo's big operation. If we can unscramble the code, will be 5 steps ahead of Carlos when he tries to pull it off. Okay, Frank said. I'm ready. Let's see how it looks. Frank stacked Schwartz's documents together in the order in which they had been arranged in the original envelope and inserted them in the envelope from Bustamante's desk. He wrapped the new envelopes thoroughly, laterally and diagonally, with Scotch tape. Then, without haste, he began to scribble his version of Enrique Schwartz's signature across each band of tape, over and over again. With one hand, Frank passed the reconstructed package to Mac. With the other, he touched the side of his spectacles. Not a bad job, if I do say so myself. Mac turned the spurious envelope from one side to the other. It's an incredibly good job, Frank. I don't believe Schwartz himself would recognize that it's not the original. But I can't let you do it. It's just too dangerous. It'll be simple, Frank said. Much simpler than before. I know exactly where I have to go and what I have to do. I'll slip it in, return this to the safe, close it, and Schwartz will never know he's been had. And we'll know something about Carlos and his operation that he won't know we know. 2 entries? That's really stretching your luck, Frank. I feel lucky, Mac. Frank stood and stuffed the envelope into his waistband. Why don't you gather up anything in here you wouldn't want found later, especially those old scraps of Scotch tape. Put them in the car. It shouldn't be more than 5 or 6 minutes. As soon as I come back, we'll decamp. And Emilio and Clem can do the same. We can quit while we're ahead, Frank. Are you sure? I'm sure, Mac. He extended his hand. And I'll have to take the money back as well. Mac rifled through the stack of bills, held together by rubber bands, and whistled softly. There must be several $100,000 here, mostly in U.S. bills. Frank took the currency. If we keep it, they'll know you've been had. He smiled. Besides, that would be stealing. I'll see you shortly. Mac went out of the room, descended the stairs, went to the wall, and vaulted into the darkness of the Villa Hermosa garden. After opening the side door, Frank stood for a moment in the foyer. He could only see part of the lower level of the house, but there was no one in the field of vision. He strode briskly through a large room and into a hall. At the door of Schwartz's office, he inserted his pick in the lock. The door opened almost immediately. Frank stepped inside and turned quickly to be sure his entrance had not been observed, only to face himself gazing into the eyes of a fat Japanese guard, his round face registering surprise as finding the intruder in the hall. Frank slammed the door and threw the inside bolt. If he was to be apprehended, it might as well be under circumstances which would convince Schwartz that his secrets remained undiscovered. He went to the safe and began to spin the combination lock. Enrique Schwartz was the center of attention as he stood before a large portable grill near the side of his pool. He joked with his guests as he served them ample portions of his lobster tails, sweetbreads, and strips of beef and pork, sizzling hot from a bed of growing coals. Occasionally, Schwartz would pause to drink from the glass of champagne extended to him by a striking young actress in a skimpy bikini. The group of mariachis, resplendent in their charmo costumes, sang with a gusto derived from hours of drinking. Clem and Emilio regarded their host from a distance. I don't think you like Schwartz, Emilio said. The son of a bitch, Clem muttered. He removed his Stetson and thrust a wiggling finger through the hole Schwartz had shot through his hat. If he's circumcised, I hope he has a cut on the bias so he pees on his foot. Emilio was worried. He looked at his watch. Frank has been in that office almost an hour. Either he's found a hell of a lot of stuff to photograph, or he's in trouble. I certainly thought he would have had the signal by now, Clem said. What do you figure is going on? Damned if I know, Emilio said. Have you felt anything? Nope, Clem said. I hope these beepers are still working. Hervos de oro, Schwartz shouted, holding a portion of meat aloft on a fork. Who will have the golden eggs? An enthusiastic guest accepted the bull's testicles. Frank reported to Mac as he opened the safe. I've been spotted, Mac. One of the Japanese saw me come in. He knows I'm inside the office, and he and his friends will be breaking down the door. I'll only need a minute now to replace the envelope, but after that, I'll need help to get out of here. Mac, at the listening post in the Bustaman house, activated the walkie-talkie 3 times. Did you feel that? Clem asked. Yes, Emilio said. 3 times. Yep, Clem said. Then get started then. Create a diversion. What kind of diversion, for Christ's sake? Clem asked. Why don't you go to kick Schwartz in the balls? I'm going to go try and find Frank. Emilio moved hurriedly into the house. Clem scratched his head, shrugged, pulled up his pants, and marched along the side of the swimming pool through the crowded guests. Clem confronted Enrique Schwartz. Just a minute. I want to make a bet with you, Schwartz. Schwartz laid aside his serving fork. Why, it's our gringo friend Polar. What do you want to wager, friend Polar? You shot my hat, Clem said. I'll bet you I can shoot your hat better. But my sombrero is 3 times larger than your hat, Schwartz said, reaching up and touching it. Of course you could put a bullet through it. But I'll do it with your gun, Clem said. That looks like a .38 caliber revolver that holds 6 rounds, harder to handle than that fancy little target pistol you used to drill my Stetson. I'll bet you I can put all 6 shots through your fancy sombrero. Schwartz chortled. He spoke to his guest. I'm afraid our friend Polar has been drinking too much. Even I cannot hit his hat 6 times out of 6. Schwartz put his hand on Clem's shoulder. Friend Polar, I cannot take advantage of you. Have another drink. A man, Clem said, would give me the opportunity. Schwartz narrowed his eyes and glared at Clem. He pulled his revolver from the holster. Stop the music! The sound of Pietro Lindo faded into silence. The guests gathered around Schwartz and Clem. Take the gun! Schwartz handed the revolver to Clem. He removed the sombrero. Ready, Polar? Let her fly, Clem commanded. It was quiet as Schwartz sailed his hat across the swimming pool. The floodlight around the bathing area illuminated the graceful arch of its flight. It was still quiet as the hat hit the ground on the far side of the pool. Clem did not hurry as he shuffled to the corner of the swimming pool, turned, then again turned, and approached the fallen hat. Standing directly over it, he fired 6 times. The sombrero danced with the impact of the bullets. Clem turned and smiled at Schwartz. I won! Schwartz swore and began running around the pool towards Clem. As the commotion around the pool continued, Emilio stepped into the kitchen. 2 Japanese were leaning out of the kitchen's door, staring into the garden, seeking the origin of the shots that had just interrupted their chores. Emilio fired 3 times into the electrical switch box. Avilio Hermosa and its gardens were plunged into darkness. A woman's scream could be heard. Clem scampered around the pool, Schwartz behind him. Clem lifted one end of the long brazier of glowing coals and cooking meat and pushed it into the pool. There was a whistling sound and clouds of smoke billowed from the bubbling water. Clem turned, and in the darkness ran into a guitar held by one of the troubadours. Play the national anthem, Clem hissed. Emilio stood in the darkened house near the entrance to Schwartz's office. 3 Japanese were there, a thin one holding a flashlight while a bald one worked in the light of its beam with a crowbar to open the office door. The fat guard who had discovered Frank held his machine pistol at the ready. Emilio drew his gun and tightened his wrist as he aimed the sight at the man's head. The door opened into the office with a wretch of broken wood and bending metal. Frank Coughlin crouched on the floor, naked except for his spectacles and a pair of knee-length undershorts. As the flashlight beam shone on him, Frank lowered his head and shoulders and, like an elderly fullback going through the middle of the line, capulated his wiry body forward. 2 of the Japanese grabbed him, and the 3 men crashed to the floor in a melee of twisting arms and legs. The fat Japanese with the machine pistol danced erratically as he sought the opportunity to fire at Frank without hitting one of his companions. His body fell with a thump when Emilio smashed the butt of his pistol into the back of Oriental's head. The machine pistol slid across the floor into the darkness. Emilio turned to help Frank, but it was not necessary. The older agent slithered out of the grasp of the 2 Japanese, who had momentarily pinned him to the floor. They could not hold on to Frank's grease-covered body. Frank eluded both men and pranced down the hall, knees high, in the direction of the door leading to the garden. The thin Japanese retrieved the flashlight and used its beam to probe the darkness for the machine pistol. He found it, and with his free hand reached for the weapon. Emilio's ears rang at the blast of the pistol shot from just behind his head. The thin Japanese screamed in pain, then stared at the back of his hand. There was a small round hole in it. He turned his hand over and found the palm was blown away. "Bonsai," Clem said, raising the pistol above his head in a gesture of triumph. Emilio turned as the bald Japanese, who had been wrestling with Frank, lunged for him. Emilio met his rush head-on, lifted the small assailant, and slammed the man's body into the wall. Emilio and Clem ran to the door. Another flashlight beam from near the back of the house swept up and down the swath of grass between the Villa Hermosa and Bustaman's house. It caught Frank halfway across the yard. He was running in low crotch, one hand holding his spectacles in place, and the other keeping his shouldered underpants from falling around his knees. There was a staccato burst from behind the flashlight, and the ground near Frank's feet jumped as the bullets ripped into the dirt. Now the din increased with the barking of the Doberman, who was streaking across the yard in pursuit of Frank, now dashing towards the wall. Clem and Emilio, firing together, shot half a dozen rounds into the darkness behind the flashlight. There was a moan, and the flashlight fell to the ground. Frank beat the Doberman to the wall by a close margin, drove to the top of the wall, rolled over it, dropped into Bustaman's garden. Emilio turned to Clem. "Whenever you're ready." "Now," Clem said, "let's haul ass." Pandemorium continued inside the Villa Hermosa as Clem and Emilio walked through the darkness towards the gate and the car they had just parked beyond it before entering the party. Schwartz was bellowing instructions. There were imprecations in Japanese, and women were sobbing in the darkness. A single guitar was strumming the refrain of Mexican national anthem. Mexican national anthem. Clem and Emilio waited in their rental car until they observed Mac and Frank drive out of the Bustaman gate and speed away towards the center of Mexico City. Frank, putting on a shirt, waved a goodbye. Emilio backed the car into a side road, turned, then drove rapidly into the opposite direction. Clem looked into the rear. "Emilio, we're forgetting something." "What, Clem?" "We should have done something to Schwartz's cars, because two of them just came out of his gate." Emilio adjusted his rearview mirror and could see the headlights behind. "Fasten your seatbelts, buddy." He put the accelerator on the floorboard. The road curved into a long, straight stretch. Emilio leaned over the wheel, as if using his weight to increase the vehicle's speed. Now, the car was trembling under the strain of its own force. "Those are big old cars," Clem said. "I'm afraid they're gaining on us." He checked his gun. Emilio could see a fork in the road ahead. "Do you know where we are, Clem?" "Don't have the foggiest view. But better we bear to the left and head towards the city traffic. This heap won't outrun those big ones behind us." At the fork, Schwartz's two cars split, one taking the right turn, the other continuing in pursuit of Emilio and Clem. "I hope," Clem said, "they don't know something we don't know, and that other car won't be able to head us off at the pass." Now they were in a suburb where high walls lined the narrow street. Emilio twisted the wheel and hit the curb to avoid colliding with a slow-moving truck. He fought to keep control, and then sped on. "Watch it!" Emilio slammed on the brakes, and the car skidded to a halt. One of Schwartz's cars had come from a street side, stopped, and was completely blocking the way. Two Japanese Emilio and Clem had not seen before jumped from the black limousine and stood at its front and rear. Both lifted machine guns to alert. Emilio looked back over his shoulder, and could see the lights of his car behind growing larger. There were no alleys, no spaces between houses. "Hold tight, Clem. I'm going through. In this little bitty car, you'll kill us." Emilio stepped down hard on the gas. The car lurched forward, gained momentum, and sped directly toward Schwartz's car. 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. Schwartz was sitting in the back seat of his car. His astonished face was clearly visible in the headlight's beam as he realized that Emilio was about to crash deliberately into him. The two Japanese began shooting, the mouths of their gun barrels flickering red. At that very moment, Emilio turned the steering wheel slightly. His car smashed into Schwartz's automobile at the rear wheel. The large vehicle spun, its rear lifting into the air. Metal crunched as tires screamed and a man shrieked. The limousine was on its side. Emilio's car had been slowed by the impact, but it did not stop. One fender was torn loose and hanging. Sparks flew from the Sparks flew from the engine as it bounced on the street. Sparks flew from the car as it bounced on the street. Well, if that ain't the damnedest thing I ever saw, Clem examined. And look there! A ball of flame rose into the air as the gas tank of Schwartz's car exploded. One of the Japanese guards rolled on the ground, his clothes afire. Emilio turned at the next corner. One tire was flat, and the car limped badly. The windshield blurred as water drops formed on it. Radiator's busted, Emilio said, but we can go up to 5 miles before the engine seizes. Lordy! Clem made a strange noise of relief. Where did you ever learn to knock around big cars with such a little one? It's called defensive driving, Emilio explained. If you can hit the other car at just the right place, either front and back, you can knock aside a Cadillac with a Volks. But it has to be just right, and you have to keep your foot on the gas all the way. I think I'll learn that little trick, Clem said. Why not? They teach the course at a place in Detroit. $500. Anyone behind us? Nope. Looks like we're home free. Let's find a place to dump this thing, Emilio said, and then get out of town. One thing, Clem asked. What's that? Tell me, Emilio. When you rented this car, did you take out the extra insurance? The next chapter is called Chapter 21. If you have my book, may I come to Boston to visit it? Chapter 21. If you have my book, may I come to Boston to visit it? Over 40 years ago, a book of mine was lost in Texas, and by now, I should have resigned in myself the fact that I'll never see it again. But the book was precious to me, and I suspected if it is located anywhere at this late date, it'll be in Boston. I obtained the book while I was prisoner of war in Germany during World War II, one of several hundred captured British and American airmen in a newly constructed camp with few amenities. Some of us were starving, not for food, because the Germans gave us enough grass soup and potatoes to keep us alive, but starved for something to read. There were no newspapers, no magazines, all that time in our hands, and there were no books. Finally, the literary drought ended. The International Red Cross, located in a warehouse, the library of an American consulate, closed when the war between the U.S. and Germany began. The books were delivered to our compound, and the prisoners, their place in line determined by the luck of the draw, selected a single book, which would be their own. One of the first books I spotted was a thick volume of the collected short stories of Edgar Allan Poe. I grabbed it. It turned out to be a volume intriguing, far beyond Poe and his tales. I was already familiar with those stories, and in coming months was going to memorize portions of each of them. But the additional trove I found in the book was a treasury of annotation. One side note is, when I went to the library to try to find this book, the University of Miami library, I found this one was missing, but I found his book, The Night Watch, from 1977, and it actually had a lot of annotation in it. So that's interesting it's mentioned here. In stylish handwriting, someone had inscribed his observations about Poe, about Poe's painful life, his opinions about Poe's short stories, and an account of the publishing history of each one. There were numerous exertions into the field of American letters, as the annotator compared Poe's literary credentials with other writers. I was enthralled. Not only had I renewed my acquaintance with Poe, I had made a new friend. Before long, I was able to make a number of deductions about the person, obviously male, who had spent so much intellectual energy on the Poe book. He was a well-educated adult active during the last half of the 19th century. He was a superior writer and a discerning critic. He was a fine literary historian, and many clues indicated he was a very proper Bostonian, slightly cantankerous and totally likable. But I didn't know his name. The unidentifiable Boston man had used every inch of space on the pages of the book not already occupied with Poe's prose. Top margins, side margins, bottom margins, all were crammed with his cognate literary and philosophical observations. 2 blank pages at the front of the book and 2 at the back provided space for essays. Someday, I vowed, I will identify my friend from Boston. I escaped from the prison camp and sulked for 2 weeks through the German countryside. I traveled light, except for one burden, the thick volume of Poe under my belt. Finally, I encountered advancing U.S. troops and was on my way home. Shortly after I reached my hometown in Texas with the volume of Poe, it disappeared. A nephew with a school assignment to review The Gold Bug borrowed the book without permission and took it away to do his homework. It was lost. 40 years passed. After being a newspaper editor in Chile, I began a 25-year career in the CIA. In 1975, I retired from the agency to found an association of former intelligence officers. In that capacity, I headed down the lecture hall. For 10 years, I spoke in towns and cities across the country. In 1985, I mentioned to a friend in Maryland that I was excited because in the coming week, I was going to speak in the New York community. That was the birthplace of American lecture tours. Chautauqua, the Mecca for professional speakers. My friend said that was certainly a coincidence, as she too had planned to visit the Chautauqua the next week. She explained that her great-grandfather was John Hyle Vincent, the Methodist bishop who, with Lewis Miller, founded what had become known as the Chautauqua movement. My friend had discovered a box of old letters belonging to Bishop Vincent. Many of the letters had been handwritten by dignitaries. My friend wrote to the Chautauqua Museum. Did they want the correspondence that had belonged to her grandfather? They certainly did. She was preparing to carry the collection to Chautauqua to donate it to the museum. She showed me the stack of documents. There was a letter about a lecture to Bishop Vincent from Theodore Roosevelt, and another from Samuel Langhorne Clemens. I recognized one familiar name as I inspected the yellow letters one at a time. There he was, Elmwood, Cambridge, Mass. Was printed at the top of the stationery. The letter was dated 17 November 1880. Despite the interval of 4 decades, I recognized the handwriting instantly. Dear Sir, I am familiar with the good work which your circle has been doing and should be glad to help in it, but I am unable to undertake any engagements for lecturing. Faithfully yours, J.R. Lowell. I am familiar with some of James Russell Lowell's poems and one of his books. I hurried to a reference volume to read of his other books, his first being a modern language professor at Harvard, and his being the first editor of the Atlantic Monthly. And I read how one of his books had found its way to an American consulate in Europe. In 1887, he was appointed minister in Madrid, and 3 years later as minister in London, where he remained until 1885. Well, that doesn't make any sense because 3 years later would be 1990. I want to renew my acquaintance with James Russell Lowell, my erudite friend who brought light and joy to otherwise bleak days during the year we were companions in a Nazi prison camp. It occurs to me that after my nephew lost the book in Texas in 1945, there was at least some chance that whoever found it would be interested in the popular Edgar Allan Poe. Opening the book, the finder would have discovered the delightful abundance of annotations. If curious, perhaps he would have taken it to a bookseller, astute enough to recognize the book's value. If that scenario did unfold, maybe the book has returned to Boston, having found its way back to the Russell family, or to Russell scholars, or to our Cambridge library or museum. I hope so, and I would not want it to leave Boston again. But if you have my book, may I come to Boston to visit it? And then there's a picture of the letter that the guy that supposedly did the annotations on the book published in 1890, it looks like. Part 6. Lunch at Chez Espionage. Chapter 22. Lunch at Chez Espionage. Goodbye, Mr. President. Enjoy your retirement, Director. Have you ever noticed, asked the historian, a retired intelligence academic and bibliophile, how many books about CIA directors include firing of in the index? Conversation at our weekly lunch of former intelligence officers at Washington's Chez Espionage had turned, as it often does, to recollections about CIA chiefs The subject arose after the hawker, who had been a propaganda and psychological warfare expert, had arrived for lunch with a new book about CIA by a British writer. The hefty volume was passed from person to person. Several Chez Espionage regulars thumbed through the index to see if they had been mentioned. Comprehensive books about American intelligence published these days usually contain references to past exploits or some of our luncheon group, and includes quotes from others who have been interviewed by the writer. In this instance, the author, in reflecting that many senior American intelligence veterans have an elitist background, quoted the dictum expressed by the professor, a member of our group, who had been an analyst, that a gentleman is someone who doesn't buy clothes, he has them. Chez Espionage is the name I use for a Washington restaurant that exists under another name, and where a group of aging ex-intelligence operatives meet for lunch once a week. The standard fare on the menu, in addition to food and drink, is what might be described as secret war stories, the recollections of hugger mugger, daring do not stray far from the truth. However, because elaborative versions of espionage history can be challenged by experts, there is almost literary saloon aura at the table when the Chez Espionage regulars arrive and exchange books and magazines they have borrowed from each other, and during the lunch when they relate tasty morsels of literary intelligence gossip. The majority of the coterie of former professionals began their service after OSS service and had been served under several of the 12 previous directors. The junior recruit in our group recently retired after working for the 13th DCI incumbent, William Colby. The auditor, who has a near photographic recollection of CIA people and events, responded to the historian's observation about DCIs who had retired because of the presidential displeasure. Strictly speaking, said the auditor, only three of the baker's dozen of DCIs have been fired. Some have decided to go on to other government jobs. Some have stepped aside for successors from a newly elected administration. How many were actually, the colonel, a paramilitary type, hesitated, seeking the proper word. How many were dumped? Interjected the hillman, a crusty counterinsurgency veteran dedicated to plain language. 3, said the auditor. Colby, Helms, and Dooley's. Rear Admiral Sidney William Sowers, USNR, served as DCI less than 6 months before returning to work in the private sector. Lieutenant General Hoyt Sanford Vanderberg's first love was military flying. After 1 year as DCI, he retired and became eventually Chief of Staff of the Air Force. Rear Admiral Roscoe Henry Hillenconner, known affectionately as Hille to those who worked with him, resigned after more than 3 years to return to the sea off Korea. General Walter Bedell Smith was DCI from October 1950 until early 1953. The CIA people who worked for Smith admired him and called him Sir in his presence and when he was not around. Beadle. He left the directorship to move to Foggy Bottom as Under Secretary of State. Eisenhower had been pleased with his wartime Chief of Staff's performance at the agency and undoubtedly considered the change in jobs a promotion for his old friend. Another reason, observed the cousin, a Chez Espionage regular who had worked in liaison, was that Eisenhower wanted Smith's administrative skills over at State because he was queasy about the management abilities of John Foster Dulles. That created a vacancy at CIA. Alan Welsh Dulles had the longest tenure, February 1953 until November 1961, of any DCI. And, said the historian, at the end of his term, Dulles was the first DCI to regret having to leave his job. After it was clear, in the cruel month of April 61, that the Bay of Pigs operation had failed, John F. Kennedy waited over 6 months before he carried out his decision to ask for Dulles' resignation. He believed Republican critics of his administration would be cautious in expressing strong opinions about the Bay of Pigs fiasco, as long as Republican Allen Dulles remained in office. Kennedy liked Dulles, said Carlos, who had been an expert on terrorism in Latin America. Once, when one of Kennedy's neighbors from Palm Beach visited Washington after the Bay of Pigs, he promised the president he would not see Dulles, even though he was an old friend, because of the Cuban failure. That fair-weathered friend attitude disgusted Kennedy, who promptly invited Dulles to have cocktails with him and their mutual Palm Beach acquaintance. Several months later, President Kennedy was gracious when Allen Dulles, in his first official visit to the CIA building at Langley, escorted Kennedy around. Dulles beamed at his colleagues and friends of so many clandestine campaigns, applauded when Kennedy decorated him with the National Security Medal. The most famous quote about Kennedy's feelings about getting rid of Dulles has become a cliché and has appeared in many books and articles. Speaking to Richard Bissell, according to one version, Kennedy said, "If this were a British government, I would resign, and you, being a senior civil servant, would remain. But it isn't. In our government, you and Allen will have to go, and I will remain." John Alex McCone was DCI from September 1961 until April 1965. At the time, recalled the cousin, McCone said he was going to resign because it was time to go back to California. People remember McCone as the rich California businessman Kennedy summoned to Washington for the DCI job. In fact, Kennedy selected him on impulse, but remembering the government jobs McCone had done before, that Undersecretary of the Air Force and Chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, amongst other posts, McCone finally decided to go home after the low of dealing with Lyndon Johnson, who didn't want to be confused with under-welcome facts following the high of working for Jack Kennedy, who appreciated the blunt truth. It wasn't that McCone and Johnson didn't get along. They just weren't on the same wavelength, professionally or personally. Their difference was a difference of style. "I've always heard," said the Hill man, "that McCone resigned in protest because he was disinvited to Johnson's famous Tuesday lunches. But that might have something to do with his leaving," said the cousin. "But McCone told me he was delighted to be relieved of the He was delighted to be relieved of the responsibility of attending those lunches. Never learned anything useful," he said. "In any way, never got any lunch." Vice Admiral William Francis Radburn Jr. was summoned in 1965 from a California retirement golf course to become Lyndon Johnson's DCI. He resigned after a little more than a year to home anew his handicap. Radburn's departure was quiet, without protest. "Perhaps," commented the colonel, "Red had heard the insider's story, that later turned out to be accurate, that Lyndon Johnson had assured Richard Helms that Radburn's deputy Helms would move into the largest 7th floor office at Langley. Helms was DCI for more than 6 years. One member of the Ches Espionage luncheon group is called the Journalist because in retirement she writes on current intelligence developments. She was able to pass on a woman's recollection of the day Richard Helms was fired by Richard Nixon because she had just read An Ambassador's Wife in Iran by Cynthia Helms. The book related the events of November 20th, 1972, when Helms came home after a trip to Camp David. "The President is appointing a new director of Central Intelligence," Helms wrote to his wife. "Dick described the Camp David interview," wrote Cynthia Helms, reminding me that President Nixon was never very good at small talk. In a mumbling way, the President had noted that, although he had appointed Dick in 1960, the original appointment was by another president, a Democrat. Helms mentioned that it would be appropriate to leave the director's job as he neared CIA's customary retirement age of 60 years old. After 30 years of intelligence work, he was bemused when it became apparent that Nixon knew little of his long career in intelligence. Nixon asked Helms if he would be interested in an ambassadorship. At one point, he astonished Helms by suggesting he might become U.S. envoy to the Soviet Union. Helms to Moscow, the skeptic, the Ches espionage regular who had been in counterintelligence, was aghast. Helms, too, had been astonished at the suggestion. When it was made, he explained to Nixon why the assignment of an ex-CIA chief as ambassador to the Soviet Union might be an impolitical one, and that, for a number of reasons, Iran might be a more suitable appointment. When Richard Nixon was elected in 1968, Helms had not submitted his resignation, as many politically appointed senior government officials had. His deputy, General Vernon Walters, was prepared to do so, but was decided by Helms, who had explained that it was an agency tradition to overlook that political nicety. Helms said that he did not wish to categorize CIA's 2 top jobs as political posts. Helms later discussed the Camp David meeting with the British writer of a new CIA book. I had not been given any warning that I was scheduled to leave, he said. I don't have any doubts that Nixon all along in the back of his mind had a time for how long I was going to be there. After all, I was not his personal friend, and he owed me no political favor or anything like that. So I always thought he would change me at some point. I just didn't realize it was going to be at that point. Helms had gone to Camp David after a briefing on the budget, believing President Nixon planned that subject as an agenda item. He was surprised that he learned that he was being dumped, reiterated the Hill man. The ex-operatives at Chez Espionage engaged in a lively discussion about Richard Nixon's possible motivations for relieving Helms from the nation's top intelligence post. A number of reasons that might have influenced Nixon one way or another were suggested, but it didn't take long to find consensus. The explanation was simple. It was Watergate. Dick Helms paid the price of that no. William Colby was to write in his autobiography, what happened at Camp David had nothing to do with the budget. It had to do with Helms' careful distancing of the agency from Watergate, his refusal to allow it to be used in the cover-up. And for that, Nixon fired him as DCI, sent him packing to Iran as ambassador, and named James Schlesinger as the agency's new chief. James R. Schlesinger served only briefly as DCI. Less than a year, guessed Carlos. 4 months, said the auditor, and 26 days. After Schlesinger became Secretary of Defense, William E. Colby began what was to be a stormy tour of 3 years and 4 months. His legacy at the agency was the skeletons, the family jewels, the collection of questionable past CIA activities that Colby was later to identify as bad secrets. The notorious list of misdeeds was Schlesinger's idea, but Colby compiled it. Colby had made a cold calculation. Even the appearance of anything approaching stonewalling to the ferocious questioning of congressional committees during 1975 could lead to the destruction of CIA as an institution. Whether he was right or wrong continues to be a subject of controversy. Among those who thought that Colby went too far, was too open, was the occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the president. Colby returned to Washington in the early morning hours of November 2nd, 1975, to receive word that President Gerald Ford wished to see him at the White House the next morning at 8 a.m. On Sunday morning, Colby decided the early morning levee had to be serious, had to be about leaks. The skeptic said, on that Saturday there had been a serious leak to the press, probably from the White House Intelligence Committee, that the CIA had been covertly supporting Kurdish rebels. He expected to find an intra-agency group waiting at the White House to discuss how such leaks could be prevented. Instead of an intra-agency group, Colby found only John Marsh, counselor to the president. He escorted the DCI into the Oval Office. Later, Colby was to recall the meeting. Ford was seated behind the huge, handsome presidential desk, looking a bit grim, and as he was to fly to Florida to meet with Sadat later in the morning, he had a thick black briefing book on the Middle East situation in front of him. He set it aside as soon as March and I walked in. I had seen the president regularly in the past year, but ours could not in any way be characterized as a personal relationship. Ford, while always cordial, dealt with me in a fairly formal manner. He did not stand up now. We didn't shake hands. I said, "Good morning, Mr. President." Jack said, "You wanted to see me?" "Yes," the president replied, gesturing towards a chair where he invited Colby to sit. "We're going to do some reorganization of the national security structure." Now the Chez Espionage Group discussed President Ford's motives for firing Colby. It was recognized his dismissal was part of a larger reorganization. Schlesinger was fired from his Pentagon post too, but no one questioned the conventional wisdom that Ford had and others in his administration had revealed too much to the press to congressional investigating committees. And so he was given his walking papers, observed the colonel. He was dumped, insisted the Hill man. The Hill man's plain talk is sometimes irritating to others at Chez Espionage. They refer to themselves as mature ex-operatives, sometimes as senior citizens, but the Hill man always calls them old geezers. Even worse, he refers to one of our group as former Chief of Station Babylon. "Did you know," asked the journalist, "that Ford offered Colby an ambassadorship, as Nixon did Helms, but Colby turned it down?" "Yes," said Carlos, "as ambassador to NATO." "Almost as bad an idea," said the colonel, as an ex-DCI going to Moscow. George Herbert Walker Bush was the DCI for 1 year, providing salve to wounded and depressed CIA patients before he moved aside after Jimmy Carter was elected. In early 1977, Stansfield Turner became DCI, remaining in the post for almost 4 years. There was little balm for CIA people in Turner's CIA Gilead. Whatever faint hope Turner might have, he could weather a change of administration, was dashed when Ronald Reagan, before his inauguration, announced there would be a new Republican DCI. "What about Casey?" asked the journalist. "Will he resign or be kicked out before Reagan leaves office?" All turned to the new man, the one who had worked for Casey. "He might resign for personal reasons," the newcomer said, "but his health is excellent now. I doubt very seriously he would quit for any other reasons. He's thriving on the job." And, added the Hill man, "there is no way Reagan will dump him." The journalist agreed. Having gotten this far down the road, bumpy spots and all, there is simply no way Ronald Reagan would get rid of Casey now. The entire Chez Espionage group expressed total agreement. End notes. The reader will have noted a blatant use of literary license, but the opinions of the Chez Espionage regulars are faithful reflections of the thoughts expressed by my friends and former colleagues at a weekly luncheon in Washington. Additionally, several veterans who worked closely with CIA chiefs were interviewed for this article. The book mentioned in the second paragraph is by John Raylan. The Agency, The Rise and Decline of the CIA, Simon & Schuster, 1986. The anecdote about Alan Dooley's fair-weather friend from Palm Beach can be found in Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr.'s book, 1,000 Days, John F. Kennedy in the White House, from 1965. The paragraphs about the DCI tenure of John McCone came from an interview with a man who worked closely with McCone. The direct quote from Richard Helms is from the Ranelagh book. The quotes from William Colby are from Honorable Men, My Life in the CIA, from 1978. Chapter 23. Lunch at Chez Espionage. The Walker family revisited. Philip Agee returns. Sergeant Johnson's son, the Hillman reminded us, killed his father by sticking a knife into his belly. The inelegant reference to the death of an American enlisted traitor was only one of the observations that depressed us during lunch. Another was the announcement by one of our group ex-intelligence veterans that Philip Agee had just returned to the U.S. "What's Agee up to?" asked the hawker, "that he can get away with this in this country?" "He's put on a tie for the first time in 17 years, the journalist said, and had his hair trimmed. A lawyer has obviously tinkered with his language, but he's up to the same sordid political mischief, saying the same things. He's flogging his new book, and he calls again for the exposure of CIA people abroad, and exhorts local groups often to get rid of them. The meeting of the Chez Espionage Group was not long after the literary award to John Barron for his book on the Walker family, Spy Ring, in May 1987. The recollection came from the National Intelligence Study Center, the Washington-based Congression, a former intelligence officer, literally. The meeting of the Chez Espionage Group was not long after the literary award to John Barron for his book on the Walker family, Spy Ring, in 1987. The recognition came from the National Intelligence Study Center, the Washington-based Congression of former intelligence officers. There were a dozen regulars at the luncheon gathering. 6 had been present when Barron received his award. They were the historian, a former intelligence academic and bibliophile, the auditor, a man who remembers things, the journalist, a former chief of station who has become a writer in her retirement years, the hawker, a PSYOPs case officer, the professor, a one-time analyst, and the oldest member of our luncheon group, a man we referred to affectionately as the former chief of station, Babylon. Those at Chez Espionage who had not attended the NISC awards ceremony for a book about the John Walker spy case were the Hillman, a counterinsurgency officer, a counterinsurgency expert. The skeptic, who had spent his career in counterintelligence, the colonel, a paramilitary type, the pitchman, who had been a legendary recruiter, and the briefer, a man who had spent his career getting out of bed at 3 in the morning so presidents could consume intelligence with their cornflakes. Finally, there was a man we call Carlos, who had been an expert on terrorism and Latin America. Many of us suspect Carlos is still active, because he has the habit of skipping our lunches for weeks at a time, never offering an explanation for his absence. When suntanned, he returns. After the announcement of Agui's return, the conversation turned to a discussion of the Walker case, leading to the knife in the belly remark by the Hillman, then referring to the phenomenon of a family of spies. The hawker asked the group incredulously, "How does one bring oneself to pinch one's brother, one's own son?" The aging operatives in our Chez Espionage group found the question disturbing, because they had all worked in an era when a family portrait of spies was unheard of, and family ties were not sufficient to explain treachery. They recall a sordid father-son spy story documented by John Barron in his early KGB book. In 1953, U.S. Army Sergeant Robert Lee Johnson approached Soviet officials in Europe, saying he wanted to live in Russia. He was recruited by the Russians, who persuaded him to defect in place to remain in the army as a spy. He was a useful agent because he served as a courier, and he became invaluable a decade later when he wrangled a top-secret security clearance and an assignment in the U.S. Armed Forces Courier Center outside Paris. The center was the distribution point for classified military documents. It was a trove of military secrets, the cousin said. Johnson was able to make repeated entries for the Russians into the closely guarded building. He copied the treasures in the vault for almost a year. It was an espionage coup of enormous dimensions, but he would never have been able to pitch his own son, the hawker said, or, the auditor observed, if he did, his son never forgave him. Johnson, like John A. Walker Jr., had a son in the military, an Army soldier. The elder Johnson's 12-year espionage career came to an end when he was arrested and sentenced to prison. When his father was convicted, Robert Johnson Jr. was serving in Vietnam. Returning to the U.S., he visited his father in a federal prison. Entering the visitor's room, the son ignored his father's outstretched hand. Instead of shaking hands, he plunged a knife into his father's abdomen. When the FBI asked him why he killed his father, the historian said, "The only explanation young Johnson would offer was, it was a personal matter." Recalling that ugly episode, the intelligence veterans at Chez Espionage reached a consensus about the personal matter. It was the younger Johnson's guilt, his shame, because his father's treachery, and his embarrassment at the injury his father had inflicted on our national security that had driven him to the desperate action. "Perhaps," said the former chief of station Babylon, after brooding in Vietnam about his father's treachery, young Johnson came home to commit 2 acts, actual parricide and emotional suicide. All of us agreed on one aspect of the Walker case. The Walker family members who turned their coats were motivated by what British intelligence officers sometimes refer to as King George's cavalry, money. In the past, ideology has motivated notorious spies, generally the cultured, often effect Philbys of the intellectual clandestine world, the senior moles who managed to burrow deep into their service headquarters. In the past and now, enlisted junior officer military traders have been recruited because they needed or wanted money. Once accustomed to the fast lane, they have continued to act as agents in place to pay for the ride. Theirs is a perilous profession, especially when they approach and pitch other Americans in an attempt to widen their spy ring. Having said that, the cousin interjected, "Let's get down to what's really bothering us." The remainder of the luncheon hour conversation concentrated on 2 aspects of the Walker family spy case. First, what can be done to see that it doesn't happen again? Second, how can a father bring himself to pitch his own son? And why would a son accept? The colonel had a comment. There have been many cases of espionage conducted by husband-wife teams, but a spy ring that closes its circle with a father, his brother, and their son and nephew is unique. "You would be safer saying rare," the skeptic said, "because there may have been other families or traders of traders who have operated successfully for the Soviets, perhaps do so, still do. And simply, we don't know about them. The colonel grunted, accepting the premise, but not gracefully. "What can be done, then?" the journalist asked. The revelations about the Walker family traitor trio and at least one other spy with the Navy enlisted background saturated news media headlines and talk show agendas. Experts and intelligence veterans of varying degrees of experience and competence had their say. Former and present government officials who had even a remote connection with espionage or naval operations were quoted in large type as experts who had answers to all the questions. They advanced dozens of theories to explain the malice in American society that resulted in a new breed of spy. "How could such things happen, Howard? Pollard? Pelton? The Walkers?" "I am at a loss to understand," the hawker said. "Why no one responds to a question about the Walker family spy case with what, in many instances, is the only possible answer. I don't know." "Problem," the pitchman said. "Our system protecting national security secrets and our methods of clearing the bureaucrats and military people who use the secrets is in shambles. Too many documents are classified. Too many people have been given security clearances. In short," he concluded, "the system is broken. It needs to be fixed." "It's time we got CI tough again," the skeptic insisted. "We must have frequent, sometimes random, polygraph examinations for government people, not in sensitive positions. Polygraph charts might not be absolutes, but they can be very useful. Sure, you see the answer in a return to the days of hard-working counterintelligence, of hard-nosed counterintelligence," the cousin said. "But the argument isn't valid solely on the basis of the Walker case. Tough, ideological-motivated security practices were in effect when John A. Walker began his espionage career almost 20 years ago, and they didn't detect him then. If the same counter-espionage mechanisms were in operation today, would anyone suspect a man who had a photograph of Ronald Reagan on his desk? There was one on Walker's desk when he was arrested." "What about capital punishment for traitors, even in peacetime?" asked the hawker. "The death sentence for Walker and his ilk." A debate ensued about the ultimate punishment, but it was brief, and there was never much doubt about the outcome. The auditor asked for a show of hands. The vote amongst the intelligence veterans was 2 for the death penalty for spies, 10 against. "It wouldn't take a genius," the colonel muttered, "to predict that majority." Then the conversation turned, with an almost forbid fascination, to the question of motivation. "Why," asked Carlos, "do Americans decide to sell out their country for Soviet pay?" "Because they're Walter Mitries," said the cousin. "The Americans, who have been revealed in recent years to have been KGB recruits, were vulnerable because they were essentially dreamers." "Not a bad argument," said the briefer. "In a country where there are perhaps 24 authentic soldiers of fortune, and yet a magazine of that name and dedicated to their daydreams has a circulation of 170,000. "If that theory is valid," snorted the briefer, "nothing can be done short of persuading Robert Ludlum and his colleagues to retire and to convince the media to stop reporting spy stories." Then the conversation went beyond motivation to method. How does a father pitch his son? What would the father actually say? "Have you all forgotten," the journalist asked, that you answered that question for me over a year ago?" He was quiet as the aging operatives reflected. "Two things happen when you get old," the historian observed. "The first is that you begin to forget things, and the second is, would you please refresh my memory?" The journalist reminded us. In early 1986, she had been asked to write an op-ed piece for a national newspaper, in light of the Walker family spy scandal. The editor had wanted to know what comments would she have to make on the subject of how an American father would go about recruiting his family. "What would your pitch be?" the journalist had asked us then, "if you wanted to recruit your own son as a spy?" That challenging question had concerned our attention remarkably. None of us had liked the question. In fact, we were uncomfortable with the exercise, but we had gone through with it. The result was make-believe tradecraft, a mock scenario of the pitch, tuned to our times, that we former professionals would make if, as an already traitor Navy father, we attended We intended to recruit his son, persuade him to join the Navy, and, from an aircraft carrier, purloin secrets. The hawker, who has a grandson in the Navy, told us how he would begin the pitch. The pitch man, who had more recruiting experience than any of us, listened with a bemused smile on his mile-aged, cracked face. Everybody's doing it, the hawker said. He would assure his son, leaking secrets. The American ship of state has always leaked from the bottom, from the scum, renegades, and spies. It's leaked seriously from the left, more in the past than now, from those who revealed secrets for ideological reasons. And now it leaks from the top, too. More than in the past. Now it appears most of our secrets are leaked from the bridge, from the Congress, the White House, even from the intelligence agencies where the powers that can be chose to use them to send political signals. And most recently, the ship of state has leaked secrets from, of all places, the political right. If newspapers have done it accurately, CIA support to Duarte in the most recent Salvadorian election was revealed by Jesse Helms. At this point, the auditor has suggested during the conversation that occurred at Chez Espionage a year before that the son might ask, "What about national security?" If so, the father would scoff. The Hill man had countered, taking up the imaginary recruitment scenario from the hawker. "Are you kidding, son? National security doesn't mean what it used to mean. The concept of national security isn't worth a dime in our system today. It's been debased. A sort of political Gresham's law has been at work. Bad security has driven good national security out." The cousin has continued the improvised recruitment scenario. "National security has become a threadbare term, the cousin added, overused and misused. It has been flouted by politicians for their own ends. With what Watergate and the abuses that have happened in the intelligence agencies and everyone else in the government, national security as a concept shouldn't stand in the way of clever guys like you and me who want to make a buck by using a system that everyone else is abusing anyway." "That's right, son," the auditor had said, taking his turn and spinning the recruitment pitch of a Navy father to a Navy son. "Why, even Admiral Rickover has been on the take. Did you see those newspaper stories about the old guy accepting gifts from people who would build submarines? I'm telling you, son, it would be dumb not to take money from the Russians for passing them secrets. That will be in the newspapers anyway, sooner or later. Screw it! Let's make some money too." That ended the construction of the depressing recruitment scenario, and had ended the Chez Espionage luncheon a year before. "I never did see your article," the briefer said now, a year later, to the journalist. "Never was published," the journalist explained. "A matter of timing. Just after I submitted it, Laura Walker Snyder broke her silence in an interview with the Christian Broadcasting Network. She had been an Army communications specialist. For 3 years, her father had attempted to recruit her as a spy. She recounted what Johnny Walker had said to her when he attempted to enlist her in the family spy ring, and that killed the publication of my piece, written after the conversation with you guys. Our scenario was off the mark then, said the skeptic. Too close to the mark, the journalist said. My piece was spiked when the editor read Laura Walker's description of the recruitment pitch made to her. She recalled the spiel by saying, these were her exact words. "Let me help you make some money." It was a sales pitch. He tried to make you think everyone was doing it, that this was the way countries were run. That description of her father's pitch was too close to what you guys said it would be. So the editor spiked my piece saying nobody would believe it, had it been written in hindsight after Laura revealed what her father really said. At least, said the former chief of station, Babylon, we haven't lost our touch. Maybe, the pitchman said, but you guys have grown soft in your twilight years, naive. When you constructed your scenario, you forgot that pitches sometimes involve more than simple persuasion, usually some sort of hardball. Johnny Walker Red knew it. In the case of the Walker children, Laura said during her television interview her father's invitation to his children to become traitors was extended only after he had manipulated and intimidated them. She said her father had attempted to soften her up, attacking her self-esteem. First, he'd break you down. He'd tell you were a failure. Then, you would never amount to anything in your life. Johnny Walker's daughter had amounted to something in her life when she showed sufficient loyalty to resist her father's intimidation and blandishments. His brother and his son had not. After being aware of his double life for a number of years, his wife finally told the FBI about Walker's activities. "There's only one answer," the cousin announced. "Put out more flags." "Is that some kind of British literary allusion?" the colonel asked. "Not at all," the cousin said. "I'm talking about loyalty. Loyalty to one's country is a question of attitude. Unless U.S. national attitudes about loyalty and about national security, the term that once merited capital letters and described a national ethic, change for the better, the threat from hostile espionage families will remain. So when I talk about putting out more flags, I'm suggesting that we have to stop thinking about our neighbors that they are corny if they hoist a flag in their yard in front of their house on the 4th of July. I agree that something has to change, the skeptic said. If there isn't a change soon, none of us will be able to reach into our pockets and find anything but a KGB hand already there. I've been coming to Chez Espionage for lunch for a decade now, the former chief of station said, and there is absolutely no question that today's gathering has been the most depressing. All we've talked about is the Walker family spy ring and Philip Agee. Incidentally, I thought Agee's passport had been revoked. How did he get back into this country? From Canada, the auditor said. According to one newspaper this morning, the hawker said, Agee hid in the trunk of an automobile. The New York Times quoted Agee as saying he wore a baseball cap when he drove across from Canada. The driver, the auditor replied, was Agee's son. It was quiet for a while. The journalist broke the silence. Agee's coming back to this country, she said. Makes me think of something Laura Walker Snyder said about her father. She said that her father wanted to live in the greatest country in the world and take advantage of all its freedoms, but he didn't want to be loyal to it. Endnotes. The John Barron book honored as the best 1986 nonfiction intelligence-oriented work by an American author from the National Intelligence Study Center was Breaking the Ring, The Bizarre Case of the Walker Family Spy Ring. The award ceremony on May 19, 1986, was co-sponsored by NISC, the National Intelligence Book Center, and the Houghton Mifflin Company. Boston, publisher of Barron's new book, recognition for best article on intelligence went to Edward Sales for The Historical Underpinnings of the U.S. Intelligence Community, which appeared in the Journal of Intelligence and Counterintelligence in the spring of 1986. Sergeant Johnson's story is related in Barron's Early KGB, The Secret Work of Soviet Spy Agents, from 1974. This volume should not be confused with the author's later work, KGB Today, The Hidden Hand, from 1983. Philip Agee's new book is On the Run, Lyle Stewart, Secreus, New Jersey. On the final page, the author writes, My 1983 call for a continent-wide action front against the CIA people in Latin America went nowhere. People had other preoccupations and priorities. With this book, I make that call again. North Americans, Latin Americans, and Caribbeans should organize to find and fight the secret political police that directs Reagan's war. Our own research and publishing together with mass mobilization could cripple the CIA in the Western Hemisphere and raise dramatically the cost of war against Central America. The magazine for would-be mercenaries alluded to is Soldier of Fortune, a monthly published book in Boulder, Colorado. The remarks attributed to Laura Walker Snyder are verbatim from press accounts. Finally, a literary note that I find amusing. The following anecdote can be found on page 382 in Philip Agee's new book. At the end of a meeting at Leuven University in Belgium, a young man approached me. He started asking questions about my experiences in the South Pacific and other exotic places I had never been. I said I didn't know what he was talking about. Then he showed me a book and said, It's right here. The book was in Dutch, with a title called The Paper Pistol Contract. I said, Look, the author's name is Philip Atlee, not Philip Agee. That's not my book. But see, here on the back it says Philip Atlee is the pseudonym Philip Agee used for this and other novels, The Silken Baroness. I offered to buy the book, but he gave it to me. Then I checked, thinking maybe I should get some kind of royalties. It turned out that a company in The Hague had published the two books, supposedly under license from a British company, but had closed its office with no forwarding address. I took the book home, placed it next to Inside the Company and added novelist to my resume. I feel reasonably confident that Agee will remove the book from that place of honor on his shelves when he learns that Philip Atlee is my brother's pen name. From David Atlee Phillips. Chapter 24 is called Lunch at Ches Espionage. CIA bashing time again. Covert action is the blunt instrument. Chapter 24 Lunch at Ches Espionage. CIA bashing time again. Covert action is the blunt instrument. The intelligence veterans had gathered for their weekly luncheon in Washington. Over a before-lunch drink, they had chuckled at a report in the Washington Times that speculated on the location of the restaurant referred to as Ches Espionage, concluding that it was probably in Virginia. The old Times, toasting in the District of Columbia, congratulated each other on maintaining cover. During the first minutes at lunch, the conversation was mostly about Bob Woodward's new book about CIA and William Casey, Veil. The subject threatened to make several of the Ches Espionage regulars gag at their food. One repeatedly retitled the book Vile. "We should persuade Woodward to do two things," announced the cousin, who had been in liaison during his CIA career. "First, to sign a secrecy oath. Second, to be the next DCI. Icy stares. "It's a joke, folks," the cousin said quickly. "But you have to admit Woodward has good sources, and God knows he has ample goalie for the job." The veterans failed to agree on whether Casey had been successful in his bizarre cultivization of Woodward, an odd fellow's relationship that could only be explained as an attempt to influence Woodward's portrayal of the Casey persona. They did reach consensus on 3 points. First, that Casey would make a grave error in believing that he could beat Bob Woodward at his own game, the specialized genre of journalism known as hot history. "You know," the journalist said, she had become a journalist herself after retiring from CIA. "The kind of writing that reports what a president thinks when he is alone is an elevator. The kind of writing that reports what a president thinks when he is alone in an elevator." Casey's cozy relationship with Woodward was a professional violation of tradecraft, grumbled the hawker, who had been a PSYOP specialist and who was not a Casey admirer. An act of incandescent folly. Second, there was an agreement with the skeptic, a former CI Nick, when he said, despite Woodward's hints that he did, Casey never revealed all those secrets. The black sheep in the intelligence family who did, if he is ever uncovered, will turn out to be someone now on active duty inside the CIA. Finally, there was a universal wonderment that such a big deal had been made about the tasteless Casey deathbed episode in Woodward's book, when Casey, according to Woodward, nodded yes when asked if he knew about the diversion of funds into the Contras. Of course, Casey knew about the diversion, proclaimed the oldest member of the group, known as the former chief of station, Babylon. The germane question was whether it was Casey's op, with Ollie North being a faithful soldier, or whether it was an Ollie North initiative, a case of a cowboy straying off of the NSC ranch. Casey certainly would have nurtured and sponsored such a misadventure, but the unanswered question, the former COS Babylon insisted, was whose op was it? During the serious after-lunch coffee period, discussion of whether the Contra diversion project had been a Casey or a North enterprise led to a discussion of covert action. Had covert action been, on balance, worthwhile in the past as an adjunct to foreign policy? Could modern over-covert operations be pursued in a free and open society? Would covert action be the blunt instrument used by CIA bashers in the current cycle of accusations? Should covert action remain a CIA responsibility? "There's a covert action social note from the West Coast," announced the colonel, who had been a paramilitary officer in half a dozen classified ways. "Philip Agee and his 3 buddies have created a center of the study of covert action. Agee's collaborators are John Stockwell, David McMichael, and Phil Rottinger. Phil Rottinger was a paramilitary type. Fine fellow when I worked with him." The colonel shook his head sadly.
Can't understand why he allows himself to be associated with a Guy, who he must recognize as marches to a foreign drummer. Who saw the Moyer's outrage? Asked the auditor, known for his encyclopedic memory of intelligence affairs. The auditor manages to watch late-night television shows that begin long after most of his colleagues have been asleep. Several of the 10 Ches Espionage regulars at lunch were Bill Moyer's fans, but they even admitted that his recent PBS special about covert action was a flawed, biased version of American diplomatic history since the enactment of the National Security Act in 1947. Using retired Admiral LaRocque as a talking head representing senior U.S. military officials was inexcusable, said the colonel, when Moyers failed to mention that 400 others retired admirals had signed a full-page ad alerting the public that LaRocque didn't represent their views, and letting Ralph McGee spout his strident disinformation, complained Carlos, who had been an expert on terrorism, without mentioning that since retiring, McGee has made a career of serving as an anti-CIA courtroom witness, such as the time when he was a defensive witness for terrorists convicted for bombing the Los Angeles airport. The historian, who had been an analyst, set the stage for the discussion of covert action. There's nothing new about it. Sun Tzu, through Machiavelli, who concluded that there were 2 ways to defeat an enemy, force or fraud. George Washington never hesitated. Please, interjected the hillman, who had been an unconventional warfare specialist. I have a 4 p.m. dental appointment. Spare us ancient history. What about CIA covert action? If you begin that recently, the historian sniffed, you must start with the National Security Act of 1947, that elastic phrase about such other functions and duties related to intelligence. Now we're back on schedule, said the hillman. At an early NSC meeting, the historian concluded, Secretary of State Dean Axon and Secretary of Defense James Forrestal asked the then DCI, Admiral Roscoe Hillenkotter, if the CIA charter authorized covert action. Hilly said he would ask his legal counsel, Lawrence Houston, who had been present at the creation of the 1947 Act, having drafted the CIA section. In a legal brief, Larry counseled Hilly that the other functions and duties clause was not, per se, authorization for covert CIA action. Hillenkotter then asked Houston to study the question again. In a second opinion, the historian went on, Houston concluded that CIA could conduct covert action operations legally if the president, as commander-in-chief, asked the NSC to issue a special directive authorizing the activity, and if the Congress proportionated the money for that purpose. Thus, concluded the historian, NSC Directive 10/1 became the first in a series of authorizations for CIA covert operations under the rubric of such other functions and duties related to intelligence. I have come to regard that enabling terminology as the great big banana peel, grumbled the skeptic. Not only has the CIA slipped on it, but presidents and secretaries of state have as well. There was an agreement, total agreement, about presidents and secretaries of state, intelligence operatives who have been in the kitchen after a covert action operation gone awry, have often complained that executive case officers should share the heat with them. That's important to understand, the auditor said. Presidents and secretaries of state are routinely briefed by the DCI on intelligence developments of particular interest to them, but they are his customers, not his colleagues. In short, they are not players in the intelligence game itself. Presidents and secretaries of state, however, do play a role in a different kind of clandestine activity, covert action. They deal with the chief of the CIA on secret projects intended to influence foreign governments or leaders to take or to abstain from taking certain courses of action. Is any agency other than CIA authorized to undertake covert action? Asked the cousin. In wartime, sure, said the auditor, or in peacetime if the president so directs, as the president has on a few occasions with the Pentagon. Otherwise, covert action is the dubious honor of the CIA. But just what covert action is, or should be, and is not, or should not be, has been in question since the CIA was created and handled that responsibility in 1947.
How can we expect the public to understand and support covert action? Carlos, who had been a counter-terrorist and Latin American expert, asked, "If we can't explain it to them, to be honest, I would be hard put to define covert action myself." "Good point," said the journalist. "Part of the problem with covert action is that it cannot be defined precisely and can only be imprecisely described. It's been labeled everything from dirty tricks at one end of the spectrum to pacification at the other. Those who happen to have an Olympian outlook call it the tool of the middle resort. They often define covert action as offering the president a crisis option somewhere between an ineffective diplomatic protest and sending in the Marines." The hawker spoke up. He was qualified to address covert action because he had been involved in a number of covert action operations that had become public knowledge, and involved in even more that remained secret. "For its practitioners," the hawker commented, "covert action normally means a wide range of more or less prosaic activities, sometimes pursued in the world's back alleys, but more frequently over a typewriter, or in a bank, or at clandestine meetings in reasonably comfortable surroundings. The vast majority of covert actions are conducted with an operational eye on the budget, the foreign press, unexpected developments, and a lack of lackluster details. The common denominator amongst covert action ops is that all are designed to influence someone or some situation, to help or to hinder, with emphasis on the most often on the former. These operations can involve the political, social, and economic domains in isolation or combination, and the overwhelming majority are considerably less esoteric than the public has been led to believe." "Right," said Carlos. "Most covert action is with a small c, small a. Non-controversial operations such as inhibiting the movement of hard drugs into this country or protecting Americans abroad against terrorism, motherhood ops. Granted," the former COS Babylon said, "but the passionate controversy in the past, today, and quite probably tomorrow is about continuous capital A, capital C operations, like Guatemala, the Bay of Pigs, and Chile, and the Hillman, who had participated in 2 of those projects, added Iran-Contra diversion and Casey shenanigans. Will anyone go to jail as the result of Iran-Contra ops?" asked the skeptic. "I would guess that a jury would never convict anyone because of the Iran business," the historian said. "But the Contra affair, remember what Harry Houston told Hillenkotter? Covert action must be taken with funds appropriated for that purpose." "What about a presidential pardon?" asked the cousin, "before Reagan leaves office?" Shoulders were shrugged, glances were exchanged. The message was probably in cases where self-enrichment is not proved. After further discussion about what covert action was and what it was not, the historian summed up as best he could upon the definitions that the Chez espionage regulars more or less agreed upon. Clandestine operations is the generic expression for secret activities of whatever nature. This principle follows interrelated terminology. For example, CIA personnel engaged in secret duties overseas and their Washington headquarters counterparts are known as operatives in the clandestine service. The primary mission of the clandestine service, as would be expected, is espionage or collecting intelligence, and counter-espionage or protecting its own secrets. The vast majority of its operations are concerned with just that. Some clandestine operations are carried out with the objective of changing situations or influencing developments overseas. That process is called covert action. A paramilitary operation can be a secret war from the vantage point of the clandestine operator. While wars cannot be secret, CIA involvement in them can be, though in recent years there has been little evidence to sustain that conviction. The debate continued. Concern was expressed at the rash of proposed new legislation concerning CIA covert action in the wake of the Iran-Contra hearings, and in expectation of the special prosecutor Walsh's findings. Senator Specter of Pennsylvania, said the auditor, wants to have 2 DCIs, one to represent the community and the second to run CIA and covert action. The first step, the skeptic warned, towards removing the covert action charter from the company, isolating it somewhere in the bureaucracy. That's a great idea in the bureaucracy. That's a great idea. All turned to the Hillman. They were astonished. Could it be true? Was it possible that their colleague who had advised so many freedom fighters over so many years, a man who had grappled with the enemy in so many dark alleys, an operative whose face was cracked with operational mileage, really felt that way about covert action? Are you serious? The hawker asked. You're damned right I'm that serious, the Hillman insisted. It's not that I don't think the agency isn't the right place for covert action. I don't believe in secret operations that aren't secret. And secrecy in covert action ops is a thing of the past. Everybody leaks. So let's don't kid ourselves. The agency would be better off if it allowed to get back to espionage and counter-espionage basics. Shredding paramilitary ops and proprieties would be the best place to begin. No more secret airlines. No more secret wars. They'll be revealed in Washington Post headlines or Woodward books. There was an uncomfortable lull. It would certainly be easier, the cousin said, if the collectors and analysts and estimators could get on with their jobs without having to ride out the storm where the agency is bashed every few years because of covert action revelations. The ensuing discussion was heated, on occasion almost acrimonious. The hawker and the cousin had raised an issue CIA clandestine services veterans mention to each other when they are one-on-one, but that is seldom debated in group sessions. This time it was. A reminder that intelligence people cannot always be assumed to agree always on all issues. The Hillman tapped on the face of his watch. I've got to get to the dentist. But first, let's take a vote. There are 10 of us here. So we should be able to come up with a precise percentage tally. The survey was conducted, but it was not so simple as identifying how many out of 10 came down on any particular side of any aspect of the argument. Definitions remained too elusive. The issue could not be pinned down. A rough, unscientific tabulation did reveal that 20% of the 10 veterans, the Hillman and the cousin, believed that CIA would be better off if covert action were transferred from the agency to some other entity. 30%, the skeptic, the auditor, and Carlos, were aghast at the suggestion that covert action should be removed from the CIA. They didn't even want to consider such a dumb idea. The other 5 veterans reluctantly agreed that the suggestion merited debate, but they tended to close ranks with those who were offended by the idea of any reordering of the covert action scheme of things that even remotely appeared to support the contentions of the CIA bashers. To summarize, the auditor said, the minority amongst us believes the covert action ship should be abandoned, at least by CIA. But the majority of us think that's nonsense. Some of that majority are ready to consider some modifications in the system, but none are ready to have the covert action charter in any organization other than the CIA. I less than others, the historian said, but all of us here have spent our careers in clandestine operations as case officers and commanders in secret armies. What if our poll was taken amongst the majority of people at CIA, all the others never involved in operations? What if the poll were taken amongst intelligence people from all agencies and departments? No one really wanted to get into that. The hawker hurried off to the dentist, as the others bundled themselves into winter coats and knitted caps. The covert action debate reached its conclusion with the discussion of the threat of new rules and regulations, especially new legislation that would throttle covert action. Any executive order or new legislation that removes or dramatically reduces the covert action capability at CIA, the historian said, will ignore a lesson of history. U.S. presidents are strong-willed men. They wouldn't be in the White House if they weren't. If they don't have an intelligence service to act for them, they will create their own. It may not be very adept or large, but they will have it. It might be dubbed the plumbers. It might be described as Ollie North's ranch hands. Whatever it's called, the former COS Babylon said, any resurgence of the White House clandestine operations will mean that, once again, the oldest profession is being ruined by amateurs. Endnotes. The Bob Woodward book is Veil, The Secret Wars of the CIA, 1981 to 1987. Concerning Philip Agee's Center for the Study of Covert Action, see the UPI Dispatch from Los Angeles published, amongst other places, in the San Diego Union on October 29, 1987. The intention of the organization is to expose covert operations with the purpose of ending them. As usual with the GI operations, CIA officers are encouraged to defect and told how to go about it. Agee said his center will be based in Elgin, Texas, to serve as a watering hole for disillusioned CIA people who wish to help end U.S. intervention abroad. The choice of England, Texas, Hamlet, might be explained because it is near Austin, Texas, which John Stockwell identifies as his home. The recollection of the discussions about covert action between Admiral Roscoe Henry Hillenkotter and Lawrence W. Houston was related to the author during an interview with Houston in Washington on February 1, 1985. At the time, Houston paused meaningfully after describing the second opinion to the DCI that CIA was authorized, given certain conditions, to conduct covert action. "I've thought more than once about the import of my second opinion," Houston said then. "It was not a passing thought." Houston has mentioned his awareness of the consequences of that watershed opinion to the author on several occasions since the 1985 interview. Embittered CIA critic Ralph W. McGee recently reported as joining Army Center and Abbie Hoffman in protesting against CIA recruiters on college campuses. Has been a defense witness in trials where the CIA defense was used. According to the Los Angeles Times on August 11, 1983, McGee served as defense witness for 3 Armenians convicted of trying to bomb Los Angeles airport in order to obtain the release of suspected terrorists under arrest in Canada. In his testimony, McGee bolstered the defense argument that the 3 defendants placed the bombs on the instructions of an unidentified man, a mystery man who was probably a CIA agent. Chapter 25. Lunch at Chez Espionage. Intelligence is no laughing matter. The conversation at the weekly gathering in the Washington area of a group of retired intelligence officers had turned, in an astonishing development, given the conservative demeanor of the group, to a controversial subject, frequently associated with deterring AIDS. The intelligence veterans who gather each Friday at a restaurant they call Chez Espionage are, to give them their due, a pretty classy congregation. Their agenda always includes literary notes and refined cloak and dagger gossip. It usually touches on current foreign policy, and sometimes, but not frequently, it features humorous anecdotes, usually in the form of war stories. But the humor is muted. The Chez Espionage dialogue is usually serious, dignified. The tone of the intelligence veterans' conversation is often established by the historian, a former intelligence academic and bibliophile. Another member of the group is the auditor, a man who has remarkable facility for dredging facts out of the past. The colonel is a former paramilitary type. The hillman is a crusty counterinsurgency veteran who does not hesitate to speak when he perceives to be the truth, no matter how impalpable it might be. The cousin's career was dedicated to liaison. The skeptic, of course, was a counterintelligence guru. When Chez Espionage persiflage becomes excessive, it is usually brought back to reality by the professor, a former analyst. The journalist is an ex-operations officer who became a writer after she retired. The skeptic offered an anecdote about an American overseas effort to promote the use of condoms. In India, the skeptic explained, an American foundation financed a birth control program that featured as principal actor a sacred white elephant. The elephant had been trained to walk slowly through Indian villages, carrying a basket with its trunk. The basket was filled with free American condoms. Villagers were encouraged to take a sample from the elephant's basket. Did the program work? Someone asked. Highly successful, the skeptic said, but it had to be suspended. The elephant became pregnant. This time there was a hearty response of laughter. Now that's funny, the journalist said. Too bad it wasn't an intelligence agency psychological operation. I could use a really funny example of humor in intelligence work for my article. She explained, for a long time she had been attempting to gather material for an essay about humor in dark alley operations. Searching for anecdotes, she reflected genuine humor in the intelligence arena. She had accumulated a number of examples of amusing situations. Any social diplomatic encounter between a CIA station chief
and his KGB counterpart overseas, for instance. Whatever banal conversation that took place between the two intelligence officers, both knowing what the other did, usually was amusing because it occurred in an amusing situation. The journalist had no problem in finding such amusing circumstance stories about intelligence officers and their operations, but intelligence operation humorous anecdotes that were funny ha-ha were scarce. The Ches espionage lunch companions discussed this at some length. Carlos, the counterinsurgency expert, ordered more wine. He appeared to be bitter. First, he complained presidents and secretaries of state said that during World War II and tough jungle wars, we spooks were the ones who saved the Republic. We admitted that it was a dirty job, but someone had to do it. Then, said the cousin, the Church Senate Intelligence Committee wrote that, in some respects, the intelligence profession resembled the monastic life, with some of the disciplines and personal sacrifices reminiscent of the medieval orders. Then the committee decided we are all rogue elephants, said the hawker, a former psychological warrior. What the hell did they want? Did they want us to be the Boy Scouts? If they wanted us to be the Boy Scouts, remarked a former DCI visitor who sometimes joined... If we had wanted to be Boy Scouts, remarked a former DCI visitor who sometimes joined us for lunch, we would have joined the Boy Scouts. How can anyone expect us to find anything amusing, particularly funny ha-ha, after careers in such netherworld? It's Greek tragedy. That's what it is. Tragedy, they say, remarked the journalist, requires noble figures. We had plenty of those. We should be able to come up with some Sophoclean humor out of all those decades of hugger-mugger and mayhem we have been through. Such as, asked the Hillman, the final scene of Arsenic and Old Lace, the journalist said. The two old assassin ladies had murdered 13 boarders by serving them a glass of poisoned elderberry wine. The constable came to escort the old ladies to jail. They offered the police officer a goblet of elderberry wine. Elderberry wine, explained the consulate. I thought I had my last glass of it. Oh no, said one of the old ladies. She handed him a glass. Here it is. In turn, several of the old intelligence officers offered an example of what they recalled as humor in intelligence operations. None were funny. Some were downright lame. There was the recollection of the CIA officer overseas who used his family beagle hound on more than one occasion to establish his bona fides when meeting a visitor on a street corner. He liked to use his hound instead of a magazine or recognition phrase. He would cable other CIA stations that a visitor should meet him on a certain corner where he could be identified by the beagle being walked by the COS. One response to that instruction was an acknowledgement of the fireplug rendezvous that ended. I look forward to meeting your bona fide. Memories of the CIA training establishment brought forth a number of anecdotes of a humorous nature. Students at the farm, the colonel said, were always alert to an opportunity to get even with the veteran case officers assigned to an instructor's tour of duty. On one occasion, students actually went so far as to kidnap an instructor. There was hell to pay. When I was a paramilitary intelligence neophyte at Fort Halberd, the Hillman interjected, we seldom had a full night's sleep in the student company area because the Army gave General Motors use of a spur rail line that ran through Fort Halberd to a GM assembly plant in East Baltimore. The GM train would bump and clank cars up and down the spur all night long, with us gold soldiers trying to sleep a few yards distant in a wooden barracks. That was irksome. And lo and behold, the Hillman said, warming to a sweet recollection, one day we had a short lecture on how to sabotage a train. 26 bright young minds sit on the same idea. With a sledgehammer and one railroad tie, I devised a situation that put 7 freight cars of new Chevrolets off the track. They did not overturn, but GM spent a hell of a lot of time and effort getting them to market again. This was around 3 a.m., and we stood around and clucked with rousing good sympathy. CID knew who did it, but could offer no proof. School instructors, including the brigadier commanding, thought it was a good lark. I escaped with no criminal record. It was, sniffed the historian, a criminal act. True, conceded the Hillman, but I did establish a reputation as a good man with a sledgehammer. He paused. There was a downside. The repair effort made more noise than the trains themselves. One by one,
the Ches Espionage guests offered a story for consideration. One talked at the time of the elegant Desmond Fitzgerald, then the DDO, visited Rio de Janeiro. He generously asked the COS, a bachelor, to accompany him to dinner at the local's favorite Rio restaurant. Fitzgerald did not withdraw the offer, even though he found himself gagging on the food in Rio Sears Roebuck cafeteria. The former chief of station Babylon recounted details of his frantic midnight search in a foreign capital for a pair of rubber surgical gloves. A CIA doctor had flown to the capital to check on the health of a local prime minister. The medico had forgotten his gloves and he needed a rubber pair to conduct an essential high-level rectal examination. Another ex-chief of station told the group how he had earned from his staff the nickname Point 38 after a sneak thief purloined his personal sidearm. It was awful, the officer recalled with anguish, like a cowboy having his horse stolen. A former Soviet's operations specialist told us of the time he had been involved in an ingenious overseas scheme. From a distant observation post, he had managed to film a visit of a Soviet foreign minister as he strolled in the Russian embassy garden, where he and the ambassador could talk without fear of being overheard. The film was in clear living color, but without sound. The officer called on headquarters, requesting a dispatch of a lip reader to tell the station what the Russians were whispering to each other. Headquarters replied that a lip reading of the two persons would be available shortly. When one of the duo returned from an operational trip to Europe, days, then weeks passed. Repeated inquiries prompted replies that the team would be sent as soon as the traveling member was available. Finally, the station case officer persuaded the COS to release a cable. "Can't stand the suspense any longer," it read. "For the record, each member of the team is off on assignment. Upper lip or lower lip." "I happen to know that story is true," the journalist said, "and it's reasonably funny, haha. But these yarns are good examples of what I've been finding in my search for intelligence humor. They are amusing because of circumstance, because of an intelligence-oriented situation. Like most in-house humor, they tend to be strained. Subtlety is almost unknown." The professor noted that one former professional with a wry sense of humor had recently come out of the cold. Christopher Felix had not been heard from much since 1963, when he wrote A Short Course in the Secret War. Now a new edition has been published by Dell under his true name of Jim McCarger. Jim was the man, the auditor recalled, who was admonished by a young Harvard recruit that they had to give Harvard a man of cover which he could be proud. Jim was the man, the auditor recalled, who was admonished by a young Harvard recruit that you had to give a Harvard man a cover of which he could be proud. Others recounted less suitable stories. The former chief of station who refused to let one of his officers undergo general anesthesia overseas during emergency surgery. He explained to the foreign surgeon that he must be present in case this man revealed classified information under the anesthesia. He simply wanted to make a damage assessment in the event that happened. He was stunned to find that during the surgery, a pistol was being held at the base of his skull because the local surgeon believed the American COS intended to shoot his own officer if he began to give away secrets, and he was having none of that in his clinic. "The white elephant yarn," the cousin said, "made me remember a story I've not thought of for years. It too featured a sacred white animal in India, a white tiger. A station chief decided that a sacred white tiger would be the perfect operational gift for his local pontinet. He persuaded headquarters to pay for the feline. Alas, the pontinet died unexpectedly, and the COS was left with a tiger in a cage in his cellar. In deference to his own sacred status, the beast had been spoiled, and would eat only prime meat, the choicest, most expensive cuts. The COS called on his regional support chief, a man known to never break a regulation, but who was a wizard at bending them. "This tiger is eating me out of the house and home," the COS complained. "He is a damned gourmet cat. I'll end up in the poorhouse paying for the expensive cuts of meat he consumes. Get him out of here, will you?" The support man, despite his talents, found it was not easy to dispose of an unwanted tiger, even in India. But he did come up with a temporary solution that eased the COS's financial burden. An automobile that belongs to the government but is entrusted to an intelligence officer on overseas duty is a quasi-personal vehicle used for secure operations. While it may appear to be personally owned, it remains government property. Thus, expenses for fuel and repairs may be collected from Uncle Sam, a QP car. I declare that you now have a QP Tiger, the support man said. Thus, the government will have to pay for the housing of the cat until we can ship it out. That provoked merriment. Now that, the journalist said, I find to be funny. Funny, ha ha. Not a thigh slapper, but definitely funny. Would you believe, though, that the funniest story I've heard involves psyops and condoms? You've all heard it, I'm sure. You must be thinking about Operation Penis Envy, Carlos said. For those who haven't heard it, I'll tell it again. Thank you, the journalist said dryly, but I'll pass. You tell it. Carlos launched into the yarn. Con brio. Shortly after the CIA moved into the temporary buildings alongside the reflecting pool after World War II, a young officer was surprised when he was walking down the hall, treading carefully over splintering old floorboards, when a man frantically waved him to a stop. The man brandished a memorandum. I've got it! The greatest psychological warfare operation in history. It'll bring the Soviets to their knees. The entire communist system will totter. He held the memorandum so the neophyte case officer could read the title. Operation Penis Envy. First, we make millions of contraceptives, condoms. The young officer was aghast. CIA will manufacture condoms? Rubbers! Millions and millions! Giant-sized, immense, 4 feet long, each one. Then we drop them over the Soviet Union. Planes flying everywhere from St. Petersburg to Vladivostok. We'll drop them by the millions. You are insane, the young case officer said. I can't see what good that'll possibly do. Oh, it's not just the rubbers. The man was inspired. It's the propaganda. It's what we will say. You see, on each 4-foot condom will be printed in Russian, made in the USA, medium size. There were chuckles of appreciation. Even though most of the Chess espionage group had heard the story many times before, the skeptic apparently had not. Can that story possibly be true? It's a fable, the journalist said. It was a standard performance by OSS people, PSYOP people who wanted to hoodwink young recruits. But it is fine for my purposes, a fable that could only be about psychological operations. And that is really funny. There's a funny story, the cousin said, in Archie Roosevelt's new memoir, about the CIA officer in the old buildings who looked across the way and into the window of a nearby office. Through the window he spotted an anxious colleague about to fornicate with a secretary. He called on the phone, announced to the aroused officer that he was God, and warned him to cease and desist. That's a funny story, the journalist said, but not new. I'm sure Archie heard it in the agency many times, as did I. But I'm afraid its origins are suspicious. Like most humor about intelligence operations, finding true stories is a trick, and when you do ferret one out, it's usually not very funny. The journalist looked at her watch. It was time to go. I'll ask you to excuse me, gentlemen, the journalist said. It's my intention, as they say in the theater, to exit laughing. Endnotes. The penultimate CIA assignment of the case officer who used a hound to establish bona fides was as DDO. When passing on the story about military intelligence students who derailed a train at Fort Holabird, the source implored, "Keep me out of jail. I don't know when the statute of limitations is up." In concluding research about the origin of the QP Tiger antidote, the author telephoned Harry Rosnick. Author: Harry, I'm checking out the source of a number of humorous anecdotes about intelligence officers. Do you remember telling me a story about a sacred white tiger? Must have been 2 decades ago. I don't recall. The author recounted the story about the QP tiger, saying he had first heard it from Rosniak a long time ago. But he said, I'd never heard that story in my life. Concerning the telephone call from God, see, There Are Alligators in Our Sewers and Other American Credos by Paul Dickinson and Joseph Golden from 1983. The authors write, An employee of a Chicago radio station glances out of his window and sees a couple embracing passionately in an office building across the street. He recognizes the man as an ad executive and knows the woman is not his wife. He telephones the man's office, and after many rings, he interrupts the lovemaking to answer. "This is God speaking," the radio employee says, "and I want you two sinners to stop that sort of conduct right now." In one early version, the voice from heaven belonged to a radio commentator, Paul Harvey, who says that although he has heard and employed the story, he was never in a position to speak, so to speak. Other variants put the episode on a university campus in Boston and a federal agency in Oklahoma City. And now we're on to Part 7. Terrorist. We must never let them win. Part 7. Terrorists. We must never let them win. Chapter 26. Is Carlos coming? In a Washington restaurant not far from the White House, I frequently lunch with a small but exclusive group of military strategists, ex-intelligence officers, academics, and Department of State officials. What draws us together is our common experience and interest in international terrorism. We don't always agree, but there are two aspects of terrorism concerning which there is little debate. First, we agree that the question is not if there will be a major terrorist event in the U.S., but when it will occur. And we agree that when it happens, a leading actor in the drama, terrorism is essentially theater, will probably be a Venezuelan, a very rich man who lives in Libya. Carlos, the world's most autocratic terrorist. Carlos was born in Caracas in 1949. His father still lives there, a lawyer, a millionaire, and a staunch communist. Obviously, he admired Lenin. Carlos' true first name is Illich, and his brothers are Vladimir and Lenin Sanchez, the Sanchez being matronymic, the father's family name. Dr. Ramirez and his wife separated after the birth of their third child. She is a devout Catholic and refuses to be divorced. Nevertheless, the family's relationship remains close, and the father has supported his wife and 3 boys generously. Their sons attended good schools or were tutored as they traveled across the world with their mother. When he was 9, Carlos lived in Mexico. Then the mother took the boys to Jamaica, where they could learn English, and later to Florida, where they became fluent in the language. In 1961, they returned to Venezuela. During the next 5 years, Carlos absorbed Marxist philosophy from his father and participated with other students in his first political protest, a melee of rock throwing directed against the regime of Perez Jimenez, who was then the right director of Venezuela. In 1966, when Carlos was almost 17, the 3 boys and their mother moved to London, where they remained for the next 8 years. The father continued to support them and used his connections to obtain a scholarship for Carlos and brother Lenin at Patrice University in Moscow. In 1968, Carlos and his brother were expelled from the university and from the Soviet Union for rowdrism and returned to London. Students of terrorism, amongst them members of my Washington luncheon group, have differing opinions as to whether Carlos was recruited by the KGB at the university. That is quite plausible with his expulsion as a staged gambit to distance him from his new bosses. Carlos was now 22, a handsome, dark-haired young man with full lips and for a person his age, slightly heavy jowls. He dressed in dapper suits with accessories. He taught Spanish to young English girls during the day and appeared regularly on the diplomatic cocktail party circuit evenings. During this period, Carlos gained something of a reputation as a playboy. He even joined a posh London dinner club. He never attempted to conceal his Marxist sympathies, however, and cultivated friendships with left-of-center diplomats and exiles. Carlos is cultured, and in addition to his Spanish, speaks perfect English, fluent French, and serviceable Russian. His background of international travel and acquaintances and his father's impeccable Marxist socialist credentials made Carlos the inevitable choice of some underground group. He didn't hesitate when he was approached and recruited by, or perhaps had been recruited in Moscow and steered to, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine in 1971 and sent to their training camp in Lebanon. The Liberation for Palestine was the Marxist residence movement founded by Dr. George Habush and headquartered in Aden. At the camp, Carlos refused to attend political indoctrination classes, but he was an A student in the bombs and weapons course. He learned how to use the AK-47 rifles, the modified version with a folding stock which can be hidden under a coat, the Czech Scorpion machine gun pistol, the Russian Torgaskov and Makarov automatic pistols, and the Egyptian version known as the Takagipt. He was also introduced to the Czech M52 pistol, which he liked and later used in assassinations. He was checked out on all NATO small arms, one test consisting of taking apart and putting together again an Israeli submachine gun, an Uzi, in total darkness. He became an expert in the use of sniper rifles. I once asked a weapons expert in my luncheon group to describe the drag news. A howitzer and drag, he explained. Carlos also learned how to handle plastic explosives and gelinite. He became expert in several kinds of grenades, ranging from Soviet RKG-3 Persuasion anti-tank models, so heavy that it had a tiny parachute to ensure that the right end hits the target, to the minuscule Dutch V40 fragmentation types, which weigh only 100 grams. All the weapons training would come in handy later, but meanwhile, Carlos was assigned to non-violent chores upon his return to Europe. He was the number 5 man in a small but highly effective support apparatus in Paris called the Commando Badia. Mohamed Badia was an Algerian actor of genuine talent who taught Carlos how to protect himself by assuming false identities and by employing disguise and deception techniques. Badia himself had undergone plastic surgery. Carlos thrived on the role-playing. During the next 2 years, he traveled in and out of a dozen countries under 5 aliases. He had passports, all false, which identified him as a Chilean engineer called Adolfo Jose Muller, as Glenn H. Gebhard and Charles Clark, both Americans from New York, and as a Peruvian economist with the name of Carlos Andres Martinez Torres. Most of Carlos' work was strictly support, communications, obtaining false documents for the activities in the Bodea Commando, and finding safe houses for them in Paris and London. Carlos was particularly proficient in the safe house department. His modus operandi was simple, almost foolproof. He seduced young female students, usually Latin Americans, with no history of involvement with the radical left or terrorists, and recruited them as safe house keepers. Then 2 events occurred which were to affect Carlos's life. He was not involved in the first, and may or may not have been a part of the second. The first was in May 1972. 3 Japanese Red Army terrorists massacred 26 people and injured almost 80 at the Lod airport in Tel Aviv. The trio had found sanctuary in the training camp after their network was smashed in Japan. The Israelis were not amused. Then, in September 1972, Black September terrorists murdered 11 Israeli athletes at the Munich Olympics. It has been reported, but without solid confirmation, that Carlos was the major planner of the bloody event. The Israelis began to play hardball and formed teams for the game of revenge. WOG teams, they were called, the Wrath of God. Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service, also known as Shin Bet, set up a clandestine unit which dispatched teams of ex-commandos and ex-paratroopers, men and women, throughout Europe. They were supported by Mossad agents, and their operations were completely separate from those of Mossad so long that long-term Israeli intelligence assets would not be compromised. The mission of the WOG teams was simple: to assassinate the leaders of the various anti-Jewish terrorist groups in Europe. One who had been responsible for the Lod airport and Munich killings. One team in Sweden botched their assignments and was apprehended. But most of them were chillingly effective, especially the unit sent to Paris to attack the Commando Badia. So successful, in fact, that Carlos suddenly found his way being rapidly promoted. First on the hit list was a Syrian journalist, Kodar Kanu. Gunned down in the front of his Paris apartment, Carlos became the 4th in the chain of command. Then in April 1973, the WOG team planted a bomb in the car of Dr. Basil Al-Kamrasi, a Lebanese university professor who had recently arrived in Paris to work with the PFLP. Carlos was then number 3. In December, they killed Badia's deputy, Mohammed Hamchari, publicly known as Arafat's PLO spokesman in Paris. This time, the WAG team used a telephone bomb. Hamchari was in bed with his girlfriend. During the day, a WAG agent had entered the apartment and hidden an explosive near the telephone. That night, the agent telephoned, and once he knew Hamchari was holding the instrument, sent an electrical charge through the telephone line so the detonator, which set off the charge, was activated. Hamchari's girlfriend survived the explosion, but the bomb blew off Hamchari's head. Then, the WAG team in Paris located Baldia. They placed a bomb of sorts in his car, and Baldia was blown to smithereens. That left Carlos and a man named Makarbal, who disappeared. Carlos was prepared to survive and to fight back. He probably had plastic surgery, as Baldia had before him, because witnesses never again described him as having full jowls. He certainly lost weight, changed the color of his hair, and often wore a mustache or a beard when he engaged in operations. Carlos's operations were against the Israelis. Carlos has always been anti-Semitic. Now he had developed an intense hatred of the Jews and the WAG teams, which had decimated the commando Baldia. He began his counterattack. In December 1973, he broke into the home of Edward Seif, a prominent London Zionist, and shot him point blank in the face. But Seif survived because of his prompt emergency treatment provided by his American wife. In January 1974, an Israeli bank in London was bombed by Carlos. That summer, a Japanese Red Army courier was arrested at Orly Airport in Paris. Carlos sent a terrorist team to take over the French embassy in The Hague, demanding that Dutch authorities release the courier. When negotiations began to falter, Carlos decided the authorities needed a little prodding. From an interior balcony of the Le Drugstore, a Paris restaurant, he dropped an M26 grenade into the crowd below. The M26 had been stolen from a U.S. Army depot in Germany. The pineapple-shaped grenade has a 5-second delay mechanism. Normally, the pre-fragmented spirally wound steel wrapped around TNT in the M26 is effective within a range of 50 feet. In the Paris restaurant, the single grenade killed 2 and wounded over 30. The courier was released, and Carlos's terrorists who had held the embassy were allowed to leave Holland. The next month, January of 1975, Carlos and 2 fellow terrorists used a rocket launcher against a LA-1 plane as it taxied on the runway at Orly with 135 passengers on board, mostly Americans. 6 days later, despite newspaper publicity that the security forces at Orly had been increased to 750 men, Carlos sent a 3-man team back to the airport to try the same trick. A gunfight ensued, and a number of hostages were taken. The terrorists, after several days of negotiation, were allowed to fly to Baghdad. Then, for reasons that are not clear, Carlos's former colleague and the survivor of the commando Baldia, Makarbal, became an informer for the French police. He led 3 of them to an apartment in Paris where Carlos was holed up. The 3 police officers were armed, and they had the advantage of surprise. But Carlos escaped after he shot and killed 2 of the police and Makarbal, and wounded the 3rd police officer. Nothing was heard of Carlos for 4 months. He was busy organizing the most remarkable and successful terrorist operation in modern history. In December 1975, Carlos headed a 6-person team, including a young German girl, and took over OPEC headquarters in Vienna. They killed 3 people, with Carlos himself pumping 5 bullets into 1 victim. After the 20-minute gunfight, Carlos and his cohorts had taken hostage 70 people, including 12 oil ministers. Following 36 hours of negotiation, the oil ministers and 30 other people were driven to the Vienna airport in a bus. Carlos sat next to the driver of the bus carrying the prisoners, and a long-distance fuzzy photograph of him is the most recent one publicly seen. Perhaps it's not an accident that Carlos is dressed to look like Che Guevara. At the airport, Austrian television viewers gasped when they watched live coverage of the departure. The Austrian Prime Minister shook hands with Carlos, as if he were a foreign dignitary, at the end of a state visit. When the DC-9, which carried Carlos and his hostages away from Vienna, was airborne, the terrorist went up and down the aisle of the plane, signing autographs at the request of his hostages, 12 of them amongst the most powerful men in the world. After landing at and taking off several Middle East airfields, Carlos finally released the last of his hostages, the ministers from Saudi Arabia and Iran. He had received by then a coded message indicating that a ransom had been deposited in Switzerland. Best evidence indicates the ransom was $25 million. How much went into PFLP coffers in Aden is not known, but Carlos undoubtedly kept at least several million for himself. Carlos leads a good life these days in luxury hotels in Tripoli. In an interview, the only one to appear in recent years, Carlo told a Palestinian journalist, "I enjoy good food and drink, and good cigars. I like to sleep in a large, freshly made bed. I like expensive shoes. I like to gamble, to play poker and blackjack. I also enjoy some dances and surprise parties. And every once in a while, I like some good theater." When our luncheon group for terrorism experts meets near the White House, we sometimes deliberate on the fact that Carlos seems to be inactive. He has not participated personally in a terrorist operation since the spectacular show in Vienna. A spy is an agent who gathers information available to him. A master spy is an agent so errant at his trade he becomes a manager of spies, gathering secrets from many sources. Our luncheon group has concluded that Carlos has become a master terrorist, a manager of mayhem. We believe there is a good chance when the first major terrorist event occurs in this country, Carlos will be somewhere backstage. Then again, Carlos has such a sense of theater that he may decide that he must play a personal role when the big-time operation is staged. As Carlos puts it, he enjoys, every once in a while, some good theater. Chapter 27. Who will combat international terrorism when it comes to the USA? I recently asked a friend with 3 decades of experience in the national security arena to evaluate the readiness status of the United States against the threat of international terrorism. "We might as well mount our guns in caves," he replied, "because when we try to take aim against terrorism, we don't know azimuth from a hole in the ground." My friend is addicted to colorful speech, but regardless of how he says something, he usually knows what he's talking about. After following up our conversations with an informal survey, I found he was right again. I questioned a number of people in Washington involved one way or another with security and defensive matters. Some were from the intelligence establishment, others from the military, and a few from the executive branch and the Department of State. Any one of them is a clandestine Any one of them is a candidate to assume awesome responsibility when the terrorist balloon goes up, as it will be in this country, sooner or later, when international terrorists mount their first major stateside operation. And a side note, I think that actually happened in 9/11. The result of my survey was dismaying. The U.S. is not half ready to confront international terrorism, unless something is done soon. Our crisis managers will be red-faced when crunch time comes, especially when nobody comes up with an answer to end the embarrassing question, who's in charge? In recent years, there has been only one domestic outbreak which might be categorized as a major terrorist event, the 1977 takeover in Washington of a Jewish organization's headquarters by black Hanfiti Muslims. But that action was localized. The perpetrators were not under the control of or communicating with an international sponsor. Further, there was no jurisdiction problem, and local authorities, primarily the District of Columbia Metropolitan Police, managed a solution to a tricky development on their own turf. Even those of us in the capital city watching the hours, then days of negotiation, never doubted that the situation was being contained. Despite the record of relatively few terrorist acts in the U.S. which fit the pattern of international political conflict, the experts predict that the future will be a different, violent story. Abroad, the U.S. has been a prime target of terrorists for decades. From 1968 through 1980, there was more than 7,000 international terrorist happenings. 1/3 of them were directed at American citizens or installations. Terrorism is a growth industry. It will flow into any vacuum created by an expanding market of international tension and conflict. And terrorism is essentially theater. Who can doubt that terrorists will seek juicy headlines in a country such as ours, where modern communications can create instant notoriety for any cause, any person? Experts in terrorism and international political movements tend to congregate after an international terrorist event. There is much hand-wringing when things go wrong. There is such a flurry of interest and concern throughout Washington in the aftermath of a disastrous failure of our hostage rescue mission in Iran. Despite the joyful return of our diplomats and all the fine speeches, our national sense of honor, let's face it, went down the drain in the Iranian desert. How is it possible that our men and our equipment failed so miserably? Our allies abroad have established, maintained, and successfully deployed crack military units to thwart terrorism and rescue their citizens. West Germany flew its anti-terrorist commandos to Mogadiscio to recapture a hijacked airliner. The entire world watched on television screens as Britain's top-notch anti-terrorist unit, the Special Air Service, stormed the Iranian embassy in London to free hostages. For more than a decade, Israel's intelligence service, the Mossad, has launched chillingly effective teams seeking retribution for attacks against Israel or its citizens. The teams sometimes invoke the wrath of God. They are dubbed WAG teams, to assassinate those responsible for anti-Israel mayhem. And I am sure few have forgotten the daring commando raid at Entebbe in 1976, an operation which would not have even been remotely feasible without superb intelligence support. Perhaps we have some lessons to learn. One reason other countries have scored tactical successes with anti-terrorist SWAT teams is that the military units work closely with civilian planners. Thus, when crisis management is conducted, decisions are made by people who are part of a trained, permanent cadre of experts who understand the history and psychology of 20th century terrorism. Few people would come up with the name of Canada if asked to select 10 countries beset by terrorists, but our northern neighbor had problems, moved quickly to contain them, and is prepared for the future. Canada has trained a cadre of high-level government officials in counter-terrorism and crisis management. These men and women are rotated from one government ministry to another during their careers, and their level of expertise is maintained by constant training. Thus, as drama unfolds, a trained actor is ready to rehearse orders in the role they must play. Perhaps we should have dress rehearsals in this country. Similar concern and planning for the future does not exist in any permanent organized form in Washington. We do not have a steadily reconsolidated pool of professional counter-terrorists, nor a depository of expertise. It's difficult to discern who is minding the store in the periods between makeshift terrorism control management. Military personnel who have honed their talents as raid and rescue mission specialists are rotated to staff slots. Scholars drift off to small-town colleges and think tanks. Highly trained government experts are shunned into civilian life, especially after presidential elections, and their positions are assumed by political appointees who have never stared into the face of violence or attempted to thwart political assault. The pattern hasn't changed. The U.S. government develops a cadre of experts, civilian and military, strokes them for a while, then allows their talents and expertise to atrophy and evaporate. Before considering what should be done, we should dispose of three concepts. Forget the fairy tale that terrorism is rooted in poverty and grows only in dictatorial regimes. As my friend who speaks in gaudy phrases put it, that's ambivalent. 2 pounds of horse manure in a 1 pound sack. Terrorists come from middle class and upper class families, so terrorism can't be cured by improving social environments or pampering criminals. Then there's the refrain about one man's terrorist being another man's freedom fighter. Fair enough, but let's be sure he's our freedom fighter. Forget the dream that terrorism will be conquered in the international arena. A world police force, a world court to try terrorists, and an international prison to stash them in. Sure, it could work, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. Let's talk about it again when Colonel Muammar Gaddafi allows someone else to rule Libya. And of course, we all know what happened with that in, I think, 2012 or 2013 that was. Please forget the notion that U.S. presidents should demean themselves by participating in terrorist negotiations. Remember when Jimmy Carter, shortly after his election, reacted to the demands of a deranged man in Indianapolis who held a hostage in a loop wired to the trigger of a shotgun? Then President Carter made a mistake of international dimensions when, speaking for the first time after our hostages were taken in Tehran, he said our top national priority was the safety of the prisoners. That news delighted the terrorist who would have otherwise thought the U.S. might be worried first about its national interest. If we are to confront terrorism, it is essential that our intelligence agencies be rejuvenated, especially for the counterintelligence branches of the FBI and the CIA. Prospects for that are bright. The new administration is sympathetic, and public support increases as the knowledge of the Soviet sponsorship of international terrorist groups spreads. A more difficult goal is to create a crack paramilitary strike and rescue force similar to those in Britain, Germany, and Israel. If we needed such a force now, I recently asked a military officer, where would it come from? Maybe from Hombre, was the hesitant answer. He referred to the Tactical Air Command Unit at Hombre Field, Florida, which supplied many of the men and some of the dead to the abortive mission to Iran. But then he went on, it could be Project Delta from Fort Bragg, or maybe that unit, in Colorado, at Fort Carson. If a senior military official is so unsure about the status of our anti-terrorist commando capabilities, no wonder the rest of us are ignorant and confused. The U.S. needs, soonest, a crack strike and rescue force trained for every conceivable mission. It doesn't matter which branch of the military has the unit and the responsibility, but management and accountability must be in one command. It must have the best hardware, from aircraft to grenades, including the concussion of grenades which immobilizes but do not kill hostages and their captors. The unit will need the best and most sophisticated training. The British team which stormed the London embassy had been trained well. They captured the hostages until they could be searched, and, sure enough, one of them turned out to be a terrorist trying to escape. With improved intelligence capabilities and a top-notch commando force on standby, we face the toughest problem. Who's in charge? Let's have a quiz. Scenario 1. Puerto Rican terrorists announce that a nuclear device in a ship in Boston Harbor will detonate unless all Hispanics in U.S. prisons are freed. Should the Bureau of Prisons be involved? Coast Guard, Navy, the mayor of Boston, a senator from Massachusetts? Scenario 2. Terrorists coordinate attacks against electrical power grids in several states, blacking out inner cities and causing riots on the East Coast. Simultaneously, the supply of oil is threatened when pipelines are sabotaged in Texas. Who will prevent the Secretary of Energy from throwing his weight around during the crisis, even if he doesn't know anything about the terrorism? Scenario 3. The Secretary of State, on a visit abroad, is captured and held by local terrorists and held in the penthouse suite of a hotel. Who's in charge? The host government? The American Embassy? The CIA? At present, two interdepartmental groups in Washington have divided responsibilities for dealing with terrorism. The fact that there are two groups signals the problem. One has more than 20 members, far too many, including a representative from the Department of Agriculture. In a crisis, the group would grow even larger when its members attended meetings accompanied by their new bosses, Everyone in Washington wants to get in the act when there might be headlines. The group should be disbanded. There is another smaller, more manageable group which should be given the authority it needs, but does not now have. The President's Committee to Combat Terrorism should have exclusive responsibility and unchallenged authority. Its few members represent the few agencies and departments which should be in the chain of command when tough decisions are made. This group reports to the National Security Council in the White House. While the President should not personally be involved in terrorist situations, the clout of the seat of government, executive branch, should be exploited. Equally important, the White House locale will settle any domestic confusion about who is in command at crisis time. Next week will get organized. It's not good enough when it comes to countering terrorism. The British have created a crackerjack commando unit to counter terrorism, as have the Germans and the Israelis. And, in each case, the tactical military units work in tandem with civilian experts. Surely, we can do the same. My Washington friend, the one devoted to picturesque speech, put it this way. Maybe we deserve to be clobbered by terrorists, he quipped, if we can't muster enough sense to empty that proverbial boot with the instructions on the heel. Chapter 28 is called On Looking into the Barrel of the Gun. Chapter 28. On Looking into the Barrel of a Gun. When Americans were taken hostage in the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in 1979, demands for articles on terrorism were heavy. I was asked to write one after the editor of Washingtonian magazine heard that I had been a hostage in Germany. When our diplomats were taken hostage in Tehran last November, and another was captured in Bogota several weeks ago, I remembered quite clearly, after some 30 years, my own lot as a threatened prisoner. During World War II, the B-24 bomber was a good plane, but not infallible, and I found it expedient in 1944 to parachute from one over Europe. Captured by the Germans, I soon found myself staring into the dark eye of a longer barrel. A Luftwaffe major pointed the gun, hoisting what seemed a local premise. Because my own Air Force would have no way of knowing where I was or what had happened to me, there was no reason he couldn't dispose of me right then and there, unless I revealed military secrets. The major warned he intended to do just that. The major was a staff member at Luft, a German interrogation center at Frankfurt. All Allied flyers were routed through the sophisticated intelligence gathering point where, for a few days, they were thrust into a hostage-type situation so their liability could be tested. Although I was 22 years old, I was prepared for the interrogation at Luft. The intelligence officer assigned to my bomber squadron, a brash young second lieutenant fresh out of Culver Military Academy, had warned us in numerous pre-fight briefings of what we could expect if taken prisoner. The wartime code of conduct for prisoners was explicit. Give the bastards your name, rank, and serial number, and then shut up. Be prepared. The young Shovetail had cautioned. For the goalie the Germans will employ to provoke or coerce you into revealing secret information, and for their indoctrination that could lead the unwary to make statements suitable for propaganda broadcasters. A German posing as a Swiss Red Cross official will visit you, the lieutenant predicted, or perhaps an English-speaking Nazi who grew up in the United States will be thrown into your cell to try to elicit information. There might even be threats against your life, but, he assured one and all, don't worry, they won't really harm you. I was visited by the ersatz Swiss, innocuous fat man in a tight black suit, who promised that he would arrange for me to receive mail and Red Cross food parcels once I completed a questionnaire for him. He was offended when I wrote my name, rank, and serial number, but declined to fill out the name of my commanding officer and other seemingly innocuous military details. There may have been a shortage of born-in Brooklyn German soldiers while I was at Luft. Whatever the case, No imposters interrupted my solitary confinement. But after 3 days of isolation, I was taken into the major's office. The major, later I learned, he was a psychiatrist in civilian life, said he would kill me unless I talked. The time it took for him to remove the lugger from his desk drawer, level it at my nose, and then finally put it back in the drawer seemed like an eternity. Once assigned to a regular prison camp, I often speculated with fellow Fagan prisoners on the percentage of our colleagues who had broken in Dongloff. 1 out of 10, more. Generally, we suspected and were cautious with those who had stayed longer than the customary 3 or 4 days in the interrogation center, but we really never knew who had succumbed. Over the years, the rules of the game have changed considerably for American prisoners and hostages. Vestiges of the old-fashioned code of the conduct per se, as when Central Intelligence Agency officers quip that in hostile situations they are to provide the enemy only with name, grade, and Langley headquarters parking space number. But studies have proved that more than 90% of hostages survive if they can get by the first 3 days of captivity. And the idea of establishing a dialogue with captors is encouraged because it works towards that end. So not unexpectedly, our hostages in Iran have been inclined to talk to their captors when they have had the opportunity, and all have been tempted, even the Marine Guards, to exchange political viewpoints from the militants. When the psychologists finally publish their stories on the behavior of our embassy personnel in Iran, which certainly will be months if not years after the hostages' release, they will refer to the effects of the Stockholm Syndrome. The term concerns the tendency of many hostages to identify with and even admire and defend those responsible for their confinement. 2 of the world's leading authorities on international terrorism are colleagues at Georgetown's University Center for Strategic and International Studies. One is Walter LaCure. He has written extensively on the subject and provided the foreword to the recently published Terrorism, Threat, Reality, and Response. Its co-author is Robert H. Kupperman, another scholar at the Georgetown Center, former chief scientist of the U.S. Arms Control and Disarmament Agency, and a member of the Cabinet Committee to Combat Terrorism. Kupperman, when asked to reduce the Stockholm Syndrome to layman's language, explains, hostages are people who feel in danger, and when they are out of danger, they become grateful. It's often the case, for a variety of reasons, that during the course of a hostage event, they once again feel in danger, and subsequently even more grateful. Other psychologists will have more abstruse explanations of why some of the Americans in Iran have survived their ordeal with some psyches intact. Their reports will describe men and women who were able to draw on a reserve of basic values and had enough courage to endure. Not the bravado fortitude of fictional heroes, but the quiet inner strength that ensures survival of ordinary people. Most of us recall Richard Lovelace's assertion that stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Less familiar is the subsequent stanza, minds innocent and quiet, take that for a hemorrhage. In several notable cases of political kidnapping in Latin America, the hostages survived prolonged captivity under the most difficult circumstances because they turned their prisons into refuges. Dr. Claude Fly seemed an unlikely kidnapping prospect when Tupamaro guerrillas abducted him in Uruguay in the summer of '69. Fly was an elderly, frail agronomist, a specialist in soil conservation, working for the USAID program in Montevideo. During his captivity, more than 8 months in miserable conditions, Fly maintained his composure and confronted adversity with a cheerful fortitude that astonished his Marxist captors. Eventually, he exuded symptoms that the Tupamaro suspected might be the prelude to a heart attack. The guerrillas decided Fly should be examined by a heart specialist. The medical appointment was arranged rather neatly. The guerrillas kidnapped a cardiologist. When the diagnosis confirmed that the gentle prisoner was experiencing heart tremors, the terrorists drove the doctor and his patient to a hospital, freeing them at the emergency entrance. Fly's reputation as a man of indomitable spirit spread amongst Uruguayan descendants, and accounts of his behavior provided solace to another kidnapped victim in Montevideo the following year, Sir Geoffrey Jackson, British ambassador to Uruguay, who was abducted by Tupamaros in January 1971 while Claude Fly was still being held. For Jackson's freedom, the terrorists demanded the release of 150 political prisoners, a proposal the Uruguayan government refused. At the time of his abduction, Jackson was pistol-whipped. His treatment improved only slightly during 9 months of captivity. His wrists were manacled so tightly that they were paralyzed for weeks at a time. He was hidden underground in damp subterranean cells and zoo-like wire cages. His captors, who always wore hoods, referred to him and themselves only by numbers. The ambassador saw his first unmasked face when the Tupamaros brought a fellow traveler journalist into his people's prison. When asked how he spent his time, Jackson replied, "Since my abduction, I have felt suspended in time and place and space. I haven't the slightest idea of the hour or the day or anything. I wake up, eat, read, sleep again, follow a sort of routine that has become automatic. For instance, I don't know if I'm having breakfast or if I'm having lunch." The ambassador, a devout man, prayed and persevered. He worked out regularly, devising exercises suitable for a cell, so small he could not stretch full length vertically or horizontally. He exercised his mind as well, spending long hours writing, literally in his mind, because he had no pen or paper, poems and children's stories. One story collection, The Oven Bird, was dictated from memory after his release and subsequently published. Before sleeping and after waking, the ambassador repeated to himself a 4-point plan. He had contrived an agenda for maintaining sanity. First, he must pursue survival by preserving his physical health. Second, he was in a negative situation. No freedom, no family, no friends, no news, no time, no light, no faces, no green growth. He must somehow convert the negatives into positives. Then, he might understand the motivation of his captors. He must never allow himself to make any concessions to them, nor give them satisfaction of any kind. Finally, he assigned himself the Sisyphean task of converting the injuries his captors have done to him, his family, and his government into some good. After a particularly difficult period, Jackson elaborated a personal code. "This cellar is not a people's prison. To the contrary, this is the British Embassy so long as I may remain in it. I am not the people's prisoner. On the contrary, I am unjustly held captive, being guilty of no offense against any man. I represent, in this place, a great and honorable nation, which is a force for good in the world." Jackson was released in September 1971 after more than 100 of the Uruguayan political prisoners listed in the original ransom demand made a massive escape from their own prison. Jackson returned to society, sound in mind and body. His book about his ordeal, Surviving the Long Night, is a classic of survival, a recommended text for diplomats and businessmen who work overseas in areas where kidnapping is endemic. Jackson's account probes the social roots from which Tupamaro terrorism grew. The book also records that even the most steadfast hostage never forgets the masked men who changed his life. One of my profound sorrows has been the experience that, thanks to the discipline of the hood, I learned to read much from the human eye alone, and now, without the hood, to recognize the eye of violence in the streets, shops, parks. End of quote. Another man who looked into the eye of violence for a very long time was William Nias, an Owens, Illinois, Inc. executive in his 40s who was captured by Marxist terrorists in Venezuela in 1976. When rescued last June by rural police searching for cattle rustlers, he had been confined for almost 3.5 years, a modern record for American political hostages. Runner-up for the title is Richard Starr, the Peace Corps volunteer released in February after 3 years as a hostage in Colombia. When Nias was freed from the jungle shack, he had been in his jail for the last 18 months of his captivity. He had lost 40 pounds and, with hair to his shoulders, looked like a middle-aged hippie. After returning to his family, Nias and his wife visited my home in Bethesda. He was articulate, relaxed, and posed. The model of a successful executive for a well-known glass manufacturing firm. Despite his long ordeal, his sense of humor was intact. Bill Nias's tribulation began when he was dragged from his Carcass home, unconscious after a drug injection, and taken to the jungle. A captive of masked terrorists, he was not to see an uncovered face again during his captivity. He had neither his glasses nor his shoes. He was moved frequently from one jungle hideout to another. Often he slept on the ground, his only protection a plastic sheet strung between trees. Each night he was handcuffed or his leg was chained to a tree. His captors accused him of being a CIA agent, which he was not. Nias battled boredom by replaying in his mind the good things, the challenging golf courses he had played, his first date, the college dances he attended. He also watched for hours as ants constructed dust hills. At times he discussed politics with his Marxist captors. One frustrated terrorist later wrote in a document I have seen that Nias defended his country and his policies with a simplicity that borders on stupidity. After Nias was rescued, Penny Gard, a reporter in the Washington bureau of the LA Times, asked Nias how he had survived. "I guess I learned to live by dates," he said. "I think that it helped me keep my sanity. If you look 100 days ahead to a certain date and have that as your goal, you live 100 days, then 75 days, and so on. I more or less established goals for myself, to survive until my wedding anniversary, to survive the last birthday, the birthday of one of my sons." Once, in a letter to his wife that the terrorist allowed to be delivered, he implored her to leave Venezuela and return home to Ohio. "July 1976 is an important month," he wrote. "I don't want the boys or you to miss it. I don't want to miss it either. But if one misses it, that should not mean that we all miss the once-in-a-lifetime birthday of our country, July 4th, 1976. Bill Nias's preoccupation with the bicentennial celebration was predictable. Before his overseas assignments, he had been active in his local civil rights commission, YMCA, United Way, and church and school fundraising campaigns. He was proud that the flag always flew at the Nias' home, and briefly over the U.S. Capitol. Over the U.S. Capitol, I once asked Nias to name his favorite color, and his wife answered for him: red, white, and blue. Bill Nias survived because he had an unfaltering faith in country, family, and God. Corny, some say, but it brought Nias through his ordeal intact. The roots of his endurance were deep in himself and his American past. The common denominator of these survival histories is that of mature people with a sustaining faith in themselves and in plain old-fashioned ideals, and age not need be a determinant. Witness the young Marines who sat with closed lips last Christmas in Tehran, while others sang carols. It was their form of protest, their signal of defiance for the television cameras. But what about those who have become victims of the Stockholm Syndrome? If men like Claude Fly, Jeffrey Jackson, and William Nias survived prolonged captivity, can we not expect that our hostages in Iran will emerge from their confinement intact in every way? Some will, and some won't. The Tehran hostages who feel guilty because of their behavior in the embassy may suffer lingering psychological damage long after they come home, especially if they have been infected with Stockholm Syndrome, which takes its name from a hostage situation that occurred in 1973. It lasted 6 days. Jan Erik Olsson, an escaped convict, shot his way into a bank in the center of Stockholm and took 4 hostages, a male clerk and 3 young women. His first demand was that a former prison mate be released and brought to the bank vault where Olsson held his hostages under siege. The authorities complied. During the siege, 2 criminals terrorized their hostages. In a telephone conversation with the Swedish Prime Minister, Olsson demanded a ransom payment and a plane in which to leave the country. To underline the seriousness of his threat, Olsson choked one of the female hostages during the conversation, inviting the Prime Minister to hear the gurgles. Later, police bored holes in the ceiling of the vault, intending to pump gas into the area. The ploy was thwarted when Olson looped nooses around his hostages' necks so they would be hanged if they slumped into unconsciousness. The danger in the vault mounted, particularly when the bank robbers exchanged gunfire with the police. The small room became filthy. The 6 people used wastebaskets for toilets. Finally, Olson and his accomplice surrendered, and police were astonished when the criminals walked out of the bank arm in arm with their hostages. The hostages embraced their captors, kissing them during a tearful goodbye. Then they turned to the police and implored them to treat the criminals with compassion. While the young male hostage was sympathetic to the men who had been responsible for his ordeal, the women acted as if they had fallen in love with their captors. Former American University researcher H.A. Cooper once told a congressional committee that sexual impulse ranks with craving power and achieving political goals as motivation for terrorist acts. Many psychologists disagree, but there was a sexual overtone in the Stockholm case. Olson hinted to authorities after his release that he had enjoyed sexual relations with one of the young women. She first denied it, but changed her story after being told that human semen had been found in the bank vault carpet. Olson had fondled her, she said, but at her suggestion, he had cooled his ardor by masturbating while she watched. Whatever the case, all the women testified that Olson had been a gentleman throughout the siege. In fact, they were reluctant to testify at all, and when they did, they asked the judge to be lenient with the 2 criminals. Throughout the 1970s, there were numerous instances of hostages identifying with the aspirations of their captors. One famous example was Patricia Hearst. Others were airline stewardesses who returned weapons to skyjackers because they felt sorry for them. One stewardess still claims she was waiting for a hijacker of her flight to serve his 10-year prison sentence so she can marry him. Entire groups of hostages sometimes arrived at consensual sympathy for their captors, as 50 Dutch hostages did when South Malaysian terrorists held them for 20 days on a train. In 1975, the world's most audacious political terrorist, Alik Ramirez Sanchez, pulled off the kidnapping of OPEC oil ministers in Vienna. Sanchez, known as Carlos and sometimes the Jackal, was the son of a millionaire Venezuelan Marxist. Carlos, then 26, headed a 6-person team, including a young German woman, that took over OPEC headquarters in Vienna. After a 20-minute gunfight, Carlos and his group captured 70 hostages, 12 of them oil ministers. After 36 hours of negotiation, the oil ministers and 30 other hostages were driven to an airport where a plane waited for them to fly out of Austria. Austrian television viewers gasped when they watched live coverage of the departure. The Austrian Prime Minister shook hands with Carlos, as if he were a foreign dignitary at the end of a state visit. On the DC-9 that carried Carlos and his hostages away from Vienna, the terrorist went up and down the aisle of the plane, signing autographs at the request of his hostages, 12 of them among the most powerful men in the world. The cocky young terrorist, who was treated more like a movie star, despite the fact that the hostages had been present when his team killed 3 people while taking over OPEC headquarters, Carlos himself pumping 5 bullets into one victim. I once had the opportunity to review a document that cast some light on the rationale of hostage cooperation, particularly in the early frightening hours when a kidnapped victim fears for his life. A man I shall identify only as a senior American diplomat was abducted overseas and held by Marxist guerrillas. He was roughed up during the kidnapping and had ample reason to be concerned for his safety. He did not suspect that the terrorists were taping their conversation with him. The first question put to him was, Who is the CIA chief in your embassy? He answered promptly and accurately. Then, during a long interrogation, the diplomat engaged in a political dialogue with his captors. Often he indicated his understanding, but was not acceptive of the kidnapper's political viewpoints. He revealed no other privileged information. Some time after he was released, a copy of the transcript of the lengthy discussions between him and his captors became available to me. I read the document with mounting anger. Why had the diplomat revealed the name of his CIA chief? Was there any possible explanation for such an indiscretion? As a matter of fact, there was. The diplomat, when that first question was put to him, had just been hit over the head. Though he was thoroughly decent, competent, and professional, he was frightened. He also knew at the time he was abducted that a letter was waiting on his desk for his signature. It was directed to his superiors in the Department of State and to the Langley headquarters of the CIA. The letter asked that the CIA chief be relieved of duty and returned to the U.S. There was no problem with the station chief's professional performance, but there had been indiscretions in his private life that the diplomat believed called for his return. Dr. Kupperman of the Georgetown University Center sums up the political dimension of the Iran experience. It has began to appear that the Iran situation has dissipated as a political event and has served its purpose. A small country, though oil-rich, has maintained to demean a superpower. The politics of the international hostage situation has been fierce, but the U.S. has been constrained by the paradox of having treated Iran as a terrorist situation. As for the hostages, Cooperman adds, there are many analogies in other hostage situations. An unexpected affection former hostages have for their captors, however expressed, should not be all that surprising. Perhaps amongst the least surprised are those of us who have survived similar experiences. In mulling over the various hostage situations, I go back to my own experience in Germany 36 years ago. In my opening paragraphs, I implied I was stalwart, confident, and brave when the German major aimed the lugger at my face. That's not exactly the way it was. The words I used were right, but if put to music, the tune would be whistling in the dark. The truth is, I was so scared that I urinated in my pants. Chapter 29. Hostage. Curtain line from a play. The doorbell rings, not a single bell. Visitors. The trap door opens. All descend. Only Eugenino is masked. Mama waits at the top of the stairs until all are down. Mama, I'll see who it is. Mama exits, shutting the trap door. Tina sees Diego's body and gasps. Eugenio, what happened to him? Chief, a traitor has been punished. Leon, the explosives? Leon, not ready. Chief, one sound and you are dead. Ambassador, if it's the police, let me talk to them. I'll ask amnesty for all of you. You promised to let me go. Chief, I never intended to let you go. If we die, you die with us. Major Julio, he's dead. The chief waits at the bottom of the stairs, his automatic weapon ready. The others take positions around the cellar. It is quiet, then footsteps can be heard above. The trapdoor opens. A blast as the chief opens fire. Return fire. And as this chief drops, Eugenio springs to the stairs. A shot in his shoulder spins him to the floor. It is quiet except for the sound of Tina sobbing. Turkey is hiding behind the table. A pineapple-shaped grenade drops into the cellar. It explodes with a crack and flash of a light. All, including the ambassador in his cage, fall. Another grenade drops, explodes. It is quiet again. A tall man in a military uniform descends, his pistol in hand. He is followed by two soldiers and a second officer. The first officer bends over the chief. Pablo Duarte, he's dead. Lieutenant. Major, this one's dead too, but from a knife. A moaning is heard. Turkey is riveting. Major Julio, take him upstairs. Ambassador, the grenades, the grenades. Major Julio, concussion grenades. Mr. Ambassador, they stun, immobilize, but they're harmless. You'll be all right. Ambassador, thank you. Thank you for coming with me. Major Julio of the National Security Police at your service. Are you all right now? Yes. Duarte? Dead. The other one too. Who sent the message? Ambassador? The message? Your Mr. Hampton assured me that you were somewhere in the northern part of the city. We would have come to the house eventually, but without the message, we might not have found you under that trap door. I know of no message. Only a few minutes ago, a small boy delivered an unsigned note to our headquarters. Then he disappeared. He was clutching a candy-covered apple, probably his reward for delivering the note. It said you could be found at this address. If we look under the carpet, in the library. I don't know who sent it. We'll know soon enough. The lieutenant is questioning them upstairs, separately. It was someone who was outside, very recently. The girl was out, and the little man they called Turkey. Could it have been anyone else? Someone who knew you were being held here, but is not here now? We will arrest anyone you can identify. No, there was no one else. Major, they plan to take me to another place, outside the city. How did you find it? Luck. Rural police searching for cattle rustlers. Scramble on it. The lieutenant descends. None of them claim to have sent the message. Strange. Probably afraid the others will find out. Well, we'll soon find out. We'll find out soon enough after we begin to squeeze them. I'll see that the ambassador gets back to his embassy. Take the others down to headquarters. Please don't harm them, Major. You want me to be compassionate with this scum after what they've done to you? Yes, I suppose that's difficult to understand. The ambassador goes to the steps. He turns. But I do thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you all right, Ambassador? Are you sure you're all right? Yes, I'm all right now. He starts up the stairs, stops, turns. We must understand them, and be patient. And we must never let them win. The lieutenant and Major Julio exchange quizzical glances. The ambassador goes up the stairs into the light. Curtain. The next chapter is called What to Read. To absorb the literature of secret operations, it would be necessary to begin with the 500 BC writing of Sun Tzu, the Bible, the histories of European services, and the many books about intelligence operations during the American Revolution and Civil War. There are dozens of books about the CIA. Of special interest to historians and students is Donovan and the CIA, A History of the Establishment and the Central Intelligence Agency by Thomas F. Troy. This is the definitive account of OSS Chief Wild Bill Donovan and his contributions to the founding of the CIA. Frederick Maryland, 1981, The Craft of Intelligence is by Alan Walsh Dooley's America's Most Famous Intelligence Officer. Dooley's, a former director of the CIA, writes of U.S. espionage operations during the time he headed the agency until he was forced to resign because of the Bay of Pigs fiasco. Harper Lee, New York, Harper and Row, 1963-1965, The Real CIA by Lyman B. Kirkpatrick Jr. is an early book on CIA operations and the agency's role in the U.S. government by a man who was a senior intelligence officer until he retired to become a political science professor. Ray Klein is the author of the CIA under Reagan, Bush, and Casey, an update of Klein's 1976 Secrets, Spies, and Scholars, written with authority by a man who was once chief of the Department of State's INR and a deputy director of the CIA. Honorable Men, My Life in the CIA by William E. Colby is the memoir of the director of the Central Intelligence who was at the helm during the stormy weather of intelligence community investigations. Colby also writes of his role as he was an ambassador in Vietnam and the pacification and Phoenix programs there. Then there's 1978's Facing Reality, From World Federalism to the CIA by Cord Meyer, and it's an important and carefully written book. Meyer was the chief of the CIA's covert action operations against the Soviet Union. In William Hood's Mole, Hood recounts the story of CIA spy Madge Piotr Pavlov, who reports Hood estimates saved the United States $500 million in military research. The human role in intelligence operations, especially in CIA's Directorate of Operations, can be found in my own The Night Watch from 1977. The CIA books recommended above were all written by loyalists who, while sometimes raising questions, generally advocate a strong U.S. intelligence capability. Additionally, I have written a book entitled Careers in Secret Operations: How to be a Federal Intelligence Officer. The volume is for young men and women interested in intelligence careers, how to find them, and once working as an intelligence officer to prosper. It is available from Stone Trail Press. The Night Watch may also be ordered from the same publisher, right for the current price. For a more objective viewpoint, read The Man Who Kept Secrets, Richard Helms and the CIA, by Thomas Powers. This is the most comprehensive volume yet published by an outsider about the CIA, its operations, and the investigations of the agency in 1975. The subtitle is misleading. It is not the story of Richard Helms. His lengthy intelligence career is used as a skeleton on which Powers fleshes out the CIA story. It is well written and well researched. For the subjective, quiet, negative view of the CIA, read 2 books by former agents who have been critics. Inside the Company, a CIA diary by Philip Agee, is an expose and bitter denunciation of the agency by the man who has made a career of revealing the identities of intelligence operatives. Also read The CIA and the Cult of Intelligence, another opposing view by Victor Marchetti and John Marks. Marchetti is a former CIA officer. Marks once worked in INR. And then there's another book, A Solid Modern Study of the FBI, that can be found in a more recent FBI book, FBI, An Uncensored Look Behind the Walls, by Sanford J. Ungar. Code Breakers, and the NSA are the subjects of 3 important books on America's most intelligent secret intelligence operations. For a historical perspective, read The American Black Chamber, by Herbert Osborne Yardley. Yardley reveals early CIA U.S. code-breaking efforts before they were closed down by Secretary of State Stimson, a classic work and long out of print. It is now available in paperback, originally written in 1931. The Codebreakers by David Kahn is the best book ever written on the subject. Kahn is the recognized authority on ciphers. His book describes the evaluation of the organizations involved in cryptology. 60 pages are devoted to the NSA from 1967. The most recent history of the NSA is The Puzzle Palace, a report on America's most secret agency by James Bamford. This controversial book, because of the myriad of new secrets it reveals, was written after the author obtained numerous documents through the Freedom of Information Act. The espionage and covert action operations of the Soviet Union have been the subject of numerous books. A sampling which provides a good overview can be found in 4 books. First, the Penskafy Papers by Oleg Penskafy consist of musings by the most valuable spy to operate for the West from within a Soviet Secret Service. Some critics have claimed these diaries are a fabrication. In fact, they are authentic. My Silent War from 1982 is the memoir of Kim Philby, the most famous mole in history. Philby rose to the rank of chief of Soviet operations for the British before he was uncovered. The KGB, eternally grateful, arranged for Philby to drive one of the 3 Rolls-Royce's automobiles in Moscow after his flight to Russia. A rare insider's view of deception and disinformation operations can be found in The Deception Game. Sholkovsky's Intelligence in Soviet Political Warfare by Lanslav Bittman. Bittman was a Czech intelligence officer who managed many of the operations he describes. Finally, 2 books written by John Barron, the recognized authority on the KGB, The Secret Work of Soviet Secret Agents, the best book written on Russia's premier intelligence service with detailed episodes of KGB successes and failures, was published in 1974, and now Barron has published an updated version entitled KGB Today, The Hidden Hand from 1983. If you doubt what I have to say about any of these books, there is a new volume for which you should become familiar with. It is a book about the books on intelligence. George C. Constant's Intelligence and Espionage, an Analytical Bibliography, Boulder, Colorado, Westview Press, 1983. And here he reviews, evaluates, compares, and contrasts over 500 books on the subject. A British compendium provides an objective and interesting study. Serious students should read John Ranelagh's The Rise and Decline of the CIA from 1986. For those who really want to dig deeply into the field of intelligence literature, perhaps to answer questions, write a thesis, or write a book of your own, there is another work worth consulting. A bibliography. It is Scholar's Guide to Intelligence Literature, editioned by Mrs. Marjorie Klein and published by University Publications of America, Inc., Frederick, Maryland. It lists some 6,000 volumes in the Russell J. Bowen collection at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. Unlike the Constantinine's volume, it does not annotate the books listed, but breaks them down into various categories to ease research. Special reading suggestions. U.S. Congress Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities. Final report and hearings. Book 4. Supplemental detailed staff reports on intelligence and military intelligence. In other words, this is the Church Report, a thorough investigation of the CIA and other intelligence agencies with testimony of witnesses who appeared before the Church Committee from 1975 to 1976. The Clandestine Service of the Central Intelligence Agency by Hans Moses, a study of the CIA's Directorate of Operations, published as a monograph in a series entitled The Intelligence Profession. Copies are available for $1.25 each by writing to the sponsor of the series, the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, 6723 Witter Avenue, Suite 303A, McLean, Virginia, 22101. Foreign Intelligence Literary Scene. This bi-monthly newsletter book review, founded by Thomas F. Troy, is invaluable to those who observe the literary intelligence scene. It reviews fiction and nonfiction, lists books, magazine articles, and newspaper accounts, and carries substantive reports on intelligence developments. Subscriptions are $25 per annum. It is published by the National Intelligence Book Center. Espionage fiction. There are thousands of novels, in and out of print, about intelligence operations. Readably as they may be, thrillers of the Robert Ludlum variety are not authentic. Readable as they may be, thrillers of the Robert Ludlum variety are not authentic. For realistic accounts, read the novels of British writers Somerset Maugham, Graham Greene, and John Le Carre, all former intelligence officers. The two best American writers of espionage fiction are Charles McCarry and W.T. Tyler. McCarry is a former deep-cover agent for the CIA. Tyler, a pseudonym, rubbed shoulders with real spies in the Department of State's Foreign Service. A new corner to the ranks of top spy novelist in David Ignoras's list with his Agent of Influence. I'm going to read that again. A new corner to the ranks of spy novelist is David Ignoras's with his Agents of Influence. And that concludes the book. I've already read the appendix, so you can go back to my last video to hear that there. But I thought it was pretty good. It didn't necessarily answer all my questions about David Atlee Phillips and his connection to JFK, but he did touch upon it a few times in this book, and it's kind of scarcely spread throughout the book. But I learned about his connection to Alan Dooley's, and he provided a pretty detailed history of Alan Dooley's life and career. And it did kind of seem suspicious that he was fired by Kennedy. And when he was talking about having the secret meetings with the former intelligence officers at the restaurant, that was pretty interesting, hearing their conflicting views on things. And also, hearing about the terrorist Carlos was interesting too. I respect David Atlee Phillips and his career, but I still think he could be involved as a CIA handler for James Files and Lee Harvey Oswald.
and Antonio Veciana gave us the information. So I don't really know what's true, but I can say one thing. This has been a really interesting book to read and to kind of think about all the things I've learned this year in my Solving Kennedy series. So anyway, thanks for listening, and if you have any suggestions for future videos, let me know. Thanks again.